I'm ready. All right. Welcome to day 3 of the PokerNews Cup Mystery Bounty at the Golden Nugget. We've made it to the final table. Hundreds of thousands of dollars up for grabs in first place. We've got a trophy, but we also have some beautiful bounties still in play. A few 1Ks, a 6K, and a $50,000 bounty still for grabs. I've got Tim and Forrest who've been holding on their bounties from yesterday. We're going to redeem those just before we get cards in the air. We're going a little zigzag. Tim's got 7 bounties. Forrest has 5. Tim, you know how to do this. Are you ready to get one? All right, let me see one of your coins. Oh, good, cool. We're not going to chip anything, buddy. You got this. All right. You got it. Yep. Sweat cam is on. Here we go. You guys can watch it right up here. We're looking for another 0. 1,000. All right, that's yours. On that. All right, come on in, Forrest. Grab one, buddy. Let's go. All right. Right here. You just got to drag it out. All right, here comes the sweat. 1, 2, 3, 0. Oh, we got 1,500. All right. That works. Good. Yeah, I'll take that envelope, yeah. All right, back to Tim. Let's go. 50K in play. Yeah, they're going to alternate back and forth. Oh, it's fair. That's what I love it, man. Here comes the sweat. We're looking for a 4th 0. 1,000. Back to Forrest. The sweat is real. As far as we know, these are the only guys that bounties have been holding on to. Let's go. 1,000. All right. Back to Tim. Tim's got a bounty rail. Love to see it. All right. Sweat. 3 zeros are good. Let's look for one more. Find that curve. 1,000. Wow. Back to Forrest. Got another shot here. All right. This. All right, here we go. Forrest. We're looking for that 4th 0. Come on. 1,000. Tim's rail erupts. erupts with emotion. All right. This is Tim. This is your fourth one, right? Fourth out of 7. Looking for that curve. $1,000. Back to Forrest. He's got just 2 left. All right. I got you. All right. Sweat. Let's find that 0. 1,000. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The sweat is real. The sweat is real. All right. You think it's this one? $1,000. Forrest's last one. Cool, mama. Should we shake it up? Shake it up. Can we shake it up real fast, Kurt? We're gonna spin it one more time for Forrest. All right, buddy. Come on in. Good luck, buddy. All right. Good luck, dude. Let's find that curve. $1,000. Oh, mama. All right. Tim has 3 left, right? Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, this is number 6 for you. And I'll have 7. All right. Number 6 for Tim. Let's go. All right, let's pull the 6 game. All right, there we go. The 50 has been pulled. The 50 has been pulled. He's that. That's how you start a show. Oh, it's all tinies from here. Easy game. All right. Just like the lottery. All right, let's get over to the action. Let's play some cards, everybody. Yeah. Boom.
There we are.
Boom. $50,000 is gone. It's sad, but it's good. Welcome to day 3, the final table of the $1,100 buy-in mystery bounty at the Golden Nugget. We had $1 million guarantee, completely clobbered it. You remember Nathan Gamble? He was here with us yesterday when Chad was in the booth. Welcome back, Nathan.
I appreciate you having me again, Jesse.
Happy to have you, buddy.
This has absolutely blown it out of the water. As you said, $1 million guarantee. It hit over 2.2 million. 200K bounties, 275K bounties. And one of the players that is at this final table, Vid Zagar, was one of the players that drew that 100K.
That's right. That's right. And now we got Tim, who just pulled the 50K, and he's one of the short stacks. Just insane. Let's introduce you quickly to our players. Sitting in seat 1 is Forrest Rally. He starts today with 7.8 million. In seat 2, it's Vid Zagar, like Nathan just mentioned, who pulled that 100K yesterday from Slovenia with 12.2 million. That's 41 bigs. Johnny Kelly from the UK sitting with 4 million in seat 3, 14 big blinds. In seat 4, you got Umberto from Portugal, 5 million. He's got 17 bigs to start. Eduardo is in seat 5 from Brazil, 3.1 million. That's just 10 bigs. Kyle Gross is in seat 6. He's our short stack of the day, 6 bigs, 1.7 from the U.S. In seat 7, you just saw him, Tim Garles from the U.S., 2.9 million with 10 bigs and $50,000 in his pocket. Kunal is in seat 8 from India, 2.6 million, 9 bigs. And finally in seat 9, Felipe from Argentina, 30.8 bigs, 30.8 million, 10 bigs. My goodness, Nathan. This is going to be fun.
This is really amazing to watch right now. I just had a friend who shot me a text before he started. He said his buddy Kim G, the man that just pulled that 50K, is his boy from Iowa. Shout out JR. Shout out Tim.
It looks like they actually swapped 2 of the seats. I believe actually that Kunal is in seat 9 from India with 2.6. It's Felipe in seat 8. You can see just to his right over there with all the chips. 30.8 million to start the day. My goodness.
I mean, that's representative of almost half of all the chips in play, 44%. The only thing I'm a little bit sad of, shout out to Tim, but I wish we still had that 50K in play because of the dynamics it would create at this final table. Now, as we see, every player that's knocked out is only worth 1,000. That's all that's left in those mystery bounties. So
that's
it's
right. But hey, you know
static.
At the same time, now we're just playing no limit hold'em.
Yeah.
Now we're just getting to play some real poker. We've got some skilled players, as we've seen from yesterday. We've seen elite play. I mean, I can't wait. And we've got lots of money to play for. 9th place is guaranteed, let me see here, $21,920, and it just climbs up to that $218,000 top prize. It's we're in for some fun here, Nathan. We're in for some fun. There you go.
Let's take a look right there. We have just under 22,000 for 9th, 28,000 for 8th, but you don't get into that 100K range until you're in 3rd place. As we mentioned, Vid Zakar has already cleared that with a 100K pool yesterday. I mean, let's talk about how big that is for an $1,100 event, Jesse.
Just insane, dude. Insane. I mean, I love it. I love the value that people got to play here. But let's get to the action. Eduardo in seat. I mean, it's undergun +1 starts with King Jack offsuit, and he's considering his options.
Yeah, I mean, we've already looked at just all those stacks before we started, and it really boils down to the other chips in play. There's a 5K jump between 9th place and 8th place, so they're really going to be paying attention short stack to short stack and trying to ladder up a little bit more. And as well, we're coming in today 150 at 300,000 with a $300,000 ante in the middle, but that's about to change as we're coming in from last night's level. We have 17 minutes left, and we're about to go to 200, 400, 400,000.
Felipe with pocket 7s in the cutoff here. He's got the chip lead. I mean, it took him 3 times as long as everyone else to get his chips ready. It was hilarious.
Yeah, this is the first player I've ever seen. He actually required 2 bags to come into a final table. He has over 100 big blinds, and it looks like he is potentially collecting even more.
That's right.
Kunal all in, King 5 suited. He is probably our most experienced player at this final table, has $750,000 in winnings coming into today, and obviously looking to expand upon that.
We'll get the graphics back up in just a second, guys.
So Felipe had raised to 600,000. Kunal's in for 2.6 million.
And we see the call. King 5 versus the pocket 7s.
We did see a King Jack fold earlier, as well as I believe one other King. There's those graphics back up and running.
All right, there we go.
Jack 10, 8,
Wow,
dry
King,
6 on the turn.
King does not find it. Kunal does find the double in the first hand of action. Boom.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the graphics are wrong simply because it's showing Kunal with the King 5 suited, Felipe with the pocket 7s. They have those players transposed right now, so we're going to keep an eye on that. In reality, Kunal did have the black 7s, while Felipe had the King 5 suited. We'll try to get that sorted out for you, but as opposed to being eliminated, Kunal is doubling up.
I'm going to take a quick break, Nathan, and make sure that I can get someone to go tell them in the booth about that mistake. So I'll be right back.
Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We'll hold down the fort while Jesse runs away from me. So one of the things that I am most interested in keeping an eye on here is Johnny Kelly from the UK over in seat 3. And I say that specifically because he has by far and away the loudest rail while we are waiting to start up the stream today. We got them cheering. We got them yelling. They're doing some chants. And I believe a couple beers are being drank. So this is going to be a fun final table and final table rail to keep an eye on as well. You see on the back of Kunal's chair there, Natural 8 India. He is from Mumbai and is a sponsored pro from Natural 8. Came in today with $750,000 and off to a great start. In seat 2 there is Vid Zagar. He's the one that drew that 100K bounty. Came into today as well, second in chips. Chip counts are still slightly off. Kunal did double up to 6.1 million. However, Felipe is not going to have 34 million. We're getting that fixed right now. He should be about 28 million after doubling up Kunal. No harm, no foul. Can't get eliminated off the graphics alone. Tim right there in the gray hoodie is the gentleman that just pulled that 50K and 6K and several 1K bounties prior to start. So he did come in today as one of our short stacks, but drew 61,000 in bounties prior to today's start. So hell of a beginning for him.
All right, I went and talked to the staff of the poker room and got them going to make the change, so we should see that fixed. We're in YouTube chat. We're in Twitch chat as well. Just want to shout everyone who's in chat. Hey, Bruce Simmons. What's up, Nettie? What's up, All Business? Jay Air. I can't say that one. Oh. What's up, dudes? Over on YouTube. Hey, Lucas, Warren, Mario, Rafa, RMX, Michael, Daniel. Appreciate all you guys in chat here early. My name's Jesse. With me is Nathan Gamble. How many bracelets do you have? At least like 2 or 3, right?
2 bracelets so far. We're looking to expand on that in the
We're going to try to
future.
grow that. Not today. We're here. We're busy here, but.
That's right. Well, Vid is also busy raising up King 3 suited from the button, getting it through the small blind with 10-9 of hearts. And I'm guessing he's going to get through Umberto here. 8-4 offsuit, but rocking that gorgeous cowboy hat, Jesse. I mean, he is looking like an all-star out there. He's that classy, that glamorous cowboy, and he hails from Portugal. Don't know too many professional players that have come from Portugal, but right beside him is Eduardo, coming from Brazil, one of the hotbeds of poker right now. And that just speaks to the volume that this PokerNews Cup has been a global affair. Every time someone came up the other day to draw a bounty, Jesse would ask him, hey, where are you from? And it was Germany, it was Slovakia, Slovenia, Ireland, Brazil. It's a very international affair here, especially at this final table.
There was one guy from Henderson, Nevada.
I've heard of that before.
Yeah, it's like 10 minutes away. That wasn't that far. But most of the people were from far away. Nathan's absolutely right. What's up, Colorado Kid over on YouTube? Jesse, we need poker tells on breaks. I don't have my book with me, but maybe Nathan can tell us some poker tells. We'll see how it goes. We'll actually be going to some beautiful broadcasts of the other bounties from day 2 during break, so we'll have some good content for you guys. Forrest wakes up with a king-queen offsuit in the hijack, and he'll put some of his chips to work. Vid directly to his left in the cutoff with the queen-jack offsuit and a decent amount of chips, but says, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I think Vid definitely wants to preserve his chip stack, get in when he has the ability to get bounty, but not necessarily tangle with another player that has a similar stack to him, as it really cripple his ability to get bounties and ladder up as the event progresses.
Right. Hey, Nitty, over on Twitch. Is Golden Nugget downtown? It is indeed, buddy. Golden Nugget opened back in the 1940s on Fremont in downtown Las Vegas, right across the street from Binion's Horseshoe.
It's funny. Personally, I'd never been down here outside of a scavenger hunt before, but it's really gorgeous property, especially this poker room, Jesse. It is towering ceilings, I'd say 25 feet tall, multiple tables, amazing staff, and I mean, you can tell just by this feature table with the crisp blue felt. You got the PokerNews Cup logo in the middle, Golden Nugget right there on the side. they've really done a great job and really care about poker down here, Jesse.
Yeah, man, no, poker's been a big value at the Golden Nugget for years and years. Steve Wynn used to own this property back in the 80s and 90s, and he loved poker. He played the World Series of Poker main event multiple times back when the field was only like 100, 150 players. And he, I know they had the Grand Prix of Poker back in the 80s as a big event that drew lots of players as well. Of course, now you got Andy Rich, who's the director of poker operations, and he has the Grand Poker Series, which is such a big success every year out here. We are in the Grand Ballroom. This is a great space that is just filled with poker tables, but the cash room on the other end of the property is just as fun, man.
Yeah, it's really gorgeous. It's well lit down here. I read the profile that PokerNews did on Andy Rich the other day, and he definitely loves his job. He's passionate about poker. He's in the right industry to help bring it to masses, and we're very lucky to have him.
That's right. Kunal in seat 9 here, just having doubled his chips, is looking to make some moves with ace-4 hearts. Over to Forrest in seat 1, just to the left of the dealer with king 10 suited.
So this is an interesting situation because it's a spot that you could 3-bet as a steal from Forrest. Looks like he's going to call and just go off of the merits of the hand itself.
Right.
There's lots of playable hands in position behind him, but the reality is the stacks are just too short for these players to be playing suited connectors. A lot of these stack sizes are more all-in or fold stacks at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah. Absolutely, when 30 million out of the near 75 million in play are in one person's possessions, there's a lot of just one decision hands here. Kyle does release. Kyle Gross is our shortest stack at the table, folding the king 5.
Off to flop ace-4 versus king 10 offsuit. A little bit of a gut shot here for Forrest on a queen 9-4 rainbow board. Kunal flopping bottom pair.
Just one club. We do not have 4-color deck in play right now, guys. So that is 3 clubs for a potential backdoor flush draw if he does take that route. We'll see. We'll see. Nettie asks the WSP horseshoe close by. Not too close, buddy. Not close. I'd say about like maybe 6 or 7 miles, like a 10-minute drive. 3 of spades on the turn after it checks around.
Kunal is going to find a bet here with the ace-4. Tried to deny Forrest equity for a hand exactly like what he has here, king 10. So 2 overs and a gut shot. See how Forrest reacts to that. Looks strongly like he's going for the call. He is indeed. Decides to peel one off. 9 of diamonds on the river. 9 does not rate to be in either of these players' hands, so it's kind of a neutral card. I could expect Kunal to check here and then potentially bluff catch on the river, as I don't think he gets value from any hand, and I also don't think he'd be able to bluff off a better hand. Let's see if he agrees. So far, so good. So Forrest will have a lot of missed straight draws here, missed flush draws here. As I said, he doesn't rate to have a 9 in his hand from the post-flop call of a raise. Could potentially have a few queens from time to time, but if he does go with the bet, I think Kunal would find the call. Good give up there by
Both
Forrest.
show and Kunal does take it down. Can we talk for a minute about Johnny Kelly's tattoos? The arms, the body does not match the face, man. The face and hair, I'm like, it looks like a nice guy, and I see these tattoos like, whoa, right?
I'm impressed. Assume British footballer.
Must be.
A little bit of hooligan there.
I guess.
He does have, by far and away, the largest rail. We're on a 30-minute delay right now, ladies and gentlemen, and the one thing I can guarantee you is we have some action coming up just from listening to the rail going on around us.
Mike says he's ex-military. Oh, okay, gotcha. It's one of those taken situations, right? Okay, cool, smooth.
I'm going to say maybe avoid him unless you want to If you're on the wrong side of him,
Yeah,
let's
no,
put it that way.
I'm set. I'm set. We'll stay on the good side.
Vid here with a very playable ace-9 off. He's reminiscent of Victor Bloom for me. Same type of haircut. He's from Slovenia, so a little bit different part of the country, but just has that stone cold killer look to him. Umberto here. His style is reminiscent to me of good friend Yuri Zivaleski, where he just comes in dressed to impress at any given time. So definitely appreciate the style that Umberto is bringing to his table. Eduardo here, ace-9 offsuit. Considering his options, really doesn't have a lot left in his stack. Sub 10 big blinds.
It's just so hard with these ladders, though. I mean, Kyle Gross is still our shortest stack, and the ladders, let's just go over it real quick. 9th place pays, let me make sure, $21,920, $27K for 8th. It's just, the question is, if I bust here, am I just giving away that equity?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
It's a real consideration for these players when they're so short. I mean, our shortest stacks today came in 1.7 million, 2.6 million, 2.9 million, 3.1 million, 4 million, 5 million. They're all clumped together very, very closely. And let's say you wait out one person, that's 7,000 approximately in pay jumps. But let's say you're able to wait out 4 people just by folding. You're going to move up to over 45,000. I mean, double your money just for sitting there for an extra round or two.
That's right, man. Just crazy. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. If you're watching chat on Twitch or YouTube, let us know where you're from. Say hello. Nathan and I are here. We're hanging out. We'd love to answer questions, chat with you guys as well. We'll be here I'll be here all day. Nathan, I don't know if you got plans, but...
No, I told you yesterday I had to go and run off to play a World Series event. I played a 10K pot limit Omaha 8-bear event. Lasted about 2 hours, so not the best ROI. And as soon as I finished, I texted Jesse and said, hey, if you'll have me, I'm back in for tomorrow's final table. So we're here start to finish.
Beautiful, beautiful. Love it, dude. We got Gabriel on YouTube from Atlanta, Georgia. Got D-Gen on tour from the good old Netherlands. What's up, D-Gen? Got Colorado. Aces for Johnny. Oh, Vid with the pocket tens. This could be bloody. Oh.
Yeah, I think we fully know what's about to happen here.
I think we do, buddy.
Vid is going with the very normal open on the pocket tens. Johnny is going to come over the top all in, and then it really just depends.
Well, we'll see, though. We'll see.
Only way Vid will get saved here is if someone behind him, particularly a big stack, raises on top of that. But otherwise, I think those pocket tens are going to be seeing a flop with Johnny.
I know who you are, Milko. What's up, D-Gen? It is an all-in from Johnny. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, I got Kyle with an ace. Kyle Gross saying this is gross.
Kyle does find the fold. You know Johnny is going to be particularly strong here. 110 in the hand of Felipe. That does not bode well for Vid, but he does have uncovered suits. We got diamonds and clubs in Vid's hand, so he at least has one live flush draw on that 10 of diamonds. Has some straight opportunities and that single 10 remaining. Don't think he's going to be finding a fold anytime soon here with pocket tens against the 11 big blind shove of Johnny.
We got Nettie over on Twitch from the UK. Happy 4th of July coming up soon. We got Power from 04 from Australia. What's up, buddy? All right, we're getting close to the board, you guys. Just making sure we get these numbers just right.
Vid is still considering his options.
Yep.
This would be a very heroic fold. We saw some amazing play yesterday leading up to his final table, particularly a fold with a set versus a flush yesterday, courtesy of Mr. Brent Burrows. So we've definitely seen some really high caliber play here, and Vid is taking his time in consideration.
I mean, you got to ask yourself, with those short stacks like Kyle, what would Johnny shove with? Is it an overpair? Because you got 13 million. Oh, man. Vid did start the day second in chips.
Yeah, and we don't know what dynamics these players have had. We don't know if this is their first time meeting or not.
Right.
If they played extensively together on the
Day
tables
two,
leading up on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So if this is their first encounter versus if they played together extensively yesterday, it does play a very large role in it.
Warren in chat says, never folding here. Surely. Well, we'll see, buddy. We will see. Vid really thinking this through. He does make a call. Shows the tens. Ace is the bad news. Yep, it's not the flip you were hoping for, buddy. Johnny looking to double up here.
And you can hear that rail in the background. That is definitely Johnny's rail. Whoa!
Whoa, that's the last 10. That's a case 10 on the flop here. The case 10.
All right, now Johnny needs some saving. It's going to be a running queens, running king jack, or running ace is his only chance at this pot.
All right, there's one ace left in the deck, one ace left. Can he find it? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Johnny with the miracle case ace on the river. Oh, my goodness.
Look at how calm he is. He just almost expected it. He's been in these situations before.
Look at this.
I think.
Wow.
And you heard someone say it. They
That's
told him
the case ace.
that was it.
That was the case 10 too. How insane. Love it. Love the rail. So good. And you're right, Johnny, just cool as a cucumber. Just enjoying the moment.
I would love to hear some of his background in the UK Army. It definitely looks like, personally, knowing what I know, those tattoos, I'm going to say he is some sort of special forces member. I'm going to take a guess. He's seen some stuff in life. So busting out of a poker tournament, one out here, one out there, it's not really something that's going to get his adrenaline flowing one way or another.
My goodness. I mean, this is the table to do this on. My gosh. All right. All right. I guess that's how we're going to start this thing, buddy.
One out versus one out. Here we go.
Why not?
You can see the look of incredulousness and slight disappointment on some of these other players' face.
Oh, 100%. Kyle Gross looking at that ladder saying, this is real. I just made an extra 5K or so. Not so easy. Not so easy. We got to work at this. All right, moving on to the next hand.
It's going to be interesting to see how Vid takes this. As you say, he came in second in chips. He chipped up a little bit, and then he got in. You're okay getting it in behind. It happens from time to time. It's not that big a deal. But when you spark that 10 on the flop, you're good on the turn. You already have the money locked up in your head, and then it gets taken away from you. It's a very hard mental hurdle to overcome. So I'm going to keep an eye on Vid and his mentality moving forward.
All right, so Kyle Gross has 2.5 bigs. He's got a queen 8 offsuit. He's late position. He says, I think it's time to make my move.
Yeah,
the ladder didn't happen. The ladder didn't happen. It's time to take a shot. It all makes sense.
The blinds did go up to 200, 400, 400,000.
That's right.
Felipe here finding a call, small blind, 6-4 diamonds. Can call 1-2. Can't find the call with the 6-3 offsuit.
Right. So we do see a call from Felipe, 6-4. He wants that bounty. He's in the small blind. He's got the chip lead. It's not much for him. 8 on the flop is fantastic for Kyle. right, he's looking to fade a 5. Only a 5. Oh, all right, another 8 for Kyle. It secures the double, a little more than double, up to 2.8 million.
Yeah, absolutely. He was down to $1 million, so he got the $1 million from the small blinds call for Felipe, alongside the 800,000 in play from our big blind Canal in between the big blind and the ante. So almost triples up there.
Yeah. Fantastic timing with the Queen 8, my goodness.
Tim beside him had Jack 10 suited. Found a fold, didn't want to put himself at risk. Go for the 1K in bounties.
These are our chip counts. As you can see, Tim is our short stack now of 5 bigs, 2.1 million. Kyle jumped up from 9th to 7th with 7. Eduardo is still sitting there with 2.3. Our top stack is Felipe with 66 bigs. And where's Johnny sitting 4th after that double up with 18 bigs, 7.4 million. Fantastic. And just like that, Johnny with another pocket pair.
Pocket 9s here. He just looks cool as a cucumber. He's been here before. He knows what he's doing.
That's right.
Definitely one to watch.
If you're just tuning in, welcome to the final table of the $1,100 buy-in Mystery Bounty Poker News Cup at Golden Nugget, Las Vegas. This event had a $1 million guarantee. Last year in 2022, we had a $1 million guarantee that hit 1.2. This year, we hit over 2.2. A fantastic showing from the poker community who came out to support and play in our beautiful Mystery Bounty event. And here we are with over $200,000 up top. Final table action. Myself, Jesse Fullen from Poker News, Nathan Gamble beside me, 2-time bracelet winner from the World Series. He will be here with me through the end of today's broadcast.
Yeah, I was talking with Chad Holloway yesterday when I was doing commentary with him, and I know it's a Poker News Cup, but I really think we should rename it to maybe the Global Cup because of all the international players that came out for this. At this final table alone, we have 7 countries represented, 3 players from the United States. We have Slovenia, Portugal, Brazil, India, and Argentina as well. So it's a very global affair here from just about every reaches of the world.
I have to immediately stop you. We're not changing the name. Poker News, no, it's Marketing 101. Marketing 101, you put your name on it.
Poker News Global Cup? Just a little bit, just a little bit of something, maybe.
All right. We appreciate the free feedback. We'll see what we do next year, but don't be disappointed if it doesn't happen. Sleevey, I can tell you the payouts. They're over at PokerNews.com. Top prize, $218,605. Right now they've got $21,900 locked up, and some nice ladders from there.
Well, not only that, but we also had those mystery bounties in play. At this point, all of the big ones have been drawn, but some of those big ones have been drawn from players at this table. One of them was a $100,000 bounty that went to Vid Zagar over in seat 2, and one of them was drawn just before we started this final table by Tim Garles over in seat 7, who drew a $50,000 one. So while those payouts are 22,000 all the way up to 218, these players are guaranteed much, much more than that already. Kyle contemplating what to do with that 7-8 suited off of a sub 10 big blind stack. Tim following him with a Queen 8 offsuit. Just saw what it can do a minute ago.
Felipe in late position with an ace is going to elect to raise. He'll make it 800,000, just a min raise.
Yeah, Felipe was our chip leader by a large margin coming into today. From my understanding, he said he sun run yesterday. He had a deuce on the river 2 different times to make trip deuces, one of them against pocket aces, and just came in today. 2 bags of chips, Jesse. Over 100 big blinds. He needed 2 bags just to get himself to this final table.
Just crazy. Just crazy. This is the time to hit that run good, though. My goodness.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're going to run pure, let's do it the final table. And I mean, honestly, I'm sure he's playing great, but sometimes you don't even have to play well if you're running that good.
Vid with the suited king 3, giving it a little more extra time to consider it, but he does release.
From what I've seen, it seems like a very fun, a very festive atmosphere. Everyone, as we said, has already locked up a lot of money in both payouts and bounties. And I'm seeing Vid as being our player that is taking us the most seriously and just really buttoning down and thinking through every single situation, not letting the fun atmosphere affect his play. I really like to see that.
This has been such a blast, man. Today is day 3, but in reality it's day 5 because we have 3 starting flights. I'll tell you more about that as we continue to have a little bit of pauses. Ace Queen here for Umberto under the gun. We haven't seen much from Umberto so far this morning. We started at 2 p.m. Pacific this afternoon.
Well, I've seen a very dapper cowboy. I don't know about you. I think he's shown us a lot already.
That scarf and that hat, buddy.
And the mustache. You cannot dodge that mustache.
Oh, what are we going to see here?
Looks like he's going with one of the plays that we see commonly at the high stakes. He's not shoving all in. He's going to be putting forward a very committing stack, a very large raise, but he's not going all in. And the reason behind that is simply, let's say the chip leader raises and then another stack goes all in. He still has the ability to fold and allow himself the opportunity to ladder up while 2 other hands compete against each other.
Johnny with the king-queen suited here may have a decision to make. It's not a min raise, it's not a jam that Johnny's facing. So it is a very interesting spot.
Yeah, Umberto started with 10.5 big blinds, raising a very committing stack under the gun, half of his stack. So now Johnny has to determine how he's doing up against a range of hands that Umberto would be doing that with. Check out the scarf. This is not a man I would want staring me down.
No question. He's just counting those chips, really putting the thought into it.
I don't think he's going to be picking up anything off of Umberto here. He seems very stoic, very calm, very peaceful. If you call, you call. If you fold, you fold. But I don't think he's going to really give anything away.
That's right. He does release the king-queen. Umberto will take it down. So what you missed, Nathan, on days 1A through C is we had, a packed house in 1C. My goodness, every table in the room was this tournament. It was insane. But we also had a giant booth out in the hallway with a big prize wheel. I'm giving away PokerNews water bottles, hats, shirts, signed books by Helmuth Negreanu, stuff like that. And man, it was hilarious seeing people who spent $1,100 to play multiple times sometimes come out and just have fun spinning the wheel. It was a blast, dude. This whole event, from the beginning to the end so far, has just been all about having fun, and it's been a time. I hope that you guys can consider attending our next PokerNews Cup out here in Vegas, probably next year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mystery Bounties create some of the most fun atmospheres in the entire room. As soon as you make day 2, as soon as those bounties are in play, it's very electric, it's very fun. It's really a great atmosphere. And here at the Golden Nugget just really, really provides for that opportunity. And you've been doing this since beginning of June, Jesse.
That's right. Here's a tough spot for Eduardo. Under the gun, which means, and he only has, just around 5 bigs? He'd have to put in 2 of those next hand with the big blind ante. So he does move all in with Jack 10 to control his destiny.
Finds that all in. Felipe, Queen 9 offsuit on the commanding stack here.
There he is.
If he has any desire.
No, of course, yeah. Kunal with the ace. Here's the thing to consider now also. The bounties that are left in play are all 1,000. We know that. So those are no longer a decision maker here. Otherwise, I think Kunal might make that call with the ace if that 50K bounty was still in play.
Yeah, if that 50K was still in play, it changed things dramatically.
Right.
Vid here on the button, King Jack off. See if he can find the call for just over 5 big blinds, about 6. And here's another thing that's very interesting is the stack distribution. Our chip leader is Felipe. Following him is Kunal, a very experienced player with a decent amount of chips. Forrest behind him, again, a good amount of chips. Vid behind him with a good amount of chips.
Oh,
so
we
you
do
have
see a
all
call.
of these chip leaders in a row. Doesn't enable a player such as Felipe to call as lightly as he normally would.
We do see a call from Vid. Johnny releases the king 3. Over to Umberto with the scarf and the cowboy hat with the ace 8. Sitting on 4.4. What a spot. 10 bigs, 11 bigs really. You finally get an ace.
I imagine we'll see a fold rather quickly here. You have an undergun all in from a short stack, so you potentially have a ladder up already. Then your button just flat calls the undergun raise, which is supposed to be an exceptionally strong hand. I don't think Umberto has any option here but to fold.
You see, that's what I'd say for any elite player, but this is a cowboy, man. Look at his cowboy hat.
Oh, but
you never
he's
know.
an elite cowboy.
That's true. That's true. All right, he does like to fold. Jack 10 gets the bad news that the jack is overlap with the king over here.
I don't speak Brazilian. Hopefully someone can translate for us later, but I think he's saying... Oh.
Thank you, Johnny. Jack 10, king jack.
Jack 10.
Jack on the flop, but sadly that's not going to be enough for Eduardo. He's going to need running cards or 10.
We'll see, though.
That's actually a good card for him, as
Right.
it provides an extra out. He has 4 outs to queens. Let's see if he can hit one.
Vid scores the knockout.
And celebrates it.
Whoa. Our camera trying to capture all the celebration there. Oh, Eduardo, good game. Out in 9th place.
What a wonderful run there from Eduardo Silva from Brazil. Beautiful work, and congratulations on your 9th place. That will bump all of our final tables now from roughly 22,000 up to just under 28,000
That's
for the
right.
first ladder of the day.
That's right. Eduardo Silva taking home 21,920 with his 9th place finish. Ladders, says Warren Burnett over in YouTube land. Rob on Twitch says, I'm looking forward to the next Poker News Cup on Global Poker. That's right, buddy. It was a fun series, and fingers crossed we can do that again very soon, man. I enjoyed it as well. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Day 3, our final table of the Poker News Cup. Here's the Golden Nugget. This was an $1,100 buy-in mystery bounty. We're down to the final 8. I'm Jesse Fullen from Poker News. With me is my buddy Nathan Gamble in the booth. Let's get back to the action.
And you can see here how important it is to maintain your composure and stack size. Tim, sitting on 5 big blinds, just found an extra $6,000 for sitting out a couple hands. So we're really going to see how these players react, how their stack sizes dictate the laddering or aggression which they're going to take. Kunal opening up ace-8 offsuit here. Forrest not going to be able to play from the hijack. Vid back up roundabouts of his starting stack. He started at 12.3 million. He's back up to 12.6 after doubling up this man right here, Johnny, and then in turn knocking out Eduardo in 9th place. So a little bit of a roller coaster ride to start the day, but he's back on top. Kyle here with 5 big blinds behind, 6 big blinds in total. Ace-6 offsuit in the big blind. I believe he is our shortest or second shortest stack remaining at this point. Maybe Tim there on his left-hand side has a little bit less. All right, he is going with the ace-6 offsuit for Kyle from the big blind. Kunal is going to find that call with ace-8 offsuit, I imagine. 4 big blinds more. Does find the call pretty quickly.
All in the call. Not me.
going to be a lot of opportunities with these mid aces. Ace 6 off for short stack Kyle. Ace 8 offsuit for Kunal. Let's see what happens. 6 in the window.
Oof.
No clubs for either of these players. Kunal need an 8 or running straight. 10 on the turn. Only an 8 here will send Kyle out in 8th place. Otherwise, he's going to find a very nice double up. Let's see what that river produces for us. 4 of diamonds is going to secure the double up for Kyle. Kunal knocked down to roughly 12 big blinds. You know, Tim was rooting for Kyle to be busted out there. You see a little bit of a grimace there as he's hoping to move up another 7,000 in payouts. I think maybe we should remind him he got an extra 61,000 before today started, just in mystery bounties.
Nathan, I'm writing a tweet right now to help support the stream. Gonna put this out there, and let's see. Just get that payout, 218,605. Boom, boom, boom.
We'll also ask everyone out there that is watching, like, support, share it, let people know that you're out there in support and watching this. Here's those chip counts on the day. Tim are clearing away short stack with only 5 big blinds. Gonna need a little bit of luck, just like he had to begin the day, to stay at this final table much longer. Felipe has not found a playable hand since that very first one, where he doubled up Kunal with the King 5 suit versus pocket sevens. Now Kunal down to 12 big blinds, finds Jack 10 suited, under gun +1. Trying to figure out how many chips he has remaining. You see him literally counting out his stack. All right, he is making a very large, very committing raise. Does the exact same thing we saw earlier. Putting in half his stack, 2.5 million. Lets the players behind him know he's committed, but at the same time gives himself the opportunity to fold if there's significant action behind him. So far we folded around to Kyle in the small blind. Jack 7 offsuit, not gonna play. Tim here, last remaining hope, 9-5 offsuit. Folds, and Kunal picks up 2.5 big blinds, which is $1 million in chips, Jesse. I mean,
My goodness, man.
this final table is getting large very quickly.
All right, our tweet is live. If you want to head over to twitter.com/PokerNews, help us out. Like, share, comment. Let's get sure as many people in the poker community know about this final table. Nathan will be here all day with you guys, watching, commentating, sharing, celebrating these massive prizes being awarded. What's up, Abigail over on YouTube? Warren, Tate, Jatton, The Soul Train, Scott, Jeremiah. Appreciate all you guys hanging out. We are live on Twitch and YouTube. We're in the chat with you if you have any questions or comments. Otherwise, let's watch some good poker.
Questions, comments, or concerns.
That's
are
right.
always welcome.
That's right, buddy.
Ooh, Tim here also thinks that Ace King suited is always welcome in the small blind. He has 1.2 million plus his 200,000 on the small blind, so 1.4 million. Gonna jam it all in. Felipe here has to call 1 million more for opportunity to knock him out. Doesn't like what he sees, but I don't think he's gonna be folding for only $1 million.
No, don't think so.
There's the call. Finds he has 2 live cards, which is all he really cared about.
That's right.
33% chance to knock Tim out in 8th place for Felipe. Everyone else at the table is actively rooting for that as they would gain another 6,000. Here comes the flop. Very
10,
dry.
9, 5. That's right. Very dry for Felipe. Tim in the lead.
10 of diamonds did not provide any additional outs. He's going to need an 8 or a 4 to knock out Tim.
King for Tim. He finds the double. Tim came in the day with 7 bounties that he accrued yesterday that he didn't redeem. We took Forrest and Tim, Forrest with 5, and we went back and forth zigzag before, just as our broadcast was starting. If you missed it, I hope that you can go back and watch this part because it was fun. We had this great sweat cam where you could watch each bounty get opened very slowly. But Tim, on his 6th pull, found the final $50,000 bounty. A wonderful first one with a short stack in today's field to find that basically 4th place money. He just gets to slide into his pocket.
Yeah.
He then immediately found the other biggest bounty, the 6K, right behind it. So yeah, he's already locked up 56,000, and here he sits in the shortest stack, 7 bigs.
He came in today with 2.9 million, has really dwindled down until that last hand, and now he's back up to just above where he started, 3.1 million. So came in today, gets an extra 61,000 in bounties, and then has already locked up an additional 6,000 in prize pool to boot.
That's right.
Our 100K bounty pooler, Vid Zagar here. He pulled that very first one yesterday to pull a 100K bounty. Made the final table in 2nd place. And he's picking up King Queen suited here, under gun +1, 8-handed affair. I'm really liking it slows down the action a little bit, but I'm liking how all the players are waiting to look at their cards until it's on them. I've talked with a couple friends recently that I had at the table and told them after I busted out that they actually were looking at their hands prematurely and their face was just giving away exactly what they're going to do, if they're interested, if they're not interested, if they're bored. So I really appreciate from these players that they're waiting till it's on them and deciding at that point what they should do with their hand, as opposed to just giving off the tell prematurely.
Kunal lets go the 9-7 offsuit from the big blind. Vid takes it down.
Traditionally, you would see a lot of raise and take-its at this stage, but we do have a lot of extremely short stacks, so there is potential at any given time for an all-in to happen between those 5 and 10 big blind stacks. For those of you that are wondering, the gray chips there are 25,000, the red chips are 100,000. So a lot of the players have their gray chips hidden underneath the reds. If you look over at Felipe, he has mounds and mounds and mounds of reds on top of his mounds and mounds of grays.
That's right. And the little green chips with the white stripes are the bounty chips, of course. That when you get knocked out, all you have to do is just slide that forward if you want to go all in. And of course, the winning hand will redeem that.
Umberto here, pocket tens. Pocket tens have not fared too well so far, Jesse. Let's see if Umberto can reverse that trend.
Umberto with just over 10 bigs. Early position.
We saw him earlier put forward half of his stack. Let's see if he continues with that trend when he wants to put himself all in. If he puts forward the vast majority of his chips, yes, he does do so. Puts in 2 million of his 4.2. Seven deuce game is not in play, so Kyle finds a relatively easy fold there. So far, so good. Folding around, forcing a big blind with an absolutely dominated 10-9 offsuit. There's a grimace starting to form as he says, I can't do it. You're going to get this through. We haven't really seen a lot from Forrest so far at this final table. He just hasn't been dealt in so far.
Right. On YouTube, what's up, Giggity Gig? Welcome, just got here. Who was the gal earlier that was talking to the one guy?
Oh, the gal earlier talking with the one guy?
Yeah.
Oh,
Pretty sure that was one of the ladies.
yeah,
And the guy was the other guy, right?
I think so.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Cool.
Okay,
We're
cleared
on the
that
same
one up.
page. Yep, that's right. What's up, Blaze? Tanya? Holidays? Welcome, everyone on YouTube. What's up, Twitch chat? On your show. Oh, who is the girl talking on our show?
Maybe she's talking about the Chad and Jesse show.
I don't know, man.
Did you have any female
It's just been me and
poker
Nathan so
players?
far today. I know we didn't have any. So, oh, maybe it was we had Caitlin and Nikki Limo on but that was weeks ago. I don't know, man. Oh, Will Jaffe, different show, my friend. That's on Poker Go. This is Poker News.
It was Will Jaffe the female, or
Oh no,
was he interviewing a female?
he's talking about High Noon with Ryan
Ryan DePaulo and Will Jaffe.
Yeah, no, different channel, different show, my friend. You oh yeah, no, this is Poker News.
Different channel, different show, different people,
Different everything.
Yeah, top to bottom, different.
His excuse is I'm on my computer. That's okay. Don't worry about it, man. It's all good. We're glad you're here. Giggity. Come on in, enjoy.
Kunal going to put the pocket tens to work yet again. That seems to be the most popular hand out of the deck so far. We've seen one of them lose in an all-in situation, one of them pick up the blinds, and now Kunal on the button here with about 12 big blinds and those pocket tens. Okay, he's going to put forward a very, very committing 4 million chip raise. Of course, he's going to look down at Queen 5 offsuit in the small blind. Not sure what vid is working with yet, but not enough, that's for sure. So another pickup there for Kunal. Moves up to another million in chips.
This is a great table, man. Everyone's just happy. Like talking to guys before the table started, as we were taking pictures and everything. Everyone at this table is just having a good time. It feels like. I'm a big fan of this kind of energy. So much money in play, and everyone's just good. I mean, even Johnny. You see Johnny's big double, and he's just cool as a cucumber. I mean, it's such a. I'm very happy with this table, man. Lots of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I love when you get some people that are. Obviously, they're still great players, but they're not quite as serious within the component of they know how to enjoy the moment, they know how to have some levity at the table, and they're not just purely staring at each other. You can tell this money means a lot to them, but they're enjoying the experience along the way.
Damn right. Giggity Gig in YouTube chat asked, where is this cup at, buddy? Well, the event's taking place at the Golden Nugget. The cup, the actual trophy, is sitting near me and Nathan. We got it on lockdown, making sure no one walks off with it, because there is a pretty rowdy crowd out there. Partially for Johnny, I think a lot for Tim. There's a rowdy crowd, so we can't let that cup just sit with anybody. Yeah, we're at the Golden Nugget in downtown Las Vegas, Nevada.
And if you would like to see a picture of it, you can go over to Poker News and look at the final table. You'll see a picture of all the final tables there before we start today, all 9 of them. And right in the middle of the table is the Poker News Cup, the trophy that one of these players is going to be taking down today, alongside over $218,000 for first place.
It's real nice. Real nice.
One of the first pots we've seen Felipe pick up today. He hasn't done too well so far, but nicely for him. He has millions upon millions of extra backup in store.
Yeah, Felipe over to the right in the purple hoodie over there. He started there with 30 million, almost 40% of the chips in play. Plenty of ammunition. Plenty.
Yeah, that's right. There's just about 65 million in chips in total. So Felipe came in today with 44% of the chips at 9-handed table. To say he was running away with it would be an understatement, and the rest of these players are just really trying to catch up to him, maybe give themselves a chance to compete against that massive stack.
Great question from the Giggity Gig. How many people started? We had 2,331 runners over 3 starting days, building a prize pool of $2.26 million.
So would you say that cleared the guarantee by a little bit?
Oh, it cleared the guarantee by a little bit. And we over doubled the $1 million guarantee. 800,000 plus was in the bounty prize pool. There were two 100Ks, 275s, 250s, 225s. Oh man, it was so much fun. The guarantee was $1 million.
I mean, to clear that and have over 800,000 in the bounty pool alone.
Dude, how sick was that?
That's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, what's crazy is we doubled it. We had all that in bounties, and our first place prize today is still a little bit more than first place last year with no bounties, with just a normal no-limit hold'em event. I mean, it's so much fun.
I think mystery bounties are really the wave of the future. It gives a different dynamic. It gives a fun dynamic. And it also gives a lot more ability for more recreational players to get their hands on some serious money without running as deep as they normally would have to.
Yeah. Hey, what'd you think about our sweat cam?
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Isn't that sick? Dude, I hope more mystery bounties watch this broadcast and take that idea and run with it, because I think it makes it so much more fun to watch at home.
Taking our first non-all-in flop here, I believe.
Yeah,
Maybe
no
our
kidding.
second. Humberto called from the big blind after Kyle raised under gun. Kyle in a dominating position here with ace-5 suited. Got the legendary cat jammer at hand there. Humberto with king-5 suited. Has just only backdoor opportunities here on this deuce 9-7 rainbow board.
Humberto lets it go. That is correct. Colorado Kid bounties only for day 2. That's right. So players on day 1, A, B, and C played down to the money. They came back, and bounties were in play immediately upon the 12 p.m. start yesterday for day 2. We played all the way down to the final 9 yesterday. A long day, but man, it was a lot of fun. And then today, we counted the bounties that were remaining in the drum. We had about 21 or 22 or so. So with 9 players left, what that meant was a few of these guys had been holding on to their bounties, waiting, because they wanted to play poker yesterday. They didn't want to have to stop and run over. They wanted to enjoy their breaks as well. And so today, both Forrest had 5 bounties that he'd built up. Tim over here in the gray hoodie had 7. And so we went back and forth between the two to start our broadcast, pulling their bounties. And it was on his 6th pull that Tim found our final 50K, and his last pull found the final 6K. Now everything that's left is just 1K bounties. That's why you're not seeing them run over and pull, and that's also why we can really just focus on the poker today for this final table.
And that gentleman right there in the Poker Go hoodie is Vid Cigar. He pulled the very first 100K yesterday. Now he's at the final table. I was also there on site, on hand, watching as the other 100K got pulled by a gentleman by the name of Michael Lowe.
Oh, dude, are you kidding me? Johnny with the aces again?
Against pocket tens once more.
What in the world? Oh, Forrest in seat 1 with the min raise to 800K. And here we go. Johnny with sitting on 6.4. This could be huge, y'all. No, Warren, this is not a replay. This is on a 30-minute delay.
Yeah, this is about as live as you can get. This is a 30-minute delay, but we're watching it with you right now, right
What
here.
is Johnny making it here? It's not all in. He 3-bets to $3 million. Massive raise.
Forrest has largely been dealt out, hasn't played many hands at this final table so far. And now the very first hand he picks up is pocket tens. And Johnny is 3-betting him from the button, holding pocket aces. Let's see what Forrest goes with.
Forrest sitting with 4.3 million behind after his raise. He started with right around 5 million. 2.2 to call, just about half of his stack.
One thing he's not doing is looking around and checking out the stack sizes of other players, seeing who's short, who's not. He's kind of just making his decision on the merits of the hand alone right now.
Yep.
Last time the situation popped up, it was Johnny versus Vid. Vid had the pocket tens. 110 was dead. Vid hit a 10 in the window, and then Johnny hit the last remaining ace on the river, and now Johnny once again finds himself in the exact same situation. Pocket aces versus pocket tens, just one seat over.
What's up, Peter, on YouTube? This is live. We're live on a 30-minute delay, of course. Myself, Jesse Full, and Nathan Gamble beside me here in the booth. We are watching the final table of the PokerNews Cup Mystery Bounty event at Golden Nugget. Actions on Forrest after the 3-bet from Johnny with the Pocket Rockets. What's up, Dar, over on Twitch? This is an $1,100 buy-in.
You can see just how much he does not want to call. Now he's checking out the other stack sizes, seeing if there's any reason not to get it all in. But Forrest is very unhappy with the situation, as he should be. So what this really boils down to, because a $3 million raise is only 7.5 big blinds, but really what Forrest has to consider is the other stacks in play, these pay jumps, the ladders. The only time he's seen Johnny 3-bet so far was pocket aces. So he really has to weigh all this together and say, is he getting 3-bet enough by maybe pocket 8s or pocket 9s? Is it a coin flip, or is he just always going to be dominated by a higher pocket pair?
I mean, and what we've seen with Johnny's hand so far, we've seen aces. He showed the 9s as well, right? I believe he did. So so that's the thing. We've seen him make some plays with some powerful hands. Can Forrest find the fold here? Because you don't just want to call. You don't just want to call, obviously, and put... oh, no, someone called the clock. Oh, my goodness.
I think it's fair to call the clock after a certain amount of time in poker in general, just from a perspective of you have to make a decision.
Lets it go. What a fold from Forrest. Forrest started the day with a third largest chip stack, 7.8 million, 26 bigs. Now he's down to 4.3, 10 bigs in his stack. We've only lost one player, guys. Eduardo finished in 9th for 21,920.
What a great fold there from Forrest. Looking around at the other short stacks, 7 big blinds, 9 big blinds, really figured out that Johnny wouldn't be doing this too lightly. And that absolute best case scenario, he's in a coin flip, which he was not willing to take.
Right, absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching over on Twitch and YouTube. This is the day 3 final table of our $1,100 buy-in Mystery Bounty PokerNews Cup event at Golden Nugget, Las Vegas. This had a $1 million guarantee. It went crazy. We hit over $2.2 million, and it's been a blast. The bounties were great. We installed something called the Sweat Cam, where there's an overhead camera for every bounty as it was slid out of its envelope so you could watch it and sweat with us. We'll have some replays of the bounties on break, of course. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
So I understand that Sweat Cam was your idea and your production, Jesse? Is that my...
It was just after last year's PokerNews Cup that was such a success. I sat down with Andy Rich like about 10 months ago and said, hey, let's do this again, but let's do a mystery bounty. Man, we had some big dreams. We were talking about trying to get like a car in here, about like going to Counts, the guys who do like some car, reconstructions, and trying to get a big like old 60s Ford Mustang in the venue to give away as a bounty. I said, no, let's not go nuts. Let's not go crazy. But the bounty Sweat Cam was an immediate thought that we had. And then I worked with Gorilla Gaming. He's fantastic. I love GorillaGaming.net, man. Those guys are fantastic. They make all the tables of the World Series besides the PokerGo production stuff. Every other table in play that you've set at is a Gorilla Gaming table. Here we go. Tim says, let's go. Enough chit-chat.
Yeah, I know Gorilla Gaming does have a booth over at the World Series as well. Sponsored here at PokerNews Cup. From everything I've seen, all their tables, they are one of the best in the business, no question about it.
What's up, Peter, over on YouTube? Yeah, man, if you want to watch that one, that's fine, buddy. Don't worry about it. Today is day 1A of the main event. Of course, there'll be lots of focus on the World Series. But we appreciate all of you guys watching us. Day 3, final table here of the Poker News Cup.
I don't know about you, Jesse, but any day of the week, I'd rather watch a final table, mystery bounties in play, large stats going on, than day 1 of, anything, really.
I mean, we do have some big money up for grabs, and we got some skilled players at this table. This is a blast to watch, Nathan, for sure. What's up? My name ain't Earl over on Twitch. Good to see you, buddy. Agost, go Felipe, Matt, let's go Tim and Forrest. Good to see some friends on the rail, on the digital rail out here.
Felipe has definitely been going. So far hasn't had too much opportunity at this final table, but he came in today with over 100 big blinds. The average was 26 big blinds. And because of how large his stack was, there's only 3 players at or above the average. He had 100 big blinds. You had Vid with 44 big blinds and Forrest with 26 exactly.
Whoa, look at this. Kyle Gross, who was our shortest stack, has built it up to 5.4 million, and he's jamming all in with a queen 10. Ooh. Felipe says, I need to think about this. Oh, Kyle thought he could get through. Does not want to hear that Felipe is considering it at all.
Yeah, this is a pretty healthy shove considering the other stacks in play for about 13 big blinds. So it does mean a lot. And Felipe is considering calling here with King 8 offsuit, which would be a really nice call for him. See the percentages there, 65% for Felipe, 35% for Kyle. Those 2 live cards, 2 live suits, really a factor.
Felipe does release. Kyle with a sigh. Look at that, man. So calm. Oof.
To be honest, at this stage with the stack sizes that we had coming in today, I expected it to already be down to 5 or 6 players. So the fact that we're still at 8 players is pretty astounding.
No kidding, man. No kidding. Yeah, Felipe over there in the purple hoodie off to the right of the screen. He came in the day with 30 million, almost 40% of our chips in play. So we really expected it to potentially be a snowball effect. But as you can see, man, this has just been a lot of fun. Johnny with his double ups. Kyle with his double ups as well.
Well, one of the other reasons for that is, well, Tim right there is he's probably the biggest reason as he drew that last 50K bounty before play start today. If that was still in effect, I think we'd see a lot more pressure coming off of Felipe, trying to put players all in, trying to get their bounties, because 50,000 represents almost 5th place money. So I think that being taken out of play really changed the dynamic at this final table. Umberto here, Queen 8 suited, couple diamonds. He's sitting here on just sub 10 big blinds, figuring, hey, is this hand pretty enough? Am I ready to go all in? Has some short stacks behind him. Takes another peek at it. Says not yet.
Giggity, thanks for the like over there on YouTube. Appreciate it, buddy. In chat, I'm going to toss in the link for our payouts. If you guys want to check it out, make sure to get over to PokerNews.com. It's a fantastic site that will be your hub for World Series of Poker action, updates, photos, videos, the whole thing. PokerNews.com. Twitch, I'm going to send you guys the payouts for this event over there as well. Yeah, we appreciate any likes, subscribe, sharing it with your friends, calling grandma, saying, hey, fire up the YouTube machine. Watch with us. Let's see who takes home all that money.
Fire up the YouTube machine. That sounds like something like a grandmother would say to you.
Turn on the YouTube machine, Nathan?
I don't understand. Felipe here flatting the Queen 3 offsuit into Canal with the Queen 4 offsuit. Pretty similar hands. Expect to see a lot of chops if they were all in, but however, now that they're not, we have the ability for one of these players to outplay and actually win this pot outright. off to flop and knock this 10 ace deuce board all rainbow.
Felipe with the big stack of chips has the power here. Knall with a queen 4 offsuit, seeing nothing he likes. Oh, but he says, let's go.
So it's interesting that he calls here, as Felipe still has a advantage of holding ace in his hand. Limping from the small blind, he'll have a lot stronger range than Knall, who checks back from a big blind. Pretty much all of his ace X's would have shoved all in pre-flop or at least gone with a raise. So overall, Felipe's range is stronger. Knall is probably going to have slightly more 10s on this board, but Felipe will have significantly more aces.
Until that ace on the turn hits, though.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great card for Knall.
Yeah, no kidding.
Does check it back. 7 of hearts goes flying on that river. Comes back into focus, though. And if neither of these players finds further action, then we're going to see a chop pot between them. You see right beside their names, there's a little S in the box there for split pot.
All right, check, check. That is a chop pot. And you know what that means, Nathan?
Everybody loves a chop pot.
Time to sing a song. That's right. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone gets their chips back. I want these two instead. I'll take the queens.
That's a professional move. No one is watching. There's no cameras on him.
Of course not. Dealers' eyes are off to the left. I'll just make a little change here.
There we go. I was chatting a little bit with Knall before this final table started off to the side. We were just, you could tell he's been here before. He's comfortable, but he also just seems very happy. Not just in poker, but in life. He seems to have a great spirit about him.
Good times, good times. Johnny's got the craziest rail out here that we've been hearing celebrate when he has his aces, double him up, his 9s. Tim has had a crazy rail as well. Man, you sure heard them when we pulled those bounty envelopes early on. Every time forced to draw 1K, Tim's rail would just explode. They would be so happy. And then, of course, he pulls the 50K, and that I think a few of them passed out. It was pretty wild.
I mean, speaking of exciting rails, over at the World Series this year, we've had a couple Brazilian winners. And if you're anywhere in the vicinity of a Brazilian rail, you know it. We also had the winner of the $10,000 pot limit Omaha event who proposed to his girlfriend on the spot. And I would say Sweet Baby Lou had the most exciting rail of any that we have seen this summer so far.
So much fun, man. So much fun.
Real hands here. Kyle, Queen Jack offsuit. Looks like he's going to raise it up. And Tim on the shortest stack left at this feature table with less than 10 big blinds picks up pocket 8s. I imagine we'll be seeing an all-in shove from Tim. There it is.
Yep, he puts his bounty chip forward and playing all in.
Lots of queens out of commission now. You got Queen 10 for Knall, Queen 9 for Forrest. Kyle, the original raiser, with the Queen Jack off. So if he does make this call, he's going to be looking more so for the Jack than those queens. Six and a half big blinds for Kyle to call. Opportunity to move everyone up another pay spot, which is worth 7,000. Pick up a bounty, which, as we already know, is only worth 1,000. If that 50K was in play, it'd be a snap call.
Doing the math, that's a lot of my chips, he says.
He's receiving about 2-to-1 on his money right now. Does find the fold, however, and Tim is going to collect a very healthy chip.
No joke, man.
Stack.
Up to 5.1 million for Tim. That's beautiful.
He started today at 2.9 million. He's seen someone get knocked out already, and he's almost doubled up without actually being all in and called.
So players will step away because we do have a rule here that you cannot use your phone at the table, of course. So that's why if you see Kunal and Forrest run away after they're potentially talking their rail, or just step away to use their phones.
I'm surprised Johnny's not pounding beers in between with his rail.
Fish Neopets on YouTube says there were big bounties guaranteed for the final table. So nobody. The way it worked was we had 292 players make day 2, which of course each player has a bounty. Those were all put into a drum yesterday and just mixed up and drawn randomly. What happened was 2 players did not want to draw their bounties on breaks or when they knocked someone out. They reserved them. They held them until today, and that was both Forrest and Tim. Forrest, who's in seat 1, had 5 bounties that he won yesterday. Tim had 7, and so today we pulled their bounties because of the 9 plus 7 plus 5 is 21. 21 bounties total. We wanted to just go ahead and knock out those early ones so that way players could just draw their bounties they wanted to once they knock people up. But now we know every bounty is $1,000, and so they're not even drawing them anymore, it looks like. But yeah, no, it was just the random draw, man, that we have 50K bounties still in play with those final 21 bounties.
Yeah, I know it creates some very interesting dynamics when you have those very large bounties still at the final table. I don't remember where it was located, but there was a mystery bounty event where there was 7 players remaining, I believe, and they had a $100,000.
Got an all-in from Forrest with the Jack-8.
Let's see if it picks up anything worthwhile in the big blind.
Right. Giggity, I'll answer your question just after all this action.
So Forrest here all in for about 9 big blinds. Vid with the stack that can absorb a hit, sitting on over 30 big blinds, considering his options from the big. Forrest silently praying on the inside to not get called. Speaking of big bounties, Vid here drew the first 100K yesterday.
That's right. All right, so Vid's cards are unable to be seen by us at the moment. But he does release. Forrest will take it down. So this is not your traditional bounty event, okay? What you've seen potentially online or in other venues are a bounty event where every bounty is the exact same, okay? Or you've seen a progressive knockout, a PKO, where bounties build, right? You knock someone out, which means half of their bounty goes in your pocket, half goes on your bounty. This is completely different. This is a mystery bounty event where what we did was they withheld 40% of the entire prize pool for bounties, okay? 60 went to the normal prize pool, 40 went to bounties, and what they did was they cut up that $800,000+ into pieces, with the smallest bounty being $500, going all the way up to $100,000. And they put all those bounties in envelopes, threw them in a little drum that you could turn and spin, and people were able to draw from the mystery bounties, almost like a ticket, like a
lottery, a golden ticket.
Yeah, it's hard to know what to compare it to exactly, but that's what this was. So of all those bounties that were in that drum, the 200,000s were pulled yesterday, the 275s, 150, 2 of the 25s, et cetera, all the way down the line. Today, with the 21 that were left, one of them was 50,000. Massive. The way that was able to just slide under the radar and stay in that drum. And so that's what happened was when we started this whole event this morning, Tim, who is still there in the gray hoodie at the table, he pulled that last 50K. And there was much celebration from his rail.
Well, not only did he pull the 50K, he had 7 of them. So he drew 5 1,000s, a 50K, and a 6K, which is the second largest bounty still in play.
Right.
So a grand total of 61,000 for those 7 pulls today.
Yeah. So Gigi's next question is, do you know what your bounty is? No. It's not like that, buddy. You don't have it with you. They're all in a little drum with security watching them, Golden Nugget staff as well. And you never hold on to it or anything or can look at you. You draw it randomly out of this big box. When you knock someone out, you can come over with your little redemption chip and draw from the random box there is. That's how it works.
It'd be interesting if it was also a like deal or no deal style where you had
Oh,
a
wouldn't that
bounty
be fun?
and you could either open your bounty and like take the others as yours, or you could draw theirs instead. And so you could deal or no deal yourself up and down
That's
throughout
right.
the tournament.
Make a bid. Have the casino manager call in. Okay, what's still available? The 50K still in play. We'll offer you 10,000 just to walk away. That'd be hilarious.
Johnny here, 8-6 suited in the big blind, contemplating his options after vid raised with king 3 off in the small. Does make the call here. We're going to see a flop king 3 off between vid and 8-6 suited for Johnny. Two of our larger stacks left at this point.
Jack 3-2, 2 clubs. Johnny flopping the flush draw. Vid still in commanding position with the king high and the pair of threes.
Yeah, it looks like Johnny's going clubbing at this point.
Heading over to Encore Beach Club after this.
He does have the rowdy rail. I think they are the ones that are going to be going out and celebrating the most if a victory falls in Johnny's lap. Vid leading here with his middle pair king kicker.
Looked like, what, 850 I think is what I saw?
We'll get those graphics up shortly.
Yeah, we'll see what his... No, maybe that's 750? 750? 725? 1 and 2, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like 7 1/4 there. Does get called from Johnny with his flop flush draw. Queen of clubs on the turn. Locks up for
Whoa.
Johnny.
That's right.
Now it just seems, can he get any more value out of vid, or is vid going to shut it down? No change of expression from either of these players. One of them knows that he's probably going to be getting this pot. Or one's just figuring out if there's any way he has the ability to.
The check from Vid. He slows down here when that queen of clubs hits. Over to Johnny. Johnny has not been one to really slow things down, right? Johnny has been, when he gets pocket aces, he's all in. He's making some big raises. Let's see what Johnny does here. He doesn't have the best flush, right? So...
Yeah, I would love to see him check it back here, set the trap a little bit, as he's really not going to get any value from anything other than a jack, queen, or potentially a higher flush draw. And even if Vid did have that higher flush draw, he doesn't have a whole lot of outs. So
Right.
potentially give Vid the opportunity to do a bluff on the river or catch a little bit something more.
All in from Johnny. He does not slow down.
Absolutely
Easy decision
not.
for Vid here.
Yeah, that's the opposite of what I was hoping to see it from Johnny. Just
Right.
shoving it all in for 1.5 times the pot. But does put Vid in a very awkward spot, wondering if Johnny is doing this with anything other than a flush. Maybe he has a flush draw himself and Vid's still ahead.
Right. Could be a straight draw and a flush draw. Who knows? I mean, typically when you have a made hand like this, you don't jam like this. So I think that's the only thing that caused Vid to slow down there. Great play by Johnny. Great move. He continues to build his stack. Great comment was that, I think it's probably from Tim over there. Best GD rail. Absolutely.
So Johnny's moved up to 10 million.
Boom.
Start today at 4 million. So 2.5x the starting stack so far. Saw a lot of that come with aces versus 10 twice, and now we have a turned flush and all in, taking down a very healthy pot.
We are on a 30-minute delay, everyone, just so you know. Our coverage on PokerNews.com, if you do check over to see what the live updates say, is also delayed. So we're just having fun here, enjoying it. Thank you for watching on both Twitch and YouTube. Make sure to hit that follow button, the sub on YouTube. We don't monetize, so we don't have anything like that for you, but we do appreciate the support. Always make sure to head over to PokerNews.com for your updates all summer long regarding the World Series of Poker, and we appreciate it. My name's @JesseFullen on Twitter. We got Gamble on Poker on Twitter for Nathan, if you want to give us a follow as well.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone tuning in today for the Poker News Cup. It's great action. It's great to be here, and we're at a wonderful venue down at the Golden Nugget. Some sponsors there in the background. Guerrilla Gaming, which has put together the tables for poker, as the one you see right here. Some felt on this table is crisp, clean felt. You can check out one of their booths over at the World Series of Poker and one of their tables there as well. And we just have some amazing action here today at this Mystery Bounty with over 218,000 up top for the winner. Looks like Vid is going to get after it again with Ace-Jack offsuit on these new blinds. The blinds have gone up to $250,000, $500,000, so 250 and 500,000 with a 500,000 ante, reducing the stack depth a little bit more.
Vid will take it down.
So with the blinds going up, we start 17 minutes left from the level before. We have seen now 2 blind increases, which means we're about an hour and 20 minutes into today's final table. We've lost 1 player in 9th place, which was Eduardo Silva from Brazil. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised, Jesse, that we haven't lost any more players with how short some of these final tablets came in today.
Right. No kidding. Hey, Giggity over on YouTube. We're not a marketplace, so please don't try to sell action or anything over there. We're just here to enjoy the poker. I appreciate you hanging out with us and all the comments. We really appreciate it. But just we hold that standard for everyone on both Twitch and YouTube. We're not a marketplace. We're not here to sell any books or training sites or anything like that either. We're just here to enjoy poker. So let's just hang out and have a good time. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. The only one that should be selling something now, is the final table. And they should be selling themselves to the rest of them, selling their bluffs, selling their value bets, and trying to get through to the absolute end of this final table.
All right. Vid with the Ace-Jack again, man.
I think we're going to see a little bit of fireworks here from Kyle in the big blind, sub 10 big blinds, queen 10 suited. I don't think he's going to be letting it go, so we're probably seeing a flop in some capacity, whether that's an all-in pre-flop or just a simple flat call.
So Kyle does this a lot. He'll take his cards close, then he'll push them away. That's not a fold, that's just a spot he puts them into every time.
I believe that's where his RFID reader is. You can see a little bit of a box right around the cards.
Yep, absolutely.
It does throw me for a loop every time I see him push him
too.
forward. I say, oh, all right, next.
Exactly, that's why I want to make sure.
Does go with the flat call here from the big blind. Queen 10 suited up against ace of hearts, jack of clubs. Jack there, top pair, top kicker for Vid. Some backdoor opportunity for Kyle, holding both a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw alongside that immediate out of a queen. So it really depends on if Vid will allow him to see a turn here or not. Kyle here with 8 big blinds. Really doesn't have a lot of opportunity.
Vid, it looks like he's making about 850, 875. Those red chips are 100Ks each. The grays are 25s. Makes it 850 over to Kyle. Kyle with just over 8 bigs decides to let it go. Gotta give a quick shout out to the Golden Nugget team, you guys here. We've shout out Guerrilla Gaming, of course, the beautiful broadcast we're producing here. But my goodness, we wouldn't have this without our friends at Golden Nugget, including Andy Rich, the Director of Poker Operations here, who we've been working with to build these Poker News Cup events. Love to see it. It's been a big success, so thank you so much to Andy, Kurt, Mike, his whole team. Fantastic. Great dealers. The whole thing has just been a fantastic production, y'all. So appreciate y'all tuning in for our final table today, of course. But make sure if you do come out to Vegas and you can get a chance to go downtown, check out the Golden Nugget. The cash tables are a blast. A blast.
Yeah, absolutely. The team here at the Golden Nugget has been nothing short of spectacular.
Dude, did you hear about the 100 seats they gave away for this? 100 seats they gave away in the cash room that were a must play on day 1A. It was, I mean, seriously, they know that the whole thing was about making poker good and better, and it was just a lot of fun. So fantastic stuff here at Golden Nugget.
Yeah, it's been nothing short of a spectacular event here. Double the guaranteed prize pool. And let me also say about Guerrilla Gaming, for any of you poker enthusiasts out there that are into having your own table, for having a special feel to it, they have tables ranging from the top of the line, USB tables, down to pub tables or home tables, so you can put yourself in the action at any given point with one of their tables in your own house. Maybe you want to set up in the garage, wherever you want to play with your friends, they got you covered. And what Kyle has covered here is ace-king offsuit in the small blind, shipping it all in after a raise from Felipe under the gun with Jack-9 suited. So it's only 3.1 million to call, which is only 6 big blinds for Felipe with a covering stack. However, he also understands that Kyle is going to be doing this with a very strong range due to other short stacks at the final table.
Tim making sure his big blind was far away. Like, take these away. I'm on the hand. Get these chips out of the way. Okay. Man, Felipe has had a day. He started with 30 million chips, our chip leader by far. Continues to be our chip leader, but he has not grown his stack. He's just seen little bits slip away. And right now, he's got Jack-9 suited. He opened, of course. Question is, does he want to continue to let things slip away? And his answer, it's not immediately told. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, if you knew how close the equities were right now, and those equities are reflective of folded cards, not of traditional equities where it's a full deck.
Yeah.
So if he is aware of the equities, yeah, it'd be a snap
call
call,
day,
47%. He'd be all in.
Man,
absolutely.
I've done many things with less than 47%. He does release. He does say next time, next time.
Kyle here.
Kyle continued to just add to his stack, man. He was the shortest stack to start the day. That is not the storyline anymore.
Yeah, he came in today with 1.7 million, and he's now sitting on over 6 million, so tripled up his stack. And seen a player knocked out in 9th place to move him up in payouts, an additional 6,000 United States dollars. Not messing around. For as much as we heard about Felipe's sun running yesterday to get all of those chips, I'm sure he was playing well. Today at the final table, it's been a different story where he's just kind of been sliding slowly down the totem pole without really the opportunity to make any plays or pick up any hands. Folds around to our man of the hour, Johnny, who has seen his stack move up from 4 million to 10 million. Just really here with the rowdy rail, as we like to call him.
That's right. Umberto with the beautiful scarf lets it go. Oh, Tim. Kyle from the button with 6-5 suited. May try to make a move here. We've seen him make some big moves with a queen offsuit, or queen 8. To this from the button especially. All he has to do is just get through 2.
Looks like he's going to make a call.
Yeah, just a flat from the button, which could seem very strong, but Tim is not worried about that move. All in announced from Tim.
Yeah, I think we're all familiar at this point of the game with Negreanu's catchphrase for it, limpin' is pimpin'.
That's right.
Gives up that big blind there as he allows for Tim to get the shove through with his ace-king offsuit. Tim's another one of those players that came in on the short stack, had 2.9 million. Now he's stacking up almost a full double to that amount. Looks like he's stacked just shy of 6 million.
We've been live for nearly 2 hours, and we've only lost one player, Nathan. How crazy is that?
really the opposite of what I expected coming to today. I mean, we're looking at 5 to 10 big blind stacks littering the field.
Yeah. Nathan and I made dinner reservations, guys. We may have to cancel. Oh, my goodness. This is fun. But I'm enjoying it. I'm loving every minute of it. It's been great to see all these massive double-ups from characters at the table like Johnny right here. Johnny, who no longer shows us his tattoos.
Yeah, he's taking this more seriously
It's
now.
getting cold, though. No, someone said in chat, the Golden Nugget poker ballroom is very cold. It's because there have been so many people here. They do pump up the AC. And so you see scarves, you see hoodies. It's 100-plus degrees outside here in Vegas. I think it was 111 yesterday.
Yeah, that's a recent thing. Normally you're going to have 115 degrees all summer long, and only within the last week have we actually hit the hundreds.
Oh, we got an all-in from Humberto.
Let's see if Humberto can hit 100% here with his all-in and find a double-up. King Jack offsuit, certainly worthy of that shove for a 5 big blind stack. And doesn't really look like anyone has anything to play with. Felipe there, deuce 3 offsuit, Canal in the big blind with 3 deuce suited. I think Humberto's going to pick this one up.
Yep, he does indeed. Giggity says 111? Yeah, that's right, buddy. I mean, I've lived here for almost a decade now. Nathan, how long have you lived here?
Off and on for the last 5 years.
Yeah, nice. I've seen it get as high as 118 before. I don't think I've ever seen anything. Maybe at 120, but 118, I remember that day. I remember my buddy's flip-flops melted on the sidewalk. It's like, holy shit.
Firmly believe that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was insanity.
I would say for anyone that comes here to Vegas during the summertime, be aware of that, especially if you've never been here before. You're walking around on the strip and you say, oh, I can walk from one side of the strip to the other. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about 2 to 3 miles down the strip. 115 degrees, you need to be hydrated.
Vid? No, okay, I must have made a mistake. Vid did not fold pocket tens, you guys, just so you know.
No. I was about to say, I don't think there's any way pocket tens got folded there.
That had to be a card going over the wrong reader or something there that made that mistake, so don't worry about that, y'all. But it occasionally happens. RFID technology is not a perfect method. We always have to scan cards and prepare them in the computer and things, so apologize for that, but...
Kyle here with Queen 10 suited. It still trips me every single time they pushes the cards forward. I'm thinking, oh, okay, he's folding, and then, but no, it's just going into RFID.
All in from Kyle in the hijack.
11 big blinds. Felipe here, ace deuce suited. Doesn't really have any incentive to call there.
Yeah.
Kunal in the small blind, jack 9 suited. He likes the hand, but can't do it.
Yeah, he says no thank you. Over the Forest, whose hand we unfortunately cannot see right now.
Yeah, that's one thing I do appreciate about Kyle. Every single time we have seen his hand, made sure to allow us that opportunity. Forrest here, he only has sitting on about 6.5 big blinds. Lots of great chips, which at one point in this tournament meant a lot, but now they're just one stack of those is 1 big blind.
That's right.
What was the starting stack on this tournament, Jesse?
Gosh, I think it was 30,000?
30,000?
I'm pretty sure. I haven't looked back and seen those numbers in quite a while. I'm almost positive it was a 30K starting stack, though.
Yeah, what I really love is different
25K
points.
says gig. Let me see if I can find it over here on event info, maybe.
Different points on the tournament where the big blind is equal to 1 starting stack, and now, by the sounds of things, we're at the point where it's 20 starting stacks. I mean,
yeah.
You think about that in real dollar terms, where your big blind is worth 20,000 for buying. You know, that's pretty massive.
I mean, that's what happens when you play this many hours. You put all that work in. It's good times, good times. Speaking of good times, we appreciate all y'all hanging out with me and Nathan for today's final table. Make sure to send us a message in chat. Again, we would love to know where you're from. We'll shout you out. We'll answer any questions. Nathan's a 2-time bracelet winner if you want to quiz him on some mixed games. But our main focus will be, of course, this tournament, watching to see who takes home that big prize. Pocket 7s for Kyle. Let's go. California from JB. Let's go, buddy.
Yeah, my primary games are mixed games, so definitely an advocate for that world. Pretty much anything out there, 20, 25 games, where you want to know about. We can talk mixed games all day long and try to always get people in there playing some new games. And I know one of our good friends, Robbie Straczynski, is doing a mixed game festival.
At Resorts World.
Resorts World, yes.
Yeah, kicked off yesterday, that's right.
So if any one of y'all want to go and find out the magical game of mixed games and check out that world, make sure to head on over to Resorts World in the next few days.
Kyle's making it 875 or no, maybe 975?
Well, big blind's 500,000.
Oh,
so
okay,
he may have
it's more than that.
to.
Oh, it is just $1 million. Okay. He threw in some grays too, so I wasn't sure if it was a little off number, but no, yeah, he makes a min raise to women. Felipe waking up with the ace queen.
Looks like he is going to be 3-betting it. And from what we've seen so far, I expect Kyle to throw the pocket 7s away, and that goes to a variety of factors. Step 1, Felipe has been very docile at this final table, primarily due to distribution of cards. But he's been very docile, so this is his first 3-bet of the evening, alongside the fact that there are several players shorter than Kyle. So I really expect for Felipe to pick up the pot here with his ace-queen versus the 7s of Kyle.
Look at this raise. Raise indeed. Oh my. Was that 3.5? We got some raise and chips. It is 3.5. Okay. I'm glad I cleaned my glasses earlier.
Yeah, as I said, I expect this to pick up the pot right now versus the pocket 7s of Kyle, just due to the aggressiveness or lack thereof that we've seen from Felipe, as well as the stack distribution across the board of the rest of the players.
What's up, J. Ayers? Hello from Amsterdam. Howdy, buddy. Good to see you. Gorilla Gaming asks, is tonight a karaoke night? I think so, buddy.
Yeah, I also just found out.
He is not going to call. He does release the 7s. Nathan, you've got 2 bracelets. What did you win? What sort of games? I mean, I know you're a mixed game lover. Are these no limit hold'em bracelets, or where did you get these from?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Both of them came in Pot Limit Omaha 8 or better. The first was a 2017 $1,500 event. The second one was 2020 in the online Pot Limit Omaha 8 or better event. So that's my game of choice.
See, I couldn't remember what game it was, but I remember the picture you posted when you got your bracelet in the mail, out in like the forest with like the cabin type of feel to your house, right? Wasn't I? Didn't I remember? No,
yep, that's a different Nathan. I'm guessing.
Shut up.
Mine's the one with the dogs.
Okay, the dogs. That's what it was.
No cabins in the woods. No creepy men lurking around the outside.
Hey, listen.
I like you say, I remember it, and then you describe something I have no idea you're talking about. I'm like, do you?
Oh,
do you remember it?
Let me mute my mic real fast.
How dare you?
All right, we're good.
No,
good times.
The bracelet came in the mail for the online bracelets, and my dogs helped me open that one up. They were very overjoyed with the stuffing that came in there. They had a lot of fun.
That's right. Birdie Factory on Twitch asks a great question. How are the cards being read so quickly to put on screen, or is that due to the delay? Yeah, Birdie, it is partially due to a 30-minute delay. You know, this is obviously an RFID card table, and we've got our production company in the back working with it. But with that 30-minute delay, sometimes it's just waiting, and the graphics just get pushed in.
Well, it also helps, Jesse. I don't know if people understand this about RFID tables. So there's a tiny little hole in there when they put their cards over the RFID reader.
No, that's not.
And Jesse and I are actually hiding underneath the table and watching the cards from below.
No, what I honestly, Bertie, I think what it does is the video that we're doing, we've got this beautiful production, but I think the video product is really heavy. It's a big size, so sometimes it gets a little extra delay. I honestly think that's part of why we see some cards even before that second card is dealt, is just because of that. It's just what we're doing is a lot of cameras, a lot of high definition video being pumped through, and occasionally it'll have a little extra 1 or 2 second delay that causes that card to be shown just before you see it actually hit the reader.
Jesse, I don't know why you're lying to him. I'm hiding under the table right now, right by Forrest's feet as we speak. I'm watching it.
I mean, I just lie to people, buddy.
I know.
I'm just a liar.
This is like Willy Wonka. You gotta reveal what's behind the doors.
I'm just a liar. I'm sorry. Speaking of liars, I was on the way over here this morning, riding in an Uber, and my Uber driver told me that he used to be a car salesman, a used car salesman. And I asked him, like, tell me about your best sale ever, and it led to how he lied to people. And it was a fantastic. I can't share the story here, but shout out to my Uber driver. I was well entertained on my drive in this morning. My goodness.
I like to get the Uber driver talking about their professions and what they do in life versus regaling them with stories about poker, because it gets, as we all know,
Johnny,
a little awkward.
Johnny pairs his 10.
This
Johnny
is what we like to call
his
absolute 10. Bottom of range for Vid, having the 3 deuce suited on 9-10 jack board. Not a lot of opportunity to work with.
Yeah. Vid's got to make a decision. Are we going to make a...
Oh, glance at the chips there.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Looks like he is going to be going for the bluff attempt here. Don't blame him. Absolutely no opportunity to win the pot otherwise.
That's right.
Johnny mid-pair. Gut shot to a higher straight than was already potentially on board. Facing just over a min bet, 550,000 from Vid. Very quickly finds that call. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out from here if Vid follows through on the Blink River.
A deuce on the river, meaningless deuce. Johnny has the winning hand, but will he take home the pot? That's the question.
Interesting. You see Vid glance down as chips there once again. He kind of is thinking to himself, can I pick this pot up? Likely suspects he's against a 1-pair type of holding. And with a large enough bet, he may be able to force Johnny off that, but does give it up.
Oh, Vid does check, yes. He's check back for Johnny. So I got to do a pair of deuces, and Johnny says, sorry, buddy. Not enough. Over on Twitch, we got Bar Poker Open in chat. That is Glenn from Gorilla Gaming, who is the producer of this show. Bar Poker Open, by the way, if you're in the United States and you're looking for a fun, no-cost poker game, check out Bar Poker Open. They've got venues all around the country they work with. A fantastic way to get into the game and learn how to play. He's telling us that the instant the cards hit the antenna, which is a large little box underneath the felt, that's when it gets integrated into the system.
I think I'm going to work with them, and I'm going to get integrated so that we can be on rollers underneath and just roll back and forth.
Oh, interesting.
I'm going to do commentary under the table live. We're gonna figure this out. Right.
Nah, Giggity over on YouTube says, should I go over to Twitch? Nah, buddy, you're fine. You are fine. Hang out there. God of Turkey says, Gross here at the table has 3 rings. That's awesome. Oh, Pierce in chat. Pierce did make a very deep run. I went deep in this event. I have to admit, it was very fun and well-run tournament. Big shout out to the dealer, Randolph. Beautiful. Yeah, Pierce, we saw you quite a bit yesterday. And it was fun watching your deep run, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah, shout out to everyone that played this event. It got over 2,000 players, so I'm sure some of you are out there in chat. Forrest is all in Jack 10 offsuit, early position. Looks like shipping from the cutoff for about 6 big blinds.
Umberto does fold. Boom.
There we go. Nice pickup there for Forrest in the 1 seat. A little bit of a dealer change here.
That's right.
So for those of you that are just joining us, those $25,000 chips are the gray chips. So each stack is worth $500,000, which is equivalent to 1 big blind. The red chips are 100K, so really and truly, the more red chips you have than gray chips is the better off you're doing, which you'll see on the right-hand side of your screen is our chip leader in Felipe Oliveira from Argentina.
I like the way you say Argentina.
Argentina?
Yeah, you have a little extra to it. It's nice, a little flair.
Every time I say a word or a phrase or a name from a different country, I apparently put a little bit of an accent on it, and my wife gives me shit for it every single time.
Yeah, I would give you shit if I was around you too. That's
Well,
Argentina. Like, what are you doing, Nathan? All right, pocket aces for Vid.
and Forrest is looking like he's going to get spicy with 9-8 offsuit from the hijack. Going to be met with a brick wall behind him if he chooses to do so.
Oh, look at this.
Forrest has stayed very much in line.
Really?
Decides a good time to stay with that philosophy.
No joke, man. No joke.
Vid here, pocket aces. He is one of our top tier stacks, sitting on over 20 big blinds, makes a min raise.
That's right. Johnny on the button releases the Jack 10 over to Umberto in the scarf and cowboy hat. Lets it go.
Kyle with the 69 and the big blind.
Nice.
Even though it's only one more big blind, he has to think about what that impact has on him in relation to other stacks. Finds a fold.
That's right. Unfortunately, those aces do nothing special for Vid. He just takes home the blinds.
And that's what we're talking about right there. You see on your screen right now is the chip counts ranging from 5 big blinds up to 11 big blinds for 5 players. So it's very critical that they're cognizant and aware of the other stacks in play and what those pay jumps are. Because if you were to last from 8th place, let's say all the other places get knocked out that are on the short stack, you'd move up to 4th place. So you go from 28,000 to 75,000, which is massive, massive implications for these players.
That's right. Basically half a Tesla to over a Tesla by just sitting there.
Tesla and a half.
I'll take a Tesla and a half all day.
Put that one on auto drive.
God. Canal with the ace-queen offsuit sitting right here in the 9 seat just to the right of the dealer. Canal with under 10 bigs.
So I imagine from what we've seen from Kunal and the rest of the players at this final table, oh, he does go all in. I was expecting to see a large committing raise. Oh, Vid back once again. Red aces.
No. Oh, no. No, it's a misread. It's a misread. This happens sometimes here.
That must be a holdover from the last hand.
Yeah, a little scratch there.
Whew.
Aces are not folding there, guys. No worries.
Yeah, I don't think Vid is playing that tightly to fold aces.
No.
Yeah.
We do see a release from Umberto as well. Kyle in the small blind says no thanks. And Tim finally with the king 7. Oof.
That got my heart pounding there for a second, though. I got to be honest.
Tim with the laydown. Canal picks up the blinds. Gives back the ace-queen. No, Soul Train, it was a little misread. This happens sometimes with RFID cards and tables. It's not a perfect situation. You know, remember the old days when they had the little lipstick cams in the table? That was the old way. Now we have computers where you don't need those cameras, but it's a technology that still has ability to make mistakes because it's a computer, and it can misread information if a card goes over the reader, or if it's just so many different details to it. Anyways, those were not aces. Oh, you're just joking? Oh, God damn it.
Well, the funny thing is, you're talking about
times.
those lipstick hole card cams. They're first introduced for WPT.
Yeah.
But then one of the next places to use them was on High Stakes Poker, which was held at the Golden Nugget in its first season.
That's right, man.
So let's talk about how far that technology has come and how far poker has come since then. And it's all right now within that world of the Golden Nugget from then till now.
I gotta ask you before we get into that. Have you ever watched the old classic WSOP episodes, from like the '80s or anything?
Oh,
so
absolutely.
I got to interview Jack Binion about a year ago now, and we talked about those. And I asked him, how did you get the hands? Because they had information, and he said, I just walk around and ask them. And some players would tell me, some players wouldn't. But I'd have to. I'd just take a notepad and I'd give them the situation I remember, and they would just tell me their hands. And I mean, how crazy that we've gone from having to believe poker players who are liars, bluffers, that's their whole job, to now we're in this boat.
Yeah, I remember hearing that and thinking that a lot of those old hands you can probably guarantee aren't accurate because you have to think about how much people fought the lipstick cams showing their cards on camera
no
to begin
kidding.
with. So you think there's any chance in hell that those same players were saying, "Oh,
I'll give you the real truth."
This is what I had."
Yeah.
So
No
yeah,
joke,
it's
man.
very
No joke.
interesting.
No kidding.
I think a lot of these players really and truly expected faster action. They came in today very jovial, very happy, and you can see it starting to wear on some of them where they realize they're in for a long grind today.
Forrest with Queen 3 offsuit here under the gun will let go. Over to Vid.
Looks like this one is real. Ace-King offsuit under a gun +1. So Vid and Johnny are vying for second place. Our chip leader is still Felipe Oliveira in seat 8. He's sitting right around 25, 26 million. He came in today on 31 million and hasn't been able to pick up any chips since then.
Vid with the open. He makes it the minimum raise up to 1 million. Johnny lets it go. Over to Umberto.
I really wish Umberto brought a shark on him just to commemorate another professional poker player in his.
Umberto Brenes, absolutely.
Here we go. It looks like we have a little bit of conflict on our hand. Ace-King off for Vid. Have raised it up. Over Tim on the button. Pocket jacks.
The jiggities.
The jiggities.
The jiggities, as Brad Owen has made famous.
There we go.
All in, he says.
Alrighty. King Jack of Hearts in the big blind for Kunal. It's going to be a fold, I'm sure, with this amount of action before him. He's going to be sad, though. You see it. He wants to put it in there.
No kidding, he does.
Let's say Vid did not have that ace-king raise in early position. Tim would have jammed or raised on the dealer button. Kunal would have found a very happy
Snap
fold.
call from Vid. Flips over the ace-king. All right.
We're off to the races. 1 jack dead, 1 king dead, about as fair as you can get at 51-49 in favor of those pocket jiggities.
Look at Knall's smile. He's so glad he folded with his king jack.
Happiest man at the table, and we're off to a flop.
Yeah.
Vid needing to connect.
Ace in the window. My goodness.
Tim with 1 remain out, and that is going to be the jack of spades. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Not
He's
much
looking-
hope left. There's 2%.
All right. Tim will be our 8th place finisher, taking home $27,850 plus, of course, the beautiful $50,000 bounty he pulled just before the broadcast, or just as the broadcast was beginning. So he's ending with a lot more than that 8th place finish.
Absolutely.
Fantastic run by Tim. Fantastic run.
I don't know if he had any bounties coming into today, but he picked up 61,000 as the broadcast started, plus 28,000 now.
Oh, I can tell you he didn't. I can tell you, he told me he saved every single one because yesterday Tim wanted to just play poker. So he came in today with 7 earned bounties that he pulled, and like I said, he pulled 5 1Ks. His 6th pull was the 50, and his final pull was the 6K. So yeah, it was a nice way to start his day with one of the shorter stacks to know, oh, I'm taking home at least around 4th place money here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, between his 8th place knockout here and that 61,000, he's taking home roughly 89,000, which, as you said, is right between 4th and 3rd place money. So huge congratulations to Tim Garles there for his 8th place victory. We're seeing some folds here from normal, offsuit, unconnected hands. Kyle with the first opportunity on a raise, pocket deuces. We'll see if he goes for it.
Shout out to Johnny from, what does this say? Eltham Terrace Club in London. We're watching live on the big screens. Wonderful. Thank you, Cumin. Shout out to everyone at the Eltham Terrace Club in London who's watching. Appreciate you guys tuning in for us. Johnny with the big online rail, my goodness. Oh, Felipe. We can't see his cards, but we can see that bounty chip up in front. He says it's time to play for all of it.
Yeah, and I expect to start seeing this more and more as we progress from Felipe, as he covers the 2 stacks behind him by a very large margin. Forrest sitting in the big blind with 6 big blinds, and Kunal in the small blind with 8 big blinds. So he's going to be applying a lot of pressure anytime it's full to him in the dealer button.
What's up, Kiki, over on YouTube? We are live, buddy. We've got a 30-minute delay with the broadcast here. But we, Nathan Gamble, 2-time bracelet winner, myself, Jesse Fullen, I'm the community manager over at PokerNews. We are live in the booth with you guys, live in chat with a 30-minute delay of the broadcast.
You know what, Jesse? You need to play a couple more WSOP tournaments yourself so we can get you that bracelet. It's like you almost made a final table at the start of the year, and you almost got there, right?
Man, it was so much fun. We're talking about event number 1, the employee event. My whole story was on day 1, dude. I bagged the 2nd biggest stack going forward, and I finished. I had no hands at all on day 2. I had a table that was very aggressive, would not let me make any moves. So I finished in 33rd. But it was definitely fun. That was my 2nd time cashing the employee event. 2nd time playing it, too. So that was fun. But we'll see. Hopefully someday. Chad Holloway likes to hold his bracelet over my head. And I mean, like, literally. Not just like he'll stand over me and be like, look at this. Horrible work situation I have to deal with that.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Just remind him, it's been about 10 years now, I believe, since he won that.
Trust me, he knows. I remind him all the time. Felipe made the raise to 1 million with a king-jack suited. Kunal on the button with an ace and a deuce and under 10 bigs. He's making some thoughts here. What you have to think when you're in Kunal's spot is that Felipe could make this raise with anything with all those chips. Anything. And you have an ace. There are only 3 other aces left. So it's worth considering, but he does release. Over to Forrest with a king-9 of spades.
Yeah, and Forrest is sitting here on a 6 big blind stack. Definitely very playable. And another thing to consider is there's a dead money of the big blind if he's able to shove all in and the big blind folds. That's an extra 2 blinds in there. And King-9 suited plays extremely well against Felipe's very, very aggressive opening range as the chip leader.
All right, there you go. Giggity says, what are your names? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think you got a debt collector here, buddy. I don't know what you owe. I know what I owe. My name is Jesse Fullen. at Jesse Fullen on Twitter. With me is Nathan Gamble at Gamble on Poker on Twitter. We are hanging out with you guys for the duration.
Well, as far as I know, I have absolutely no outstanding debts. Have no children, so no child support payments. I think I'm clean and clear across the board. Otherwise, I probably would not be here in the booth with you right now, reporting on the Poker News Cup. Seemed like a bad play to do that if you're a wanted man.
Listen, I'm not going to judge you. You can be real here.
Umberto here with that ace-deuce offsuit under the gun, sitting on just a handful of chips. 2.6 million blinds are in the bottom right hand of your screen. $250,000, $500,000. So I could see him shipping it all in here, as he will be in the big blind the next hand, putting almost half of his stack in play, Jesse.
I'm telling you. Oh, baby. Umberto says it's time. What's up, Pete Robo on Twitch? Good to see you, buddy. Hope you and Robin are doing well.
Folds to Canal in the cutoff. King Jack suited. Finds a very quick fold. I'm very surprised to see that. I was expecting him to shove all in over the top, in all honesty.
Ooh, Johnny. Vid with the ace-6. Still has to get through Johnny if he wants to make a move here.
This has potential to be a very fun dynamic. I could see Vid going a variety of different raises, and depending on what he does, will impact Johnny's decision as well.
Absolutely.
From what we saw earlier, I expect Vid to flat call, and then it just really depends on what Johnny wants to do. I would imagine we would see an all-in from Johnny over the top, but he does have options available. Forrest praying to poker gods for someone to be knocked out quickly, so long as it's not him.
All right, over to Johnny with the pocket eights in the big blind. Only 2.1 million to call. It's just over 4 bigs. You've got your big blind and your big blind ante already committed. Yep, and there's the snap call almost.
All right, one ace is dead for Umberto.
Ace deuce.
That puts Johnny as a 73% favorite, head to a flop. 8 of spades, 8 of diamonds up against ace deuce.
Oh, one of the
Ace.
2 aces in the deck is found. And Johnny could tell you folded an ace, huh? He says to Vid.
Only an 8 will change the fortunes of Johnny.
It will not make it.
You see Kunal smiling there, knowing that he folded another winner.
Oh, man. Johnny loses only 4, just for 4 bigs, in addition to his bigs that he'd already had in there. Umberto with the much-needed just over double up.
Yeah, we've seen Kunal make a couple folds during these past few days. He was at our feature table yesterday, the very first one we did a stream on. He's made several folds that, large in a way, were the correct folds, but sadly for him, I think he would have won every single one of them. And so we get to see his smirk of, yet again, many times throughout these past couple days.
Oh, man. Johnny's rail online, very unhappy with that flop. Understandably.
Well, if Johnny Rail is online, I feel like they need to get some more chants going, channel their energy a little bit harder for Johnny. We can't hear y'all from here. So after a rough start to today, Felipe came in with just about 31 million, dropped all the way down to 25 million through some doubling up of players, as well as just losing hand after hand. He's already back up to around where he started, 28.5 million. And he's back at, once again, raising at 1.2 million. Under gun +1. Can't see his cards. We'll see if we can get that fixed on break. Seems like we've had a lot of missed opportunities to see what he's working with so far.
sometimes the players just not putting it in the box correctly. Things happen. I used to work for Right Up Studio with Somerville, and we had I actually ran Poker GFX as well. I can tell you, man, it can be a list of things when you misread the hand or when it doesn't touch the box. And we've got our dealer with a headset, so she knows she can try to get scanned too. Things like this just sometimes happen.
Absolutely. It's definitely not necessarily a player's fault or technology's fault, or it's just all around atmospheric conditions don't line.
Jack Kelly on YouTube. I'm going to guess that's maybe some sort of relative of Johnny Kelly.
Well, that's very presumptuous of you.
I mean,
Could you tell us, Jack, are you a relative? Are you also from the UK? Are you here sweating on your uncle, cousin, father, son, brother? Umberto lays down the ace-8 offsuit in the big blind. And Felipe picks up another pot, moving him up just shy of 30 million in
just
chips.
shy of what he started with. How insane is that? We've been live. They've been playing for about 2.5 hours, and he has essentially exactly what he started with, which was, again, about 40% of the chips in play. Felipe has been able to withstand the storm, man. He's been able to take it. He lost several million after doubling up Canal, and who else did I think he doubled up? I can't remember who else he doubled. I think maybe Gross over there.
Yeah, the very first hand, he doubled up Kunal, which is a rough way to start the final table as a chip leader by doubling someone up. And you just saw a second ago one of the producers stop and talk with Felipe real fast about getting cards on the right spot for RFID to give us a chance at seeing them in the booth and relaying them correctly to you.
Right.
And from my understanding of pre-show, as well as from what I've seen, Umberto has kind of been translating for us to Felipe. Umberto is from Portugal, Felipe from Argentina, so a little bit of those finer technical points. Umberto's been kind enough to help us out with translating them over to our chip leader.
Forrest here with 3.1 million, and he's got the pocket queens, the ladies. Hi, ladies.
Forrest looks like a ladies' man. Let's see if they do him good tonight. Sitting here, 6 big blinds in the hijack.
This is he splits it in two and puts half of his entire stack forward. He looked like he had a little paint on his face, too. Definitely a little Hollywooding, it seemed like.
Vid was just sitting there waiting beside him for him to make his move. He's sitting there 9-3 option, just saying, can we hurry up? Can we get this done with?
Right, no kidding.
Umberto here, small blind, Jack-9 suited. Sadly for him, not going to be able to play this pretty looking hand. And Kyle, 4-3 offsuit as well, not going to be able to make a call. So it looks like Forrest will be taking down the blinds here with the ladies. I think this has been a different dynamic that's changed over the course of poker when we're talking about the origins of poker, original WSOP, original WPT events, high-stake poker, and tournaments in general. You see these super, super short stacks in play right now, and everyone's kind of sitting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And for a long time, the theorem was if you have 10 to 15 big blinds, your only move was all in, all in, all in. And now you see a lot more short stack play and players trying to make the absolute most of every single chip that they have. Kunal here, ace-5 off under the gun, sub 10 big blinds.
We got a quick message from Glenn from Gorilla Gaming in the YouTube chat. Glenn, of course, is helping to run this whole production. He said the guy didn't put the card on the reader when we had that mistake earlier. The card went on a different antenna, and unfortunately, it's because it's 30 minutes ago. There's nothing that can be done, right? We can't do it because it's 30 minutes ago. All completely understood. Thank you so much, Glenn, for explaining it. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's just So many dynamics in this technology now, and with the desperate desire to make this such a safe game for the players, where they don't have to be worried about the risk involved with the readers and everything. That 30-minute delay is so important. So thank you so much, Glenn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been doing commentary off and on for the last 4 years now. I've seen everything from cards down coverage, cards up coverage, on a delay, off a delay, and now I'm seeing ace queen for our big stack in the big blind versus pocket sevens of Johnny in the cutoff.
Oh man, this could be something big here.
But I think it's important for us to know player safety at the tables for their cards is absolutely paramount, and really takes over anything at any given point, on stream or off stream.
All right, just to remind you where we are right now, we've got Johnny Kelly sitting around third place in chips, starting this hand with just around 7 million with pocket sevens, raising to 1 million. The min raise over to Felipe with the ace queen offsuit, who jams all in.
Yeah, for those of you at home that are looking at this and thinking, well, it's only 12 big blinds more, I got a pair, let's roll. You have to keep in mind the pay jumps are at this table, the shorter stacks are at this table, and the Felipe dynamic of how his level of aggression has truly slowed down over the course of the night into today. And so it looks like Johnny is really considering whether he wants to make this call or not.
Yeah. Tough spot for pocket sevens.
I'll put it to you this way, Jesse. If he could see his cards, if he could see his percentages at 54% to 46%, he may still fold because of the shorter stacks.
Absolutely. You do not want to put all that stuff at risk, man. No question. Good fold, good fold.
That's a very interesting point between tournament play and cash games. Is there's that ICM, which is independent chip model, which speaks to how much each chip is worth in relation to the payouts still left available. And it's not just looking at your cards anymore, but it's looking at all the other factors at the final table and taking them into account. And that really is smart poker to lay down the pocket sevens.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. In chat, we hear some people saying bad fold, but you know, I really have to disagree, man. I mean, with 7 players left, all that money at stake, you've got third place chips. If you lose that 1 million, which is just 2 bigs, you're still sitting in third place. Like it's worth it not to put everything at risk in a potential flip situation, or to be behind. Okay, Gigi says I'm wrong. All right, buddy. Well, we'll agree to disagree.
Well, so
chat pros. You're gonna have them.
It's very interesting to note that if everyone is playing within this capacity, it makes it correct. But if you're the person that's getting out of line and taking advantage of the other people, then you can apply a lot more pressure to them and build up a large stack in doing so. So there is dynamics at play of just how aggressive you want to be, how much the money means to you, and if you're going for first place or if you're going more for just laddering up.
Hey, dude, dealer button. Kyle with the Jack-6 just jams all in for nearly 7 bigs.
All makes a frustrated fold. You see him down to 3.2 million.
Man, no kidding.
6 big blinds here.
Kyle gets it through. Kyle Gross started the day as the short stack. He's watched 2 people walk away, helping him ladder up.
Yeah, and those 2 knockouts have moved him up almost 13,000 in prize money. Our 9th place finisher was Eduardo Silva, taking home around 22,000. In 8th place was
Tim Garles.
That's correct, and he took home roughly 28,000. So these players right now are guaranteed 35,000, so 13,000 more than they started the day with. And they have another 10K bump up with the next player eliminated.
Mitchell on YouTube says, I feel the big blind Annie has really helped change short stack play, and I completely agree, dude. Absolutely, it really changes. I mean, it makes a short stack have to jam, you know, in positions where you don't want to have to put so much in when the big blind comes back around.
Yeah.
We've seen some moves, dude. We've seen some moves that are definitely because of that big blind ante.
When you're looking at a medium to large stack, it really has no impact on the play. But when you start getting into shorter stacks, such as we see right now, it changes things quite dramatically as players are more inclined to shove before the big blind comes at them.
Felipe all in. We see his cards. It wasn't shown at first. Ace-7 offsuit over the Forest with the Ace-5 and only 6.5 bigs. Felipe on the button could be making this move with anything to try to get through the small and big blind.
Yeah.
Forrest in the big blind situation. He's already got 2 bigs in there, so we could see a call here.
I fully expect to see a call here from Ace-5 offsuit. We've already seen Felipe do this several times, which means he has a very robust range on the button.
Oh, we do see the release. And I think that release is really because the button's coming around. And Felipe, I mean, yeah, Felipe could do anything, but let's see, where are the chip counts? Where is Forrest? Is he still the shortest? He is. Forrest is the shortest stack right now. Well, no, Canal, right? I think our chip counts on.
Well, let's see. We have 2.5 million in grays for Kunal there. He has a little bit more off on the right-hand side in his hand that he's shuffling.
Right.
Sadly, we don't have exact chip counts, but we can still do a pretty nice job at eyeballing them.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. But I think I understand Forrest's move there. Feck on YouTube says, can they color up that monster stack? No, dude, we want these towers. Come on, that's what they're playing for. Let's build some castles.
Yeah, I absolutely love some chips in play. I think it's very silly to do massive color ups. I mean, look at this final table. Everyone here has a good, decent amount of chips to work with. And then you have our chip leader who has an absolutely commanding presence at the table. What you want to color it up to? You want to color up all the grays and make them 500Ks, and now you reduce the stacks. I mean, let's have some fun with it. Let's let him have his table presence. Here we go from Umberto. He's doing a very committing raise. Looks like about half his stack, 2.3 million.
Hey, Giggity, let's not put that kind of stuff in chat, please. I've got a really bad read here. That's not happening, so I really appreciate if you would just cancel that completely.
Forrest here in the small blind, ace-6 suited. Looks like he finds a very fast fold against the early position raise of Umberto.
What's up, Rock Romaine over on Twitch? Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for hanging out and chat with us. Looks like we are going on a break. Oh, hey guys, we're on camera now. Look at that. All right. It's been fun. We're going to send you to some, I think, YouTube content or maybe some of the clips from the bounty pools from earlier. Not quite sure, but we've got some great break content for you. Nathan will be here. We'll be back in about 15, so we'll see you then.
Cheers, everyone. Take care.
That's $1,000. $1,000. You can keep a hold of that ticket. We'll take the envelope from you. Oh, okay. Yeah, you keep a hold of that. Congratulations, mate. And another one straight away. What's your name, mate?
Sam.
Sam. Nice to meet you. I'm Liam. We've got one bounty for Sam, so we're going to pull one out and then we're going to pop it down here. A little bit of a sweat for the cameras, all right? Take your pick, mate. Choice is yours. All right, so if we flip it over, there's a little opening there where we can pull it out. You'll have to scrape the top bit of the envelope out first, but there we go. That's $2,000, biggest one yet. Congratulations, my friend. You hold on to that ticket, we'll take the envelope from you. Congratulations, mate. What's your name, mate?
Jimmy.
Jimmy?
Sedna.
Jimmy, we got Jimmy. One bounty. Get your hands in there, pick one out. Just throw it right underneath the PokerNews logo. Give us a little bit of a sweat. There should be an opening on the side that you can pull out of. Throw it down there for us and give us a little bit of a sweat. That's $1,000. You take $1,000. Call on that ticket, mate. Congratulations. You want to get your hands in there? There should be an opening on the side. If you throw it down under the PokerNews logo, we'll do a little bit of a sweat for the camera. So the camera's up there. You see there's a little opening here. So if you want to unhook the bit and then pull it out slow as you like. So we got 1 0, we got 2 zeros. That's 3 zeros and $1,000 for Michael. Take your pick, Raphael. This one's feeling lucky. I can feel it, man. There's a little break in the envelope on the side. Pop it down there. Oh, he's going for the bold strategy. I like it. Opening from the top. 3 zeros and a 1, that's $1,000. Hold on to that, you take that with you. We'll take the envelope. Thank you. One bouncy coming up for Shane. We got 1 in there. There's the opening on that side. We'll pop it and pull it right to left.
It's like tucked behind.
There we go. That's $1,000. You take that, you take the ticket, we'll take the envelope. Congratulations, mate. Grab one out of there. There should be an opening on the side. We'll put it down on the side. There you go. He's got his ticket. So the opening's there.
Okay.
Go right to left across the envelope's folded in. So you got to pull out the little ledge.
Oops.
There we go. I see 1 0. That's always a good start. That's 3 zeros. That's generally a good start as well. Comma and it's a 1. That's $1,000. Congratulations. You take we can take the envelope. You keep that. Nice one. There's going to be a little envelope, like a little uptick on the right side. We'll pop that down under the PokerNews logo and we'll give yourself a sweat. He's got 1 bounty. There you go. Other side. There you go. There's the opening. That's $1,000. $1,000. Congratulations, my friend. Yep, let's go. We're pulling bounties. We're pulling bounties. Get your hand in there. Pick one.
I have to mix it up.
Yeah, that looks like a good shuffle to me. That looks like a good shuffle.
Perfect shot. This one is the right one. Okay.
This one's the right one. So there's a little opening on that side there. We'll pop it underneath the PokerNews logo and we'll sweat it for the cameras. I see the envelope. That's a good sign.
Doesn't work.
That's 1 1 and 3 0. That's $1,000. $1,000. We take those. We take those. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Have to keep it with me.
Yeah, keep that ticket with you.
Thank you.
So we have 1 bounty there. We're just going to pull one out. We'll pop it under the PokerNews logo and we'll sweat it for the cameras. All right. So get your hands in there and pick which one you're feeling, man.
Hopefully that's the one.
Is that feeling good?
Feeling good.
All right. There should be a little lift on this side of the envelope. So unhook that bit and then we can pull the ticket out. There we go. Just pop it under there for us. Yep. And slowly pull it out.
Sweat, all sweats.
I can see a 0. 2 zeros is good.
It's a good start.
That's 3 zeros.
Holy shit.
That's a comma. That's 1. That's 1,000. We take 1,000. You take that one. We keep these. There you go. Was that one a bit better then? We got 1 bounty. So yeah. So envelope. There'll be a sealed side like this and an unsealed side like this. We got to unhook this bit and then sweat it out underneath the PokerNews logo for the cameras. So we got Ben. He's gonna pick his first bounty.
How much am I worth, Ben? You're worth 100K to me, buddy.
Get that out and then slowly for the sweat. Come on. I see 3 zeros. That's good. That's a comma and that's a 1. That's $1,000. $1,000.
You're judging me.
We can take the envelope. You keep the ticket. And 1 more bounty. What's your name? Sorry.
Norman.
Norman. Nice to meet you. I'm Liam. Got 1 bounty for Norman. Again, I'll show you how we did it. There's 1 sealed side like this, and this will be underneath. We unhook this, and then we'll pull it out slowly for the sweat. So feel free to get your hands in there and pick out your bounty, my friend. Straight off the top. No, so we'll throw it down here. Chris, nice to meet you, mate. I'm Liam. get your hands in there and figure out which one's calling your name. All right, so if you pop it down here, there you go. Always a good start. That's 25,000. We take $25,000. Nice one, mate. Nice one. Congratulations, Chris. That's a 0. That's a 5. That's 50,000. We take those $50,000. Got 1 bounty for Bob. Which one's feeling lucky, Bob? That's a 0. A couple zeros there already. We take those. It's 5. 15. 15,000. We take those. $15,000.
That's the way to do it. 75,000. Oh, look over here. Show him. Oh, how does that feel?
Yeah, brother.
You happy?
Here we go.
Good luck, my friend.
I don't want to see a 1.
No one?
No 1 there. Oh, 5.
75! What? Oh! Let's go! No one! No ones!
So again, you get yourself 2 out. There's a little flap on the inside of the envelope. That's a 0. 100K! Let's go! Congratulations, my friends. Nice work. Congratulations. 100K down. First one of the day, and still with another bounty to pull.
Hey, what's your name? Where are you from?
Michael Lowe from Los Angeles.
Michael from Los Angeles. Grab one, buddy. Oh! Four zeros. Come on. Oh! Let's go! Michael from Los Angeles.
Back to the table. Here we go. Welcome back to the Poker News Cup final table. My name is Jesse Fulham from Poker News. With me is Nathan Gamble in the booth. 7 players remaining. You've got a Nice little scroll at the bottom of the stream showing you what these payouts are. Felipe is still our chip leader with just over 30 million, 64 bigs. Vid in second with 31 bigs, 15.6 million. Johnny, 12 bigs, 6.1. And the Dream, Umberto with 11 bigs, Kyle with 9. Forrest and Canal are our two shortest stacks. Players will be returning to the table shortly. It has been a blast so far. We did lose Eduardo in 9th place for 21,920. Tim, who pulled that last 50K bounty, out in 8th for 27,850. My name's Jesse again with Nathan. We are in both the chat on Twitch and on YouTube. If you want to chat, have any questions, let us know.
That's right, Jesse. We're going to be here throughout this Poker News Cup. All the final table action is being brought to you by Poker News, by the Golden Nugget, and by Guerrilla Gaming. I mean, we have a very international affair so far. Eduardo, our 9th place finisher, was from Brazil. Tim was over in the United States, and he's from Iowa. Kunal, our bottom stack right now, representing India from Mumbai, very experienced player. And Felipe, our giant stack still, who has chipped up slightly since the start of the final table, is from Argentina. So, very international affair here at the Golden Nugget.
Buddy, check this out. I'm going to hopefully send this over to our buddies at Guerrilla Gaming so they can show us on the stream. But what I'm looking at is a picture of Johnny's poker room in London showing our broadcast up on the big screens.
Oh, that's amazing.
Isn't that sick? That's so cool.
Let me take a closer look at this. Yeah, it looks like the
Eltham Terrace.
Eltham Terrace?
Yeah.
The Eltham
Terrace Club in London.
Wonderful. Shout out to y'all out there. Have a picture here. Got the TV in the background. Have some chips in play.
That's a blast, man.
Absolute great time there being had by all as they celebrate their man Johnny Kelly from the UK, from Eltham Terrace Club, being here at the Golden Nugget, still in contention to win the Poker News Cup and the $218,000 that come with it, Jesse.
Man, it's going to be a blast. All right, we are back in the action. Cards are in play. We'll have the graphics up shortly.
Here in the 60 is Kyle Gross. He came in today as our short stack at 1.7 million. He's moved up. He's on 4.6, as you can see here, contemplating his action, moving all in for 4.6 million. The blinds are 300, 600, 600,000. So all in for sub 10 big blinds with ace 10 offsuit, under gun +1. So far looking good. Filter onto our small blind here, which is Vid Zagar. He won not only a spot at this final table in 2nd place so far, but also a 100K bounty yesterday. Very first person to pull it. So he's locked up over 100,000 in bounties, alongside 35,000 so far in 7th place. All of these players are guaranteed 35 right now, up to over 200,000 for first. Contemplating his action, ace 8 suited here in the small blind.
2, 4, 4, 5, 4, 7 or something.
Sounds like Johnny is doing the math for them.
Johnny doing his best to help out. What's up, Great Bluff on Twitch? Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, 25. 500 that you're breaking
So-
down, and then what's the extra 100?
So for those of you that are wondering as to these chips, the 25,000 are those little gray chips, and then the red chips are worth 100,000 each. So Vid is sitting here at just over 13 million, 13 and a half. which is slightly more than 20 big blinds. We know if Vid makes this call, Johnny's going to leave him be in the big blind with 9-4 suited, not going to get involved. However, Vid clearly doesn't know that. And Vid does lay it down. We're seeing a lot of folding at this final table, and more or less every single one of them has been correct. Kyle, again, came in as our short stack today and adds more chips to his stack, going up over 6.1 million. On the bottom of your screen, you will see the prize pool scrolling for those of you curious as exactly how much is in play. First taking over 218,000 all the way down at the bottom. Seventh, they're all guaranteed, 35,000. Our 8th place finisher was Tim Garles, just shy of 28,000, and Eduardo Silva from Brazil taking home just shy of 22,000 alongside whatever bounties they happen to pool.
Oh, I love this ticker at the bottom of the screen, guys. This tells you everything. The buy-in 1100, 2331 total entries, the entire prize pool, and the payouts that these players are now shooting for. We had, of course, our mystery bounties with over $800,000 of the prize pool put towards that. But at this point, all the big bounties are completely gone. We are down to just $1,000 bounties. So there's no sweat when it comes to those knockouts and everything. What's up, Crazy Frenchman on YouTube? What's up, Irene Edwards, Easy Rider, Warren Bennett, Giggity Gig, Callum Grant, Gilgamesh, The Sea. Appreciate all you guys over there on Twitch. We got Fedebola, Great Bluff, Rock Romaine, Pete Robo, Birdie Factory, Power from 04. We got tons of viewers. Love to see you guys. My name is Jesse Fulham from Poker News. With me is Nathan Gamble. Gamble on Poker. Gamble
That's
on
the
Poker
one.
on Twitter. It's like gamble in at?
On?
What's this
Where
middle
is it?
word? I know gamble in poker, but what's that middle word?
Felipe raise and take it here, adding to his big stack. Yeah, I decided to do a little rebranding a couple of years ago and went with a double entendre there with Gamble on Poker. Felt like there's a lot of value in the name change.
I mean, it can't be bad, buddy. Can't be bad.
I just want to take a gamble on it.
Mm-hmm. Ugh.
Don't worry, I've heard it my whole
I
life.
thought my mic was muted. I'm sorry. Sorry for that. Oops. King 10 for Canal. Pocket sixes for Felipe. Mama. Felipe first to act with the pocket sixes and all those chippies. So Felipe opens to 1.2 million. The blinds did go up to 300, 600 after the break as we just returned over to Canal, who has about just less than 5 big blinds. The reason why he's thinking here with King 10 more than anything is that big blind is coming, right? He's all in. He does make the move. You can't keep folding. You gotta stand up and make a decision here, and that's what Canal is trying to do with this King 10 here.
Yeah, I think we can clearly see, unless something changes it, Felipe will be going with the pocket sixes, and Kunal will be at risk with his, I like to say, 40% of a royal flush, Jesse.
That's a very optimistic way of thinking, definitely, Nathan.
Everyone's slowly folding around.
All right, let's see how this one goes.
King 10 of hearts.
I love Johnny. Johnny telling it. I'm pretty sure there's like an overhead camera that's actually showing this on a screen. But Johnny's there to help out. I love it.
Yeah, Johnny by far and away has the largest rail here.
Oh,
We've heard
no
him chanting
question.
And he lets anyone know anytime there's an all-in what the hands are and what's needed to either double or bust the player at risk.
Love it, dude. Love it. He is dialed in. All right, here we go. 10 on the flop for Canal. But there's a straight draw.
We got a straight draw. We got backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight flush draw. Turn is not going to provide any additional equity for Felipe. He's left needing only an inverted 9 on the river.
All right, that will be pushed Canal's way.
Alrighty, another double up here for Canal. He doubled up on the very first hand of play against our chip leader Felipe.
Yep.
And now he has doubled up yet again. Has a little bit of breathing room.
Man.
Up over 6 million, I believe.
We've seen lots of all-ins this table, Nathan. And the one in at risk has not been the one to be leaving.
Yeah, and we've mentioned it once or twice before, but you hear the rail behind us. We're on a 30-minute delay. We don't know what's actively happening right now, but I can tell you by the way this rail is celebrating, how loud it's getting out here from time to time, that there is action afoot and there is much more at stake and at play in these next 30 minutes. Kunal here, after finding a double up, now finds ace-king offsuit under the gun, fresh off of that double with the king-10 of hearts versus Felipe's pocket sixes. Counting it out, trying to figure out exactly how much he has now. Each of those gray stacks is worth $500,000. The gray chips are $25,000 each. So you can do rough math there. He has $3 million in gray. Each of the red stacks are $2 million a pop. Looks like he's all in. Does shoved a lot in, 7.4 million. And while he has a very strong hand here, the reality is he doesn't want to actually get called by a larger stack, even if he's slightly ahead, and take a risk at it. He'd prefer to either knock out a shorter stack or just pick up the blinds. Felipe mucks the ace-3 off in the big blind.
Easy muck, easy muck.
Kunal chipping up to just shy of 9 million for the first time at this table.
And look at all those Starbucks coffees lined up behind them on the rail. Love it. They're ready. They're ready to stay here for a while.
Oh, yeah.
That's excellent.
They're ready and rowdy and sounds like fully caffeinated. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the Poker News Cup. It is an $1,100 buy-in, and we had over 2,300 players involved today. There's $1 million, well, not today, but over the course of the last 3 days. And it is $1 million guarantee, which was just blown out of the water, hitting 2.2 million plus. And it's presented by Poker News, Guerrilla Gaming here at the Golden Nugget. And Jesse, I mean, where did y'all come up with the idea to shift it from just a normal poker tournament to the mystery bounty?
Oh, I mean, you've seen Nathan over the last year or two. I mean, it was definitely the 2020 WSOP schedule that had a mystery bounty format on their schedule that was the first of its kind. But of course, that summer schedule was canceled. Moved to an online tournament, and then we didn't get to play live again until 2021. However, in that time in between, our good friends The Win saw that a possibility. I think they said, let's think of something groundbreaking as well here. We've got an all-in from Forrest with the Queen 10 offsuit.
Yeah, I think the mystery bounty has been an exciting format, has really blown all expectations out of the water.
It's really like awake. I think that we are definitely in a poker boom right now, Nathan. And I think that the mystery bounty is one of the most fun pieces of that poker boom. As the mystery bounty has come up, I've seen great numbers across the board at every venue that hosts one. No matter what the buy-in is, people love that mystery bounty. format, and so it's when it came to doing a second version here, we got a move from Kyle. All right.
That's right. So Forrest shift all in under the gun, Queen 10 offsuit, and Kyle moves all in over the top. That fabled Ace 5 suited. The Cat Jammer has 53% equity here. Good chance of knocking Forrest out in 7th place. Let's see what the flop holds.
Basically a flip here for these two. Basically a flip. Let's see who takes the lead here. Queen on the flop for Forrest, putting Kyle in danger of losing the majority of his stack. With diamonds on the turn improves Kyle. Now he's any diamond or an ace or a 5. That will not come in. Kyle will have to push the majority of his stack over to Forrest. Oh man.
So
Kyle was working so hard. Kyle started the day as our shortest stack.
Yeah, he came in today at 1.7 million, which is about where he finds himself now. Forrest, on the other hand, came in third in chips, 7.8 million, which I believe is roughly where he finds himself now.
I mean, this is just a race the last 2 hours.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
We've talked about several times, but I'm absolutely shocked that we still have 7 players left when we came in with such a short stacks in play.
If that 50K bounty were still in the drum, I think it would be a different story, but we get to play some real poker here, which I'm just loving, man. I'm just really loving it. So yeah, that really was what made us want to do the mystery bounty. You know, we saw how successful it had been at other venues, and we said if we're going to do another 1,100, another $1 million guarantee, let's just add that dynamic in. And buddy, last year there was not really too much of a sweat to hit the guarantee, but this year the guarantee was hit middle of day 2, or 1B, middle of day 1B, and it just blew us away. Obviously, I mean, it just blew us away.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll be honest, I wasn't here for day 1, A, B, or C. I came in to do a commentary yesterday.
Yep.
And I was blown away at everything that's been done. Just look at this feature table, the final table here. It's beautiful. The felt is crisp. It's clean. Everything is thought about. Every single detail. The buttons are giant. They're like hockey pucks. It stands out. The cameras are crisp. They're clean. You have a sweat card cam on the mystery bounties. I mean, everything is just really aligned to make it pop and stand out in people's minds. And it looks like a well-ran venue. It looks like a well-ran event. And I think not only did you blow out the guarantee this year, but you're going to smash it next year as well.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We're focused on today, though. Today, let's get through this one first, and then we'll move on to what comes next. But we'll definitely have more PokerNews Cups in the future.
Well,
Umberto saying, "Giggity, let's put 2 million forward."
Yeah, Umberto is from Portugal. He's rocking that cowboy hat, and what I can only imagine is a alpaca down fleece jacket. I mean, looking sharp out there. Kyle contemplating if he wants to stick his remaining 2.5 big blinds in from the cutoff with Ace 3 offsuit after just losing the vast majority of his stack to Forrest the previous hand.
There was a great comment earlier on YouTube from Breakthrough Real Estate and Property Management. Did most of these, or will most of these guys also play in the WSP? Congrats on the huge turnout. You know, Breakthrough, it's hard to tell, man. What's great about the summer is that the WSP is there with buy-ins all over the map, right? For every sort of player from $300 up to 50K, 100K buy-ins, et cetera, et cetera. But there's also every other venue almost in Vegas offering games as well. Big tournaments with big guarantees. So hard to say if these guys are at the series. I think we've seen a lot of these guys around there. But you never know. I mean, honestly, I know people come out to Vegas just to play cash games during the season. I know players come out to Vegas to play just at the MGM or South Point or the Orleans even. Like they're big, humongous summer series. They had crazy numbers this summer as well over there. Shot at the Orleans. Aria had a great series. MGM as well. I mean, with the win, my God, can't forget the win. And the Golden Nugget here as well. It's incredible how the summer's grown. That's why we've seen success at every venue with this poker boom that we're living in right now. So, you know, WSOP is definitely on the table, but it's not their only option. And that's what's great about this season that we're in right now. Forrest really contemplating with these brand new chips he has in front of him, holding the Ace 4 suited. Umberto with more than a min raise, which has not been the normal move.
Yeah, Umberto's definitely putting forward a committing stack here. And one of the factors for Forrest is Umberto's making this raise right after we got a very short stack player, 2.5 big blinds in Kyle after doubling Forrest up. So you're looking at a $10,000 pay jump between 7th and 6th place money, and that definitely weighs heavily on the strength of Umberto's raise and what Forrest has to proceed with from that point forward. But going to your point, I love when the World Series is in town because it creates a festival atmosphere for poker across the city, across the town, up and down the strip, wherever you want to play, whatever your buy-in level is, you can find it during this time of the year. So whether you're playing $100 events, say down at the Orleans, or you're playing $100K over in the PokerGo studio, there's something for everyone. So I really recommend heading around, checking out on PokerNews, seeing what is in town, seeing what those buy-ins are, seeing what really fits your schedule if you're thinking of playing, and just getting out there and seeing what makes sense for you, and hopefully you take home either a trophy or a bracelet, or maybe just a pile of cash, whatever it is that floats your boat.
That's right. Forrest without letting go of the ace-4. Umberto picking up those extra chippies. Oh, Umberto. I don't think, well, we'll see.
Looks like Umberto back-to-back ace-queen. We have had a little bit of difficulty once in a while with some duplicate cards showing up, but with the amount of consideration, Umberto saying, I'm going to take a guess that this ace-queen is real. Has approximately 10 big blinds. Ace-queen offsuit. Under the gun, +1. He just raised up last hand, same hand. I think we're going to see very similar. Here we go. Looks like approximately 3 million. Half of his stack. Very committing, but allows him the ability to fold if there's significant action behind. Kunal here, ace-queen offsuit as well. On the dealer button.
Oh, Canal. Oh, Canal.
From what we've seen from these players, my expectation here is to see a all-in from Kunal and a call from Umberto, which majority of the time would be leading us down the road of a chop, but we shall see if that's what's in store. And back to the question about if these players will play at the WSOP or not. Well, we've had players of all levels, all buy-ins, all caliber playing at this event, the PokerNews Cup at the Golden Nugget. Some that played was Brian Altman, Ryan LaPlante, Jack Sinclair, Angela Jordanson, David Peters, Chris Moorman, Viet Vo. I mean, those are bracelet winners, WPT winners.
Speaking of names before this moves, oh shoot, we missed it. Okay, never mind. I was gonna try to make you guess what the name was on that Starbucks cup. Very important question.
Yeah,
but
very important.
Once we get back to Canal's camera, we'll try that. We'll try that game. Ace Queen versus Ace Queen. I hope you're ready to sing.
All right, well that wraps that one up. 3 4s on the flop. Queen on a turn. Let's make a nut boat. Why not?
That's right. That's right. All right, Nathan. Everyone gets their chips back.
I'm gonna say that's Floyd.
You think it's Floyd?
Floyd.
Okay. All right. I think it's Frank.
Frank, not Frank.
No,
Frank.
Yeah, I think it's a C, not K.
Looks like you have a couple of happy choppers there.
That's right. That's right. Deadly Sniper Bear over on Twitch says, eating pudding and watching poker. I can't get much better. Congrats, buddy. I'm hoping you're enjoying the pudding. What flavor? Chocolate?
I hope it's banana.
You think banana? Caramel's not bad either. Enjoy your pudding, dude.
Caramel.
What's up, Greg? 717 PA on Twitch. Everest77 says, whoever put the running ticker at the bottom, you're amazing. That's our buddies at Gorilla Gaming. No joke, they are amazing, buddy.
Honestly, I don't even know if we need to be in the booth after they put that ticker up. It has everything you can want to know. If you have a question for us, look at the bottom of your screen first. You got your blinds down there. You got how many people are in here. You got the buy-in. You got what you're watching, and you got the remaining prize pool. So,
but you don't have a guest at the Starbucks Cup behind.
That's true.
Kunal.
Oh, I bet they're listening to us. I bet they put up their guess on the ticker next.
All right, here it is. F-R-A-N Francis?
What about the one beside it?
Oh, I can't. There's no way I can see that one.
It looks like Dragon. I think it's
Like
Francis.
Tanner? Maybe Tanner?
Dragon.
The one on the right? Francis on the left.
Dragon on the right.
I'm seeing Tanner on the right. Okay. We'll see. Pocket deuces for Felipe. Put your guesses in chat, guys, for those Starbucks cups.
Pocket deuces are calling the raise here of Kyle. Kyle put in the vast majority of his stack, 1.4. Felipe calling with deuces. Forrest calling the Jack-9 suit. No, he has not called yet. Contemplating. In the small blind, we have Vid with pocket eights. So there's a lot of potential carnage here on the felt.
No joke.
So this is something to note. Right before we start today, the last major bounty, which was 50,000, got taken out. It was won by our 7th place finisher, Tim. If that was still in play, I think we'd see a lot more action within these spots. Forrest would be getting in there. Felipe would be possibly 3-betting. Vid would absolutely be shoving. But now every player, the only bounties that are left are 1K. So it's almost like a traditional bounty tournament. There's no massive buy-in left or bounty left. Vid here shoving all in, pocket eights over the flat call of Felipe, who had pocket deuces. 12.5 million.
Ease release for Johnny. Same for Kyle and Felipe too.
So Kyle will be all in and at risk, needing to hit one of his queens.
Oh yeah.
There's Johnny doing our job, letting everyone know what's
Kyle
what.
with Queen 8.
Umberto having a nice snack. Day at the movie theater. All right, pocket eights for Vid, Queen 8 offsuit for Kyle. Gonna need some love, otherwise he'll be our 7th place finisher, and we're off to a flop here.
Looking for a queen and only a queen.
4, 5, 10, 2 spades gives Vid the backdoor flush draw to boot. 5 on the turn, 3 outs remaining for Kyle. Otherwise, he is out in 7th place.
That's going to be it for Kyle Gross. Kyle Gross will be our 7th place finisher, taking home $35,000.
What beautiful run, though. As we've mentioned several times, he came in today as our shortest stack with 1.7 million and managed to outlast both Eduardo Silva in 9th place and Tim Garles in 8th place and take home an additional 13,000 after coming in with just a handful of big blinds.
That's right, man. That's right. So players are now playing for 44,000. That's the guaranteed. 44,945 is the 6th place money. 56,000 for 5th. 75K for 4th. Just over 100K for 3rd. 150K for 2nd, and 218 is that top prize.
Kunal has worked his way up to 3rd place with over 8 millions. He came in today as our 2nd shortest stack with 2.6. So he's really maneuvered himself very, very well at this final table.
We're going to see a huge eruption from the crowd in about half an hour, Nathan. My
Absolutely.
goodness, that was huge. I don't know what we're going to see, but it's got to be something good.
Kunal here in the hijack. King 8 offsuit, contemplating his action. We're down to the final 6, so you can definitely expect to see a wider range of hands raising, 3-betting, and going all in.
But not the King 8, Canal says. Not now.
Not that one. Forrest here on 10 big blinds. Has a very pretty hand, but he is definitely hindered by his stack size. Vlad also with a very beautiful hand. A 7 of hearts, just jams it all in on the 2 shorter stacks behind him. Johnny sitting on sub 10 big blinds, king 6 suited. Lays it down. Umberto 7 deuce suited. Don't think he's going to put anything up in there. Vid picking up a very nice hand.
Whoa. All right. Seems like Vid's rail has definitely woken up a little bit.
So this is Vid Zagar from Slovenia. He came in today second in chips, but on top of that, he won a $100,000 mystery bounty yesterday. So he is by far and away sitting in the prettiest place at this final table, because combined with what he has right now, of 6th place being worth $45,000, he's sitting on almost $150,000 alone for this tournament, with the potential to get another $218,000 for first place if he can make it that far.
Yeah, looking at Vidzagar's Hennin Mob, it's pretty cool. He has another mystery bounty cash in his recent records, where he finished, I believe it was, let me double check this one more time, over at the win. It was last year, 2022, $600 mystery bounty, finished in 42nd place. Man, these mystery bounties are so much fun, Nathan.
No, absolutely. There's something special to him. Umberto here, ace 7 offsuit in the small blind. Felipe, our chip leader, only player standing between him and taking a blinds down. However, Felipe is sitting with pocket 6s in the big blind. Potential to see some carnage on this hand. All in for Umberto. Sub 10 big blinds. Felipe on a large stack makes a very quick call. We're off to races. Pocket 6s for Felipe.
Seven sixes.
Johnny.
There you go. Johnny doing it for us every time. I love it.
Yep.
Love how he's letting his rail know.
Absolutely, buddy.
All right, Umberto's going to need an ace, a 7, or some diamonds. Look at that flop.
My
Deuce,
goodness.
10, 8, all diamonds. Umberto in good shape now, 55%. Can he catch one on the turn? Ooh.
Holy cow. Now he needs any 8, any, 7 diamond, ace, 7 on the river is enough to double up through Felipe. He had so many outs there, so many outs.
Absolutely. Does find the 7 of spades on the river to give him a superior 2 pair. And that's going to be probably the largest hit to Felipe that we've seen at this final table so far, as Umberto Galinda from Portugal doubles up in a very large way to roughly 13 million.
He's lost the scarf, though. I missed the scarf.
He's lost the scarf, but I believe he's wearing alpaca wool down jacket. He's clearly a true farmer, a cowboy out there in Portugal.
Of course, of course.
Man of the people.
All right, Felipe is still with 38 bigs, but look how close Vid is now. 18 million to 23. It's changed. The dynamic has changed a little bit. Felipe with that commanding chip lead to start the day at 30 million, but it's becoming more workable for the other people at the table now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
but I hate to see this. Johnny is our short stack. Oh, I hate to see that. All right. Oh no, Johnny, Forrest, Canal, Umberto, Vid, and Felipe, our final 6 players. And I think Forrest is the only American at the table.
let's see. Forrest hails from the U.S., Vid from Slovenia, Johnny obviously from the U.K. Huge shout out to him and his rail over there. Umberto, Portugal, Canal representing India, and our chip leader Felipe, Argentina.
How insane is this, dude? This is the Olympics. This is the Olympics of poker, what we got here. This is awesome.
Well, we're going to see who's standing on the podium at the end, who gets gold, silver, and bronze, while the rest of these players are going to have to be content with just a pile of cash.
That's right. Just a pile of cash.
It's a hard life.
I like that. I like that.
Johnny here, ace-7 of diamonds, sub 10 big blinds, all in.
Oh, no. Put himself at risk. All right, Johnny.
That's the comfiest all-in I've ever seen.
Yep. Yep. I mean, he's done this with powerful hands that we've seen turn over.
Absolutely. This has been the weakest hand he shoved so far. And
Easy fold for Knall.
the rowdy rail continues.
That's right. Picks up some bigs. Look at that smile on Johnny's face. Look at that. That's so good.
Stone cold killer right there. Don't let him fool you. I'm sorry. Any person that can eat baked beans and a cooked tomato for breakfast in the morning, I don't want to mess with them.
That sounds disgusting.
Yep. I don't know how to,
Yeah, no.
not for me.
No English breakfast for me. No, thank
No. Good on y'all.
you. Yep. Enjoy it with your toast. Not for me.
I mean, with the 4th of July being upon us tomorrow, I think we have to say that is actually why we
America
won
decided-
it away.
Yeah, no baked beans for us in the morning.
It wasn't about the tea. It was the tomatoes and the beans and the English breakfast. No, not
The brown
not my cup
sauce?
of
The
tea.
brown sauce, yeah.
Johnny here once again with a very playable hand.
What? What?
Shoves it all in. Queen,
Johnny,
Jack,
Johnny.
offsuit.
Johnny's getting a little feisty.
Very playable hands back to back. No question
Yeah,
about
absolutely.
that. Umberto folding correctly. Jack 9. 8-7 off 4-3. It's very nice that he's not having any competition.
Oh my
when
goodness,
he
look at
shoves.
this. Look at this. Canal, easy decision again, yep. And then Forrest, his card's up to 6, which means vacates.
There we go. 2 shoves in a row, don't get called, and you hear his rail calling out. They just got double.
Guys, all he did was just pick up the blinds.
Hey, you gotta be excited.
There's no need for a song. Oh, it's so good. What is, I don't know any of them. Love it. Yeah, sure, Johnny. That's a bluff. We call that one.
If anyone's looking to just go join afterwards for a free beer, I feel like you can just integrate with Johnny's
Oh,
rail.
man. I guess I really want him to finish in second so I can follow that rail so I can meet through the pub, dude. My goodness.
Not first?
I mean, first two.
Man.
At worst, second. At worst, second. Gosh.
Jesse.
Oh, Nathan, don't put me in that situation. Why? You know I missed step. Oh, no. All
Sorry.
right. I can't root for
Johnny
anyone for
fans.
first. I can't root for anyone for first. I'm the press. I'm the media. I have to stay impartial. So that's why I want Johnny to finish in second. Makes sense, right?
No.
No?
You're
Okay.
still
all right.
digging.
All right.
This
All right.
isn't helping you out in any capacity.
All right.
Canal is helped out here. Blackjack, ace-jack here in the dealer button. Imagine we're going to see feisty raise of some nature.
No kidding. He is tired of folding.
All right, there goes that green chip, announcing all in for 11 big blinds. Forrest, 4-3 offsuit, going to find the easy fold. And Vid going to give up his big blind as well as Kunal picks up the blinds, 2.5 bigs, add to his stack, which is 1.5 million. We have a better look at that Starbucks cup, and now it's gone. I'm still going with like Florence or Floyd or Franck.
Could it be Forrest?
It can always be Forrest. There's Forrest right there in the one
He is.
seat.
It's like he heard us saying his name.
So for those of you just joining us in chat, once again, I'm Nathan Gamble with Jesse Fullen, Poker News Media Director. Is that the right
No,
title?
God, no, absolutely not. No,
Poker News. Hold on. We have the Poker News.
Community manager.
Ah, it's close. How many
No.
communities do you really manage?
Like at least 17.
That's a lot.
I mean,
All right.
it was more before. I had to release some communities.
We're going to come up with a lot of different titles for you over the course of today. None of them are going to be community manager.
Yeehaw. Nathan, do you know my middle name?
Yeehaw?
No, it's James.
That was close.
Yeah, well, you were. Yeah, because Jesse James is like a cowboy. Yeehaw is close.
Is that why you had Jesse Sylvia join you last year?
Yes.
For this event?
Yes, so we have Jesse James on Jesse James action.
All in
Exactly
here
true.
from Forest Action. Vid with
Oh,
ace-7
baby.
suited in the small blind. Don't imagine he's going to let that one go. Johnny with not too many chips behind either, so Vid putting his chips to work. All in. So Forrest here, ace-5 offsuit on the button.
Oh, man.
Johnny folding one of those fives in the big blind. Lot of opportunities. There we go, Johnny.
Vid running to his rail to let them know that he's got the lead. But there are definitely opportunities here.
Yeah, absolutely. Vid with a nice little 69% chance of knocking Forrest out in 6th place.
Forrest has had a nice run. We had a lot of him on the feature table yesterday. Let's see if it continues. Oh my gosh! Forrest flopping the nuts, the straight, the wheel. Vid praying for a 5. Are there any 5s left in the deck, dealer? Is what Vid's rail is begging for. Forrest.
Picks up 5.9 million and comes in now. Chipping up
My
very nicely with that favorable flop.
Goodness, bang bang. That's right. Fish Neopets over on YouTube. Warren Ben says blessed. Oh, that's good. What's up over there, Kyle Anderson on Twitch. Kyle Anderson 1030. YouTube, Twitch. If you guys don't know, we have a PokerNews stream team. We've got Branson Poker, Biddy Plays Poker, and Kyle Anderson 1030, who are our PokerNews streamers. They play exclusively on Global Poker. Fantastic guys playing some fun events. Check it out. If you're on Twitch, make sure to click on Kyle Anderson's profile and give him a little follow over there. He does some great streaming. Let's see.
So we are down now to the final 6 players. Honestly, I expected to be down this far within the first hour of play today, and it's kind of been due to situations like that. A little luck of the deck has held us back, but we came in with some short stacks. Still have some shorties out there, but opportunities for doubling are always afoot.
No question. Kyle Anderson says, I knew live poker was rigged. Bullshit. I mean, I love it. I actually made a hat that said that. Had to stop wearing it because I work in the media. Didn't look good. King Jack for Johnny. All in, he says, Johnny.
Let's see.
Johnny from the small blind just has to get through one person. That's Umberto. And it works.
I feel like that's some sort of like rapper name, maybe a book author, Johnny from the small blind. It's got a nice ring to it.
Oh, man.
It's like Johnny on the spot, Johnny from the small blind.
Right? How about that flopped wheel, dude, that Forrest got? That was so sick.
So that's why you play the ace-5.
And he didn't react at all. Did you see that? He's just stone cold.
I think we've all been around poker long enough. You realize it's not over until it's over.
I mean, you're right. There's definitely, you don't want to celebrate too early. But, man. Put Canal in that situation. I think Canal erupts like a volcano, right? I think he just jumps out of his seat.
I think Kunal's middle name is Cucumber.
Okay, we can see his whole cup now. That definitely says Franc, I think.
France?
Yeah, Franc. I'm pretty sure it's Franc.
No, I think Kunal's middle name is Cucumber because he's about as cool as it comes. Johnny, once again, ace-7 suited on the button. Good opportunity here.
All in, he says. Johnny says, I have one move, you guys. Jam City.
I think Umberto's going to ask for a count here. Ace-4 suited in the small blind. There's not many shorter stacks left than Johnny, so Does find the fold. Chip leader to start the day. Felipe Oliveira in the big blind. Lets it go. And here we go. That stack distribution has grown a lot tighter throughout the course of the day. Short stack near now being Kunal with 13 big blinds. But you just go all the way up to third place, which is Forrest with 17 big blinds. It's a very, very close fight.
Six players left. Johnny with his steals has made it into 5th place with 14 bigs. Kanal is our shorty with 13. Sade. This is fun, Nathan. I'm having a blast with you, buddy.
It's always a good time in the booth.
Oh, Umberto with the ace, king of clubs. Johnny with the suited 9-7. Lets it go.
Doesn't even think about it. He's having too much fun here. You saw that smile on his face.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So this is an interesting spot. Umberto going to raise it up. Depending on the size of his raise, I could see Felipe coming back over the top with his pocket fours. I gotta say, I always like being in the booth to watch these events. You kind of get to watch things from up high. You know when there's going to be a little blood. You know when there's going to be a little bit carnage. And you get to be a little bit clairvoyant about it.
Right. Umberto asking for a count from Canal before he makes his raise decision here. Looks like it's going to be a min raise to 1.2 million.
It wouldn't surprise me at all to see some action stemming from Felipe. His curiosity is piqued.
Indeed.
We know if he does raise that Umberto is going to give him the action, that's for sure. Oh, does just rip it all in.
Oh, mama. This could be huge. Canal with the easy release of Queen Deuce offsuit once he sees that deuce.
And Umberto has made the call.
Yep.
Largest pot
Snap call.
of the tournament so far,
Without
21
doubt.
million.
Without doubt. 20 million at stake here.
33 big blinds. Felipe will either be our commanding chip leader after this pot, or Umberto will take over the chip lead.
It's going to be huge. Let's see what we have here. King 7-6. Felipe has lost his lead. Umberto with the pair. Looking to fade a 4 or a 5. A 4 or a 5, and Umberto will double up here.
And
Wow,
there we
wow,
go.
that is sick. Felipe, look at his face. Look at his reaction over there, man. Oh, my gosh. Felipe started the day with 30 million, and now he's down to 10.
And that will put Umberto Galinda from Portugal into the chip lead
Holy
with
mackerel.
over 21 million. He came in
Holy
today in the
mackerel.
middle of the pack with 5 million. And it reversed his fortunes with Felipe Oliveira from Argentina, who came in with 31 million and now is in the middle of the pack with 6 players remaining.
Golly. Everything has changed. Everything has changed.
No real impact from the reaction here. I mean, he's just saying, okay, I doubled up. Here we go.
Yep. Game's not over.
Yeah, I think that's very important to recognize for him, that while he may have the chip lead,
Things can change so quickly in this game.
absolutely. Massive, massive spot here.
It was the biggest pot we've seen so far in the tournament, by far.
Kunal over there trying to help out. I think there's a little bit of shell shock for
Felipe, absolutely.
yeah.
But hey, Felipe's not the short stack. He just falls to third with 19 bigs. Definitely, I mean, not an unsafe place, but just it has to feel like craziness. Umberto is our new chip leader with 21.4 million, 35 bigs. Canal's our shortest with 11 bigs, 6.9. Johnny from London, 14 bigs, 8.9 million. Forrest sitting there with 17 bigs.
Yeah, it sounds like the players are asking for a color up of a bunch of those gray chips. For a long time, they weren't really in play, as Felipe was just using them as a subfloor for his red chips, were the real action getters. But it sounds like they're asking to get them colored up so that they can actually be put back into play and used a little bit more often.
Yep, you can hear them saying it.
Yeah. So Umberto now chip leading 35 big blinds. So if you're sitting there and every single gray chip every stack of gray is worth a big blind, then yeah, they're definitely real. They're in play, and it probably helped to get a little bit more of them colored up to reds.
We'll get there. We'll get there, guys. We appreciate you watching with us on both Twitch and YouTube. My name is Jesse Fullen. I'm the community manager for Poker News. I handle the Twitter account. That's my my bread and butter. I guess is a good way to describe it. I'm on Twitter all the time with a Poker News account. Then I also handle a stream team, and I write the April Fool's joke content usually. I'm all around Poker News. Then here I am, here in the booth with my buddy Nathan Gamble, Gamble on Poker on Twitter. And we are down to the final 6 here at the final table of the Poker News Cup Mystery Bounty at Golden Nugget.
And we're going to be here all night, however long this takes, ladies and gentlemen. We came in today expecting some fast and furious action. And while we've seen lots of double ups, we've only seen 3 knockouts over the last 3.5 hours of play. It's really hard to predict what's going to happen from this point moving forward, if we're going to see fast bloodfest or if we're going to see slow and calculated play.
All right, back to the action. We got Vid under the gun with ace-9 suited. It is going to open to the minimum 1.2 million. Johnny with the pocket 6s lets it go, and you can see by his face he's maybe a little troubled by it, but can't do much. And that's put in that position, facing open under the gun. Canal with a king-8 offsuit in the small blind. Lets it go, and then Forrest.
You can tell a lot of these players want to play, they want to put their chips at work, but they're just handicapped by their stacks. Forrest here making a call from the big blind, 6-4 offsuit.
He's got to think he's live, and so as long as Vid doesn't have a pocket pair, then he's got a chance. He sees a 4 in the window, unfortunately followed by the ace and the king, putting that pair of 4s in just who cares? Who cares territory.
It does give him some equity up against the ace-9 of Vid, but it's very narrow, 14%. You can really expect to see a bet here from Vid at 100% frequency.
Yeah, without a doubt.
So Forrest is left just hoping and waiting.
And we do see the release from Forrest. YouTube chat has a choir of people talking about Phil Hellmuth for some reason.
Oh.
Hellmuth did win his 17th. Oh, check this out. This is the Eltham Terrace Club. This is Johnny's club watching us up on their big screen in London, guys. In London, they're tuned in, watching. Want to shout them out. Thank you guys so much for watching, supporting Johnny and his run here in this event. Love to see it.
I love how much of a pub environment that is. It truly is a pub league. You can see it in the background. You can see the giant TVs on the wall.
Man.
And speaking of Johnny, here he is under the gun with 2 black hockey sticks, pocket 7s, 15 big blinds as one of our short stacks.
Johnny under the gun with pocket 7s. Deep in thought.
see Umberto acting after him with that giant wall of chips sitting on King-Jack offsuit, intensely looking at the action, waiting to see.
Looks like a min raise from Johnny. We haven't seen many of these from him.
Yeah, it looks like 1.2 million.
Yep. Oh, no, a little more. No? Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah, she put in... stacks of 4, maybe? Yeah.
Chip leader Umberto Galinda from Portugal contemplating what to do with the King-Jack offsuit. He knows that Johnny's been playing tight. He knows he just acquired all these chips, and they're playing six-handed, so King-Jack plays a lot more powerful than it usually would in this situation. But he also has the rest of the table to worry about behind him. He is reaching for chips. Looks like it's going to be a 3-bet. Cutting it out, 2.7 million by the looks of things.
Oh, man.
Felipe releasing the Queen 10 of hearts. Kunal not able to play either. Folds around force and small blind, Queen 8 offsuit. So now action all the way back around to Johnny, and this is one of those interesting spots. So you don't really want to go set hunting with this small of the stack left behind. So you can't call, take one off. It's either an all-in or fold type of situation. Calling is just the best, or the worst of all worlds, because unless you flop that set, you've just put in way, way too much of your chips and committed to this hand.
Johnny started the hand with just over 9 million. About 15 bigs.
If he was to find the all-in, I would expect to find Umberto folding. He just would not be in a very good spot against the vast majority of Johnny's hands. But it's going to be a very, very difficult proposition for Johnny to commit the rest of his stack with pocket sevens here.
The thing about this is I think Johnny's really showing the strength of his hand with this thought process. We've seen him make much faster moves. We just had the pocket pairs, the aces, the tens, things like that. So if he does go all in, Umberto, I think has a little more information based on. If that's just my take on this. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, Nathan.
I can't really say one way or another. He seems to have been acting quickly throughout, but we've only seen him on 2 or 3 hands in total. So it's hard to get a full read on the situation on how long he takes with all of his hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe anytime he has just an absolute powerhouse, he does shove in quickly. And maybe when he does have that more middling, I feel like the boys back at the club are like, oh, I'm going to start paying attention when Johnny takes more time. But no, it's a good point. It's just I don't think we have quite enough. Let's see.
It's just a flat.
Does find
it's
a
just
flat
a flat call. That's right. Umberto double checking his hand. King of hearts, jack of clubs versus the sevens. Oh.
Wonderful flop here for Johnny.
Yep.
No real overcard. The 8 doesn't rate to be in Umberto's hand. The 5 doesn't. So if you were ahead pre-flop, you're still ahead. And if you were behind, well, not much has changed.
Umberto with 18 million chips behind. Johnny with just under a pot-sized bet. Oh, what a lead. What a lead on the 8-5-5 flop. Umberto.
There we go. Picking up 4.2 million in chips. Almost half of his stack with the pocket sevens. So our big stack at the table, Umberto, takes a hit almost immediately to his chip stack. And here you go on screen, the Eltham Terrace Club.
Oh, there it is. That's right. There's the outside. Beautiful. Check it out. Looks like it's next to McDonald's. Oh, I like that. And an organic grocery with the A upside down. All right. Cool little shop. Nice. If you're in London, check them out. Okay, so we've given some love to Johnny's Rail, right? And to his local room in London, who we know are watching us right now. If you are watching, supporting anyone else at this table, let us know. We'd love to hear who you're supporting. Umberto, Felipe, Canal, Forrest. Let us know who you're watching, where you're from. Nathan and I are in both the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat, and we really appreciate you guys tuning in and watching with us. $218,000 up top.
That's right. All these players are guaranteed $45,000 right now, plus wherever they previously pulled on bounties. But as you just mentioned, Jesse, they're playing for $218,000. This is an $1,100 event, and well, you said 40% of it went into the mystery bounties.
Yeah. 40% of the prize pool was withheld for mystery bounties. And it was a blast.
Which several of the players at this final table have partaken. One was a $50,000 one pulled just today by our 8th place finisher, Tim Garles, and one was pulled by Vid Zakar over in C2, which was $100,000 yesterday. So definitely enjoying this mystery bounty a little bit more than some.
Some fun. We've got, let's see, we got Panned for E on YouTube saying Go Felipe from Argentina. Dale Papa. We got Rian Craig supporting Johnny from Glasgow, Scotland. Very cool. Tanya saying, shouting out Umberto. We got Ted here in the YouTube chat, shouting out Forrest. Love it. Thanks, Chris. Chris on YouTube says, amazing tournament, ran very well. Awesome, buddy. Yeah, the guys here at Golden Nugget really know what they're doing. Andy Rich and his entire crew are absolutely fantastic.
Fun situation developing here. Vid raising up ace-10 offsuit from the button. Umberto with jack-10 suited in the big blind. Potential for some fireworks before the 4th of July today.
Oh, man, no joke, right? What's up, Time Traveler Poker? Thanks for the compliment, buddy. Hope you're enjoying it. Birdie Factory. Which of the remaining players has the most lifetime winnings? I think Nathan knows this one.
Yeah, that's going to be Kunal Padneet. He's from India, had $750,000 leading into today, was one of our most experienced players remaining, and he's hoping to eclipse his largest cash with over $200,000 with a victory. It looks like an all-in from Umberto with the Jack-10 suited from the big blind, and
he's got Vid covered quite a bit after that massive double through Felipe. Vid, who started the day second in chips.
If Vid can find the call here, he's going to be in a commanding position for the largest pot of the day, but it is not an easy call to make. We've seen he's calm, he's cool, and he's very calculated, so I expect him to sit for a while, think this one through, and figure out if he wants to put the rest of his tournament at risk.
What's up, all business over on Twitch? Appreciate you, homie. Oh, shoot. I deleted something from Rob Young saying whoever spread the love about ETC, thank you. I thought it was some sort of like crypto coin or something. No, he just meant the club in London. I was like, no, we get rid of that crypto shit in this chat, buddy. But he meant ETC is in the club in London. That's so good.
Oh, well, Umberto is feeling good about this shove. Gets it through with Jack-10 suited and taking down pot pre-flop. Vid folding off the dominating hand. Is that the one and only Rob Young?
No,
the
it's
man,
not.
The myth, the legend?
No, it's not.
Maybe it is. You don't know these things. All right, maybe you know these things.
Well, I'll tell you, he doesn't spell it the same. It's Y-O-U-N-G. This one. It's a different Rob Young.
So it's an un-British version.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, here is a big one brewing.
Oh.
Kunal with ace-5 offsuit under the gun, sitting on sub-10 big blinds. From what we've witnessed of his play, it wouldn't surprise me to see an all-in here. And Forrest is sitting directly behind with the ace-king offsuit. Potential trouble brewing for Kunal. Does put it all in under the gun, and Forrest is going to be very happy looking down ace-king off.
Forrest with just over Kunal's stack, 8.5 compared to Kunal's 6.6. I mean, Forrest has just over 10 bigs.
Yeah, blinds just went up a second ago. It's
Right.
at 400,000, 800, 800,000. So there's $2 million in play every single round. And we have, I believe, 65 million chips in play total.
Yeah, Forrest does put it all in, of course.
Vid full. Johnny out there. Umberto is not going to be finding anything to call with.
By the way, the next player who does cash out makes $56,065. That is our 5th place money, so let's see what happens here. Felipe with the 9s? No, look at his face. Look at this. Look at this. Oh. Yo.
That's just due
Yo.
to ICM considerations.
Yeah.
Let someone else take the pain.
Yo.
You saw it on his face. He just said, haha, not happening.
It's like, oh, really? Oh, really?
All right, Kunal going to need a 5. Now he has opportunities. I like to call them chopportunities and running diamonds. King of diamonds on the turn puts
He needs
Forrest
a diamond.
in command.
A diamond and only a diamond, really. Doesn't come in.
Good
Kunal, good
game.
game, buddy. Kunal will be our 6th place finisher. I'm sorry, I had my numbers wrong. Kunal is our 6th place finisher, taking home $44,945.
Under 8.5?
Well, there goes our most accomplished player in 6th place. Kunal from India came in as our 2nd shortest stack and went all the way up to 6th place, going from $22,000 for 9th all the way up to $45,000 in 6th place. A beautiful run. And Felipe Oliveira would have been absolutely decimated on that hand if he'd made the call with pocket 9s. Instead, it is Forrest Raleigh in seat 1, busting out Kunal and taking a huge, huge pot.
It's 8 and 8.
You are watching the final table of the 1100 buy-in PokerNews Cup Mystery Bounty event at Golden Nugget. This event had a $1 million guarantee. We far surpassed it, hitting $2.2 million over 2,200 entries. Insanity. Just insanity.
It looks like these players are wanting a little bit more breathing room. We're not running 10-handed here like some other places around town. This one is running 5-handed right now because we're at that final table. So they're all kind of sorting themselves out, getting some elbow room.
That's right. That's right. Umberto moving those towers of chips.
So I'm moving here. I'm going to move here. Yeah, you move.
Over there on the right, we see Glenn from Gorilla Gaming. He's the guy who's run this whole show and his team. And then got Kurt right there. Kurt is one of the tournament directors here at the Golden Nugget. Part of Andy Rich's team. Fantastic team over here.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything has been top-notch from the floor staff to those tables you just mentioned. Look at that felt. It's clear, it's crisp, it's sharp.
Oh, man, it's so much
PokerNews
fun.
Cup, I mean, it's been a wonderful time being able to jump in a booth with you so far, Jesse.
Nathan, it has been very pleasurable. I've had a good time as well.
That's not the first time I've heard those
Oh, good
words
God.
issued.
Oh, good God.
Thankfully, it's been different Jesse's, but
Oh, no, we're done with that conversation. Umberto, where are these towers going? Look at this. How high are we going to go with this?
I mean, it's legal nowadays to go as high as you want.
No question. I just want to know.
It's reminiscent of chip leader coaching with Alex Foxen and Chance Corneth. They like to stack their chips up high.
So what we're doing right now, guys, is we're just actually getting the correct chip counts for these graphics. That's what this team was doing 30 minutes ago, just making sure they get the numbers right.
And, I mean, we can do a rough eyeball count on everyone. As we previously mentioned, those gray chips are 25,000 each, so each stack is $500,000.
Yep.
The red chips are 100,000 each, so each of those stacks is going to be $2 million.
That's right.
So to give you a rough idea here, I'm just going to say our short stack at this point in time was today's chip leader heading in, Felipe, on the far right side of your screen. As in relation to the rest of these players, he does not have an overwhelming amount of red chips. Umberto clearly stacking up that chip lead. Looks nice.
Forrest forgetting the rules over here on the left. He's supposed to step away with his phone here. Sorry, guys. This happened 30 minutes ago, or else I'd run out there and smack his hand, slap him his wrist.
He
I had to
heard
do
you.
that quite a bit yesterday. These guys, one guy at the table jumped into the $500 online bracelet event and wanted to play it at the feature table.
Not allowed?
I had to say, sorry, man, this is not the World Series of Poker where they let you do that in the tournament. We cannot do that. So, there you go.
Well, looks like we got our updated chips going on. So we're going to take note of that. Vid here with 11.5. Johnny with just about the same, 11.6. Blinds are 400, 800, 800. Umberto here, our chip leader, on the button, picking up ace-king suited. Imagine we're going to see a min raise from him. And Felipe, who is our chip leader coming into today, with king-jack offsuit in the small blind. Definite potential fireworks on the horizon. Not in a good way for Felipe. Here we go. Umberto does raise up on the button. Min raise 1.6 million. Felipe liking what he sees. Has to figure out what he wants to do. This has been an absolutely terrible, terrible start to the final table here for Felipe. And unless he can find a little bit of love on that flop, there it is. There's that all in. Forrest folds quickly. Umberto is going to find a very fast fold. And Felipe, our day start chip leader, is at risk.
King Jack over there, Ace King here.
There you hear it from Johnny. Letting everyone know Umberto has the opportunity to become the overwhelming chip leader with over 30 million in play. Jack in the window, followed, however, by an ace. And Felipe's going to need running diamonds or a jack on the turn. Otherwise, he will be our fifth place player.
Jack on the turn? No way. Look at his face, man. He needed that.
No ace on the window. Filippo celebrates. I don't blame him. He is back up and running. He is now our chip leader once again, Jesse.
Man alive, I'm glad I came back for that one. Holy mackerel. That was insane. I thought Felipe was out the door.
I thought so too. He came in today as a chip leader and it was just down to running diamonds or a jack, and boom, right on the turn, jack.
Wow. Umberto thought this was going to be his game. Oh.
Well,
and Umberto falls down to our bottom stack.
Yes and no. He's tied for last place. 14 big blinds for Johnny, Vid, and Umberto.
Wow.
I mean,
wow, these stacks, man. This is crazy.
But like, if you look at the separation here, if any of them double up through Felipe, they're now the chip leader. So there's not a whole lot of separation between our final five players.
This is going to be so wild with those three stacks, knowing those ladders, though. I mean, let's look at the fifth. Fifth is 56,000. Third is 101K. Double the money.
Yeah.
Double the money. How insane is that?
Yeah, 56, then 75, 101,000, 150.
Yeah, I just jumped from fifth to third. I just jumped from fifth to third because I didn't even think about fourth. Because I mean, honestly, if they're all three the same, one of these guys potentially could be that 5th or that 3rd place finisher.
No, absolutely.
I mean, and it's between like 200K, which is, what, 1/4 of a big blind? My God, man. This is wild.
Umberto is giving all those gray chips straight back to Felipe that he just got. He said, "Do you want to not color him up? You get them back."
That's right. That's right. So I'll keep all the cherries. You take the old gray ones, please.
I really thought we were about to drop Felipe there in 5th place, but instead he's chip leading the tournament once again, right where he started. But to be fair, when he started today, he had 31 million in chips, which is worth 66 big blinds, and now he's chip leading on just over 20 million in chips, which is 27 big blinds. So while he's still chip leader, it's a much more tenuous chip lead than before.
No joke, buddy. No joke. All right, let's go. And oh, good Lord. What is this game? What is this game we're playing? Umberto with the pocket queens after Johnny lets go of the deuce 4, of course.
I mean,
This just...
there's absolutely no promise, though, for Umberto. Pocket queens, he just lost ace-king versus king-jack. He's obviously happy to see the pocket queens, but there is no safety or guarantee here for him.
That's right.
Only guarantee is he will be finding a raise. Looks like he's going on the min-raise side yet again, 1.6 million. There it is. Gets straight back up on the horse.
Because the cowboy hat?
Yep, you
Yeah,
nailed it.
I thought so. You're a horrible person.
You love it.
All right, no gravy, no access.
It does
Umberto.
provide separation, though, when he picks up that 2 million chips, because keep in mind, previously there's 3 of them all at the same 14 big blind stack, so now he separates himself a little bit from the other 2.
No, that's for sure. Absolutely, when you take those bigs.
So he's at 16. One of those 2 players is now going to be at 12. Umberto once again pocket jack. So we go ace king, pocket queens, pocket jacks.
Live poker is rigged, y'all.
Absolutely.
Live poker is rigged.
I mean, keep in mind, he won 1, lost 1, so it evened out, right? You just win 2.5 big blinds after losing
Yeah.
15.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
All right. I think we're going to see the same action here. 1.6 million. Don't imagine he deviates.
Yeah.
There it is.
Good read, Nathan. Good read.
He seems to know what he's doing, not want to vary his bet sizing based off of the strength of his hand.
No, opens with the jiggities. Felipe folds the king 9 over to Forrest with the release. Vid with the release.
Our man Johnny here, queen 9 offsuit. Has potential to flat and see a flop.
That's right, especially since he already has a big, the big blind ante and his big blind invested. It's another 800K.
So I've started realizing all the cheers and jeers earlier in the crowd that we were alluding to. It may have potentially just been Johnny picking up a big blind here or there.
It was. That's all it was. That's all it was. I did the math as well. Whoa, a release from Johnny.
All right, another pot. 2 in a row for Umberto. Sadly, the one previous to that decimated his stack a little bit, but back on the horse. Picks up 4 million in 2 hands. Felipe definitely sharing a smile with the crowd. He's back on top.
That's
Chip
right,
leading.
man. There we go. There we go. We don't have the graphics yet for this hand, guys, but we'll see them very shortly. A fold from Felipe.
I'm going to say Forrest is not an architect. Those chips are very precarious. I feel like they're going to just start tumbling at any point.
Here are the graphics. Felipe with the Jack Deuce lets it go over to Forrest with 7-5 of diamonds. Says no thank you. Folds around to Vid. Vid Cigar with the 8-3. Lets it go over to Johnny, who lets it go as well. Johnny with the Queen 4. Okay, there we go. Umberto takes it down.
That's 3 in a row. Played the last 4 pots. Typically, a 3-4 record is, or 3-1 record is pretty good, but sadly for Umberto, he lost quite a lot of chips on the one he did
He
lose.
just picked up almost, I mean, okay, what, nearly 6 million?
4.4 million profit.
Yeah.
Looks like Vid is our short stack right now. After going through the blinds, he's down to about 9.5 million. So it really shows you how fast that these blinds will decimate a stack.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Fast fold from Forrest. Imagine we'll see the same from Vid and Johnny, with not much to speak of here. 9-3 suited, 9-5 off. So it'll be over to our 2 chip leaders in the blinds.
Eric SFC over on YouTube says, howdy y'all, just stopped in to hit the thumbs up, watching on the big screen after dinner. Hey buddy, thanks for tuning in, appreciate your support. We're gonna see some big money delivered this evening here at the Golden Nugget. Umberto from the small one says, can I win 5 in a row? Can I get through one more person?
All right. He's gonna limp it in with the 6-4 diamonds. Felipe here, king queen offsuit from the big blind and the big stack, Jesse.
Yeah, let's see what Felipe wants to do with these two.
Well, speaking of big money, you see it scrolling across the bottom of our screen. All of the remaining 5 players are guaranteed 56,000.
Big raise. Big raise to 2 million? No, 2 million. What would that be?
Looks like 2.8 million, 2 million on top.
Yeah.
2.4 million,
There we
my
go.
apologies.
There we go.
I like the slow pan over there onto Umberto. A little bit of a movie quality feel to it. He does release it. Felipe extends his chip lead a little bit more. 22.6 million. Umberto's put himself back into contention, not on the short stack anymore. Alrighty. So for those of you that are just joining us, we are at the final table of the PokerNews Cup. We have 5 players remaining. And as you can hear in the background, we have a very rowdy rail. We're on a 30-minute delay, so we will see what they're cheering about here in the coming hours ahead.
That's right, we will. Umberto with a king-queen offsuit on the button after Johnny lets go.
Sitting on just shy of 20 big blinds, king-queen offsuit. Chip leader is on his direct left, which will hamper his ability to raise as frequently as he may like.
Right. No kidding, right, Joseph, on YouTube? Joseph Field says, mad spoilers from the British Rail. I'm like, can we mute our mic whenever we... I'm going to try to find some way. It's just uncontrollable. We're in a little room, guys, I promise, but there's a... Unless we get a hotel room up on like the top floor, you're going to be able to hear them shut. You might even know...
It's a little too forward of you, Jesse.
Listen.
Guys, I'm not getting paid for this, and I'm definitely not getting paid enough for a hotel room with Jesse.
Don't talk to me right now. Don't talk to me.
I'm still looking for that moldy sandwich they promised me.
Don't talk to me.
No, don't worry, guys. It's not just Johnny's rail that's going crazy. There's a couple more rails out there. We got Argentina in the house, Slovenia in the house, UK, Portugal, and we still have one man from the United States. So trust me, when you hear a rail, it's not just the rowdy rail of the UK. So you may think it's for Johnny. It may be for Johnny, but it's not a guarantee.
That one was Johnny's rail, though.
I don't know this.
No,
no
they
idea.
sang the song.
No, I don't know what he's talking
Something
about.
in the winter. I mean, you can hear it. You know, they know it's Johnny's rail. You don't have to bullshit. Don't lie to them. All right, we're having fun. All right. Johnny under the gun with the Jack 9.
What if Johnny was going into the Winter Wonderland and they were singing trying to retrieve him because of the cold deck?
Yeah,
I don't know these things.
That's it. That's it. Probably so. Maybe not.
Probably, but maybe,
Probably
but
not,
no.
But maybe.
Queen 10 off for our chip leader on the button, eyeing up the stacks of the two players behind him.
Buddy, we got almost 700 viewers right now.
Hey now.
Pretty fun. Pretty fun. We got 300 over on Twitch. We got almost 400 over on YouTube. You guys, we appreciate your support so much. Make sure to
Let's make sure to talk about this
talk
hand
about this
real
hand
fast.
right now.
Felipe all in, putting pressure on the shorter stacks. Vid calling.
Oh, baby.
All right.
Thank you, Johnny.
Everyone heard it? All right. I literally have to be quiet and let Johnny do his
No
thing.
kidding, right?
All right. You heard it there from Johnny.
Oh,
Queen in the
on
window.
flop.
Vid is going to need a king, a 10, or running clubs to stay alive. King on the turn.
Oh, that celebration.
Felipe now needing the queen or the jack. 3 outs at the top of your screen. Not to be.
Wow. Wow. The short stacks find their way, dude. The short stacks find their way. And Vid, who started the day with the second biggest stack, is back in a place where he can breathe comfortably for a few more minutes.
Yeah, that is absolutely massive for Vid. He was the shortest stack going into this hand, and now he is our chip leader.
Boom.
23 big blinds as Felipe
Boom.
falls to third, tied for third place with Forrest. With 16 bigs.
Buddy, this has been like a rotating thing with these names taking that top spot. We've seen Felipe almost all day, then Umberto, now Vid. When are we going to see Forrest and Johnny up there?
Yeah.
But look how close they are, 23, 21, 16, and 12. This is anybody's game. How sick is this? This morning we started where 40% of the chips in play were all in Felipe's bags. Bags. Not one bag, he had to have 2 bags. And now we're at a point where this could literally be anybody's game.
Yeah, anyone doubles up at this table, they're the chip leader for the tournament. This is absolutely absurd.
Monster.
And Felipe is left with rows and rows and rows of gray chips, which was basically his bag to start today. One of the bags, as you allude to, Jesse, was full of nothing but gray chips, and the other bag was full of nothing but red chips. He color coordinated them and brought them both in.
Speaking of nothing but gray chips, look at Felipe's little stack over there. Just rows of gray.
Yeah.
Rows of gray.
And each one of those gray chips, we believe, is representative of a starting stack of one player in this tournament. Each single one.
Essentially, yeah, that's absolutely correct. Gary Miller with the potential spoilers in chat. I mean, buddy. Talking about if anyone doubles up and takes that top stack, he's like, in about 25 minutes based on what we heard. We'll have to wait and see, dude. Who knows? Kuman over on Twitch. Fun fact about Johnny. He was the tournament director and all-around good guy in the poker room at the Empire Casino, where WSP Europe first started for many years. That's so sick.
That's awesome.
Oh, that is rad, man.
All right.
Oh, I love that. That's so cool.
So Johnny has put in his work in the poker industry for a very long time, by the sounds of things.
No doubt. Thy Eggman says, gotta love it when the commentators pre-spoil. You know, Eggman, if you were paying attention, it was done by the rail that was so loud behind us. But hey, I'm glad you're still here in chat. You'll forgive us, right?
Yeah, I haven't spoiled anything. That was all this man beside me.
Hey, I'm just excited. I'm just excited.
Everyone's excited here. We have a great rail for Johnny Kelly from the UK. We know we have one for Vidzagar, Felipe from Argentina. There's some rails here for all of these players, some big, some small, some rowdy, but you always know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that your largest and rowdiest ones are always going to be from South America and the UK. I think bar none. There's nowhere else.
No doubt. And I considered acting like we couldn't hear what the rail was doing, but like Christmas when I act like there's a Santa Claus, my kids know the truth. And so I figured you guys are adults. I might as well just tell you the truth, that there was a loud rail and we know, and you guys know who it was. So I apologize, the Eggman. I hope you'll forgive me. Let's move on. Action on the table.
Felipe here now, one of our short stacks. After being the chip leader for a vast majority of the day, he lost that lead not too long ago, and then he just got back from Umberto, and then once again has lost it to Vidzagar. Johnny here in the small blind, ace 4 suited. Imagine he'll be finding all in. There is sub 10 big blinds. See, and that's what I love about it. You heard them on the rail as soon as he shoved all in. They're rowdy at an all-in shove, and I bet we're about to hear. There's no spoilers here, ladies and gentlemen.
Right?
They're cheering when he picks up 1 blind or 15 blinds.
Yeah, it could be anything.
So I really and truly, we do not have eyes on the action. We are watching here alongside you.
They're singing because he picked up a big blind.
So I truly do not believe there's any spoilers afoot.
Yeah.
Now, we could walk out of our booth, go and look at what's happening, but where would the fun be in that? We are here with you, bringing this action. It's on a 30-minute delay, but for you, for me, for Jesse, it is live.
That's right. Forrest under the gun with the ace-7 offsuit, sitting on a nice 15 million.
And I will say that they are all suited up well today because it is cold in here. I'd say we're down to about 33 degrees. You got Forrest here wearing a turtleneck. He's got on the trench coat. You see Zid there with the hoodie up. And somehow today I forgot the golden rule of poker, which is don't show up in shorts and a t-shirt.
Oh my goodness, buddy. Nathan's not lying. He is definitely wearing shorts and a t-shirt beside me. And yeah, it's a little cold outside. I mean, inside. It's a little cold inside.
And it's 115 degrees outside, which is sadly what I dressed for.
Yeah. We'll order you some hot coffee in a minute, buddy.
Forrest here, well, he's taking down his coffee. Took the order, bring it in, taking down those blinds. 1.6 million gets the job done. You know, Umberto reminds me of South American Dan Smith.
Oh, that's what the chat's been saying the entire time.
Good.
Man thinks he's Dan Smith with that cowboy hat. No, he's Umberto.
Well, you know the original reason that Dan Smith was rocking a cowboy hat, correct?
No.
So Doyle gave him one at one of the tournaments because he thought that he'd look good in it. So one of the cowboy hats that Dan Smith has is an original Doyle Brunson cowboy hat.
That's so cool. Wow, that is sick. Okay, I never knew that. That's awesome.
I'm not sure which one it is because he has a couple of them now, I believe. But yeah, one of the cowboy hats that he owns was from Doyle Brunson.
That is so sick. Kuman76 on Twitch. That's the room out there in London. Asks for booth picks. Is it the size of a TARDIS? I mean, what British connections? You think we watch that show out here? Nah, bro. Nah, buddy. But I know what your TARDIS is. Ace Queen all in for Vid. Johnny with the Ace-7 offsuit. Easy release.
So this is a move that's impacted by how close the stack sizes are together.
Yeah.
Vid has a wonderful hand that normally you'd like to see action with. However, when you're this close in stacks, it's really bad to see flops and potentially lose your chip lead. So you'd rather just shove all in and take the blinds down rather than even go into a flop as a 60% favorite.
Felipe in the small blind. Felipe in the small blind with a king jack suited. Really thinking about it here, but does release.
I mean, that's the power of just shoving it all in here. If he raised, I believe Felipe would be shoving over the top of him. Now he's the one that has to call off, and he's going to go to that flop as at about 60% favorite, which is not really favorable. He'd rather take the chip lead, build upon it, and put pressure to the rest of the stacks.
We are live on Twitch and YouTube. My name is Jesse Fullen from PokerNews, the community manager. With me is Nathan Gamble. Gamble on Poker on Twitter. If you have any questions, any comments, please jump in the chat. We would appreciate everybody hanging out with us, talking to us. Birdie Factory says, "What's for dinner? Delivery to the booth?" Nathan, what are you going to do for dinner? We had dinner arrangements. We had reservations based on the way this table is structured. We thought we would be out of here by now.
Yeah, we started today at 2 o'clock. I fully expect to be back home with the wife for dinner.
Yeah, right.
No harm, no foul. Instead, we're sitting here at Las Vegas time, 7 o'clock.
Johnny's all in, by the way, with Queen 10. Oh, forest of the pocket fours.
I think one way or another, we're going to hear some cheering from the rail.
Releases it over to Vid.
Did we hear the singing on this one? Not
Let's
quite,
see,
guys.
Let's see. No, not yet.
Yeah, I've had some mangoes already, have a little bit of drink, try to keep the voice, the vocal cords a little lubricated so we can keep talking with y'all for the remainder of this final table.
That's right.
Food has to wait. We're not there yet. What are some of the nicer restaurants here in the Golden Nugget? I haven't had an opportunity to look around too much.
Well, it's Monday, so we do have Chick-fil-A. Nathan, I'm glad you muted your mic because you started cracking up.
I love Chick-fil-A, I'm not going to lie.
We do have Chick-fil-A. I mean, it's just feet away from us, right around the corner, honestly. So we have Chick-fil-A close by. We got Steakhouse right in front of us. I can't remember which one it is. There's it's all the Tillman Fertitta restaurants and stuff. I can't remember all of them.
Fertitta.
Yeah. Are you familiar?
No.
He owns the Houston Rockets.
Okay.
He used to own Joe's Crab Shack.
Fair enough.
I think he has a place called Chart House. I mean, he's got some restaurants, dude. He's got a lineup of them.
I have heard the name before, but I couldn't have told you offhand exactly which restaurants he owns.
Yeah.
Do love me some Chick-fil-A, no question about that.
Oh, no doubt, right? No doubt, no doubt. I wonder if they have. I should probably ask somebody about the break plans here.
Well, we will find out on their next break. I guarantee they'll be taking a 15-minute break again at some point.
Yep.
But I would imagine they'll have a dinner break scheduled.
I wouldn't imagine either, but you never know. You never know.
Typically when we get down to final tables, there's one on the books, but if all the players agree to it, then they can't skip it. So we also have other tournaments running in the room right now. They're still running daily tournaments. So you can hear in the background that they're announcing blinds up for those tournaments. And it is a very packed room right now. Jack 9 suited here for Felipe under the gun. 5-handed affair. I imagine he's going to be putting a couple of those towers of gray chips to work. Instead, finds a full, product of the stack sizes being so close together with looming pay jumps of almost 20,000 on the horizon. the man, the myth, the legend here, Johnny.
That's right.
Pretty little hand. Do love me some suited connectors. 8-5.
I mean, he just has to go through one more. Unfortunately, we can't see the big blind 10 yet because we still have Vid up here on the screen. But we know Vid folds his queen 5 on the button.
I'd love to know if anyone knows these players here, if they have any nicknames. Because
Oh, look at this.
I'd love to just give Johnny Rockets. Let us know in chat if you know any of these players still at the final table, if they have any nicknames that they go by.
All right, Johnny flats from the small blind over to Umberto with a 9-3 offsuit. When you see Johnny flat, you gotta think he's got a better hand than 9-3. But Umberto may want to make some moves here. He's got the chip stack, he's got the position.
Speaking of chip stack, I'm looking at this. That chip count is not correct either. So you can see his 6 stacks of reds.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to raise it up here.
Oh, yeah.
All right, 6 stacks of red in front is 12 million with 2.5 behind. That's 14.5 million right there. So from what I'm seeing, this chip count's not quite accurate.
Not quite perfect. I got you.
Yeah, a little bit higher for Umberto than is being shown here.
What's nice is we do have the Gorilla Gaming staff out there, and so I'm sure they will hear this and we'll get those chip counts perfected probably at break, honestly. I do think break is looming.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fairness, it's not that far off. It's fairly accurate here, which is all we need to work with. But I was just staring at the chips and caught myself a little bit. Johnny with a very playable 8-5 suited. 1.2 million more, which is only a blind and a half. And he's going to contemplate his action.
So they say Johnny's nickname is JK, thanks to his initials.
Okay.
Jack King, JK.
Not exactly the most original, guys.
Oh, yikes. Watch out. You're about to make our whole audience leave, buddy. This is Johnny's rail, basically, from what I've seen. All right, Umberto takes it down with the aggression from the big blind. Boom. Ogdog on Twitch says, guy looks like Tony Hawk in the PokerGo sweatshirt. Nah, man, I don't think he looks like Tony Hawk. He looks more like some emo band lead singer. I can't picture who I'm thinking of. I picture like 8 different people who has this look with like the black hair kind of swooped over.
Oh,
who am I thinking of?
Oh, I thought we were saying that Forrest looked like Tony Hawk. I see Forrest more as Tony Hawk than...
We're talking about... All right, let's get to the poker. 7-4 for Forrest. I was talking about Vid.
Yeah, I think... Have you ever gone down the rabbit hole of Tony Hawk? He's a very interesting man.
I wouldn't have gone on the rabbit hole, but I've seen his content where he talks about people who come up to him and say, hey, you look like Tony Hawk. And he's like, yes.
He gets that incredible amount, and he'll just be like, oh, you look like Tony Hawk. He's like, actually, that's funny because that's my name. And they're just like, wow, what a coincidence, and just have no idea.
That's so good.
Well, Johnny here. Well, so JK shoving JK.
Let's go.
All right. Johnny Rockets in the middle with Jack King. I like Johnny Rockets. I'm sticking to it.
Gets through Umberto. Just Felipe in the big blind with a 7-5.
The disappointment written all over Felipe's face. There we go. Another nice pickup. Sounds like someone fumbled a beer or something out there.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
All right, here's your chip count. So close up top. Vid 22, Forrest in second 21, Umberto 19. A little bit of a drop off to fourth and fifth place. Johnny and Felipe with 14 and 12 big blinds respectively. But such a tight bunching here.
No doubt, man. Your final 5 playing for all the money. Fifth place taking home $56,065. Fourth taking home $75K. Third taking home just over 100. 150 for second and 218 up top.
And keep in mind, that's on top of whatever bounties they have. The only one we specifically know is Vid Cigar, as he was the first one to draw a 100K bounty yesterday. So whatever he wins today is just gravy on top of that 100,000. I'm not sure about the rest of these players, but I guarantee you some of them did draw down bounties as well, and it could have been rather significant in relation to the prize pool. Johnny laying down the King 8 suited here. Berto with the Doyle. And speaking of Doyle, they just had a celebration of life ceremony yesterday at noon for Doyle. Seeing some footage coming out on PokerNews, specifically of his son Todd Brunson, Daniel, and Phil Hellmuth is talking. So really great stuff there. I believe it's up on PokerNews right now.
Yep. What Nathan's alluding to is that Todd Brunson closed the ceremony, and he made mention of both Daniel and Phil. And it was so much fun, man. Did you get to attend? I
was not able to attend. I was working on getting ready to come over here and do some commentary yesterday.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, I was lucky. I got to run over there, sit in that room, and then come back over here. And it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I heard there's some amazing stories that came out about Doyle that haven't really been public record before. Looking forward to watching a video when it's available.
For sure. And my understanding is that PokerGo recorded the whole thing to make a production that they're going to release for the public at some point in the near future. So keep your eyes peeled. I'm sure PokerNews will definitely support it when it comes out because it was a lot of fun to attend.
Yeah, and I think it's very important to pay tribute to the legend that was Doyle Brunson, that is Doyle Brunson and his legacy. Real fast Felipe all in here, ace-8 offsuit. Looks like he'll be taking it down. But I think Negreanu said it best, that really Doyle provided legitimacy to poker players, and he provided a sense of belonging within the community on the whole. But he's able to do that for generations and decades after decades while remaining at the very top of the game. So
yeah, no question, man. I mean, poker started out, without being a legitimate thing that people could make a good earning at, and then you had people like Mike Sexton going and trying to get, to make poker something where we could have ambassadors and things like now with commercials and all these different ways that poker players can make money besides at the table. You got Doyle writing, of course, Super System, and really kind of building the Bible for poker players. I mean, there's what's going on is we're seeing those people who changed the game pass away, and that is definitely going to make waves, man.
No, absolutely. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm still working on that ambassadorship. Haven't found one yet. I was a little bit after the poker boom, but Guerrilla Gaming, GG Poker, WPT. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, had a little tickle in my throat. No,
it's a really weird tickle in your throat.
It was a really weird tickle.
Yeah. What's up, Mayor Pete on Twitch? Good to see you, buddy.
Know that name. How you doing, Mayor?
Yep.
Do we have a Jimmy Bluffett out there yet? Because I feel like Jimmy Bluffett is in every single poker stream I've ever done in my life.
I haven't seen Jimmy yet. I think he's taking the weekend off, buddy.
Oh, my goodness. We need to double check, make sure he's doing okay.
Man, it's the snooze. Hit the snooze button every once in a while.
Ace-8 once again here, all in. Vid shoving on Johnny. Johnny with the 7-8 suited. Fine to shove with, not to call with.
Oh, Johnny.
Oh, okay. I see a little bit of Tony Hawk there.
Yeah, I can see it now too. Right at the forehead. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually.
Oh, yeah. Actually, this angle is like perfect Tony Hawk material.
All right. We apologize to whoever said that earlier, and we didn't acknowledge.
Good. It was a good read. It was a good read.
So I think it was Doug Polk posted the other day a chart related to ICM, which is basically the amount of pressure that can be applied and how tight players have to play in certain situations at final table. And it was very interesting because it showed how there's no considerations at the onset of a tournament up until your bubble, and you just have ICM go all the way up, and you have to play extremely tight. And it drops off until final table again.
Ooh.
And then at the final table, it starts peaking until you get to heads up, and it drops to 0 heads up. So you're seeing a lot of tighter play at the final table because of that. Felipe here.
With the ladies.
Let's see if they love him.
Hey, girls.
Forrest out, Vid out, Johnny. Ooh, Johnny with ace jack
Oh,
offsuit.
Johnny.
Next break is dinner.
So Johnny here, ace jack off in the small blind. Umberto with pocket nines in the big blind. I think
Mama.
one way or another, Felipe is getting action.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. Johnny just said all in, I think.
He did indeed.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna see something here. What's Umberto doing?
He was shooting those fingers, point in either
Pow, pow,
direction,
pow, pow.
just cowboy up. Felipe given the signals, saying 11 million. So as Umberto gets his count here, it's going to be for a very significant portion of his chips. So he can either try to take over a commanding chip lead or allow these players to do damage to one another. He knows either Felipe will be knocked down to 2 million in chips if Johnny doubles up, or Johnny will be knocked out. So this is a potential $20,000 swing for him. Johnny looking a little nervous. Felipe a little bit more active, getting a drink of water. Umberto definitely with a very real decision here. It looks easy to fold on the surface, but let's say both of your opponents have ace-king or ace-queen. You're in a beautiful, wonderful shape to over triple your stack and knock out two players. Huge, huge decision here for Umberto.
I mean, the ladders are just too much to really make this an easy decision.
Yeah, absolutely. Felipe's all-in under gun is pretty standard. You're looking at roughly 15 big blinds. Umberto finds a fold.
Yep, absolutely. And he'll have a sigh of relief when he sees the queens get turned over. All right.
All right.
Queens versus ace jack is correct.
You heard it.
Johnny
there
is the
from
one at risk here.
The final table is Johnny's going to need an ace as his primary out. Not.
Oh, or a 4 now.
That's
An
right.
Ace or a 4.
Ace and fake 4 or fake aces.
Oh my
Right
goodness.
on the turn. That locks up for Johnny. Felipe now has outs to chop with an ace or a 6. Let's see if Johnny can hold for the double. There it is.
Wow. Wow.
Johnny with a full double up, moving up to 21 million in chips. Felipe believes he's knocked out, but based off of our chip counts, he will still be alive.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They need to count
They
down
need to
these
count
chips.
those chips. They need to count those chips before he just walks away.
We'll see shortly. I'm sure they'll get him back to a table. We'll get verification of the chip counts.
And maybe we had the miscounted stack for Johnny.
It looks like that is the case.
Yeah,
Johnny
we must have
did
miscounted
cover him.
stack for Johnny. All those grays.
Yeah, we did notice earlier on Umberto's stack that the chip counts were slightly off, so it looks like they were off there as well. And Johnny is not only going to be taking a massive double up, but he's going to be knocking out our start of the day chip leader, Felipe Oliveira from Argentina, in 5th place. He'll take home $56,000, and the rest of these players are going to be guaranteed $75,000. So the final four are in order: Forrest Orali from the United States in the 1 seat, Vid Zagar here in the 2 seat from Slovenia, Johnny Kelly, UK, massive rail, and Umberto Galinda from Portugal. There's the chip counts, fairly bunched up at the bottom with Johnny from the UK taking a very nice chip lead.
So what's nice about this, guys, I do have a message immediately from one of our reporters, Callum Grant, who's on the ground. He's at the table getting numbers and stuff as well as watching the stream, but he's not posting things until he sees them go live on the broadcast. He told me that Felipe had a stack of 7.925 million. So what we saw was a little bit off. Therefore, Johnny did have him covered. So Johnny's not up to 20 million, really, far below. We just had a miscount based on the system, so we're all good there. Johnny did have Felipe covered, and so we're all good there.
Yeah, the graphics sometimes are not perfect. We do rely on just looking at the chips as well. The dealer verified, the players were verified. No harm, no foul.
Yep,
just a little weird from our perspective, but all good to go.
All good. And thank you, Callum, for jumping in there and letting me know those numbers as well. Appreciate it, buddy. How many reached in the money? We saw 292 make day 2, and if you made day 2, you were in the money. So each day, 1A, 1B, 1C. They played down, they popped the bubble, and immediately bagged for day 2. So yeah, 292 were in the money. So we played yesterday from 292 in the morning all the way down to the final 9. That's how we started today at 2 p.m.
That's right. And all these players left, as we just mentioned, are guaranteed $75,000. Third place, $101,000. So nice little $26,000 pay jump for the next player eliminated. Second place, again, $154,000. And first, over 218,000 to be precise, Jesse.
Man alive, it's just insane. This has been a wild, wild event, man. I mean, to see Felipe have 40% of the chips in play. But we've heard the story before. It's like this is the first time. A massive chip lead. It can happen because it's the game. I mean, you can't control it. Felipe out in 5th for $56,065.
I love how Johnny just has a pile of grays like seashells by the seashore sitting beside him. Fish and chips alive, am I right?
Oh my good. Look at you, buddy. You'll be having baked beans and toast before this stream's over, won't you?
Nope, not even for a second. We're enjoying 4th of July and Independence tomorrow. No baked beans, thank the Lord. I don't even like beans. Not bean man. The texture is just mush.
There you go.
All right, chip leader now, Johnny Kelly, JK, Johnny Rockets raising it up 1.6 million from undergun, ace-4 offsuit. Everyone here is going to consider their options. Umberto with ace-8 offsuit, a popular hand at this final table, Jesse. Seems to be going around and one player to the next. We start the final table today. Average chip stack was 26 big blinds, but only 3 players had an average chip stack. And that was the player who's just eliminated in 5th place with Felipe Oliveira, alongside Vid Zakar, who's still with us, and Forrest Orali, who's also still with us. Every other player had less than that 26 big blind average.
Just insane, man.
Three bet here from Umberto, ace-8 offsuit. Line pressure to Johnny. Johnny will release it. And that essentially moves both Johnny and Umberto into a two-way tie for a chip lead, being separated by less than a small blind.
I believe break is coming up in about a minute. We may get one more hand in, or we may just go to break right here.
Let's see what they do. The small blind's already out there.
I don't care.
The players are actively talking about it.
All right, we're going to see one more hand.
There we go.
I think Forrest said. I think Forrest is ready to take a break. But we will see one more hand played, and then they'll go on break.
Umberto under the gun. 9-7 offsuit. Forrest now is one of our short stacks, sitting on King 4 suited. I could see him going a variety of different ways on a sub 15 big blind stack.
Ooh,
Let's see, does put some chips in there.
indeed.
Min raise up to 1.6 million.
Forrest says, if you're going to make me play one more hand, you're going to make me play it.
Johnny Rockets, our chip leader here, with the Negreanu. Negreanu's favorite hand back in the day before he got good at poker was 10-7 offsuit.
Pretty wild. Pretty wild.
Shots fired, what can I say? Johnny considering his options. Definitely a playable hand here, but he can also just let this go, which is what it looks like he's going to do. Lets it go, and that is our last hand before break.
That's
We're going
right.
to have a 15-minute break right now.
Yep. Yeah, we're going to have a 15-minute break. We're going to show you some great content from all the bounties that were pulled earlier on. So, yeah, I mean, it's insane. It's anyone's game. But let's go ahead and send you guys to the bounty cam content we have. We'll see you guys again just before we get cards back in the air.
We'll see y'all shortly.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Chris, nice to meet you, mate. I'm Liam. Get your hands in there and figure out which one's calling your name. All right, so if you pop it down here, there you go. Always a good start. That's 25,000. We take $25,000. Nice one, mate. Nice one. Congratulations, Chris. That's a 0. That's a 5. That's 50,000. We take those $50,000. Got one bounty for Bob. Which one's feeling lucky, Bob? That's a 0, a couple zeros there already. We take those. It's 5, 15, 15,000. We take those. $15,000.
Don't want to do it. 75,000. Oh, look over here. Show him. Oh, how does that feel?
Yeah, brother.
You happy?
Here we go.
Good luck, my friend.
I don't want to see a 1.
No one?
No one there. Oh, 5.
75! What? Oh! Let's go! No one! No ones!
So again, you get yourself 2 outs. There's a little flap on the inside of the envelope. That's a 0. 100K! Let's go! Congratulations, my friends. Nice work. Congratulations. Won 100K down. First one of the day, and still with another bounty to pull.
Hey, what's your name? Where are you from?
Michael Lowe from Los Angeles.
Michael from Los Angeles. Grab one, buddy. Four zeros. Come on. Oh! Let's go! Michael from Los Angeles.
Chris, nice to meet you, mate. I'm Liam. Get your hands in there and figure out which one's calling your name. All right, so if you pop it down here, there you go. Always a good start. That's 25,000. We take $25,000. Nice one, mate. Nice one. Congratulations, Chris. That's a 0. That's a 5. That's 50,000. We take those $50,000. Got one bounty for Bob. Which one's feeling lucky, Bob? That's a 0. A couple of zeros there already. We take those. It's 5. 15. 15,000. We take those. $15,000.
That's one way to do it. 75,000. Oh, look over here. Show him. Oh, how does that feel?
Yeah, brother.
You happy?
Here we go.
Good luck, my friend.
I don't want to see a 1.
No one?
No one there. Oh, 5.
75! What? Oh! Let's go! No one! No ones!
again, you get yourself 2 out. There's a little flap on the inside of the envelope. That's a 0. 100K! Let's go! Congratulations, my friends. Nice work. Congratulations. Won 100K down. First one of the day, and still with another bounty to pull.
Hey, what's your name? Where are you from?
Michael Lowe from Los Angeles.
Michael from Los Angeles. Grab one, buddy. Four zeros. Come on. Let's go! Michael from Los Angeles.
Chris, nice to meet you, mate. I'm Liam. Get your hands in there and figure out which one's calling your name. All right, so if you pop it down here, there you go. Always a good start. That's 25,000. We take $25,000. Nice one, mate. Nice one. Congratulations, Chris. That's a 0. That's a 5. That's 50,000. We take those $50,000. Got one bounty for Bob. Which one's feeling lucky, Bob? That's a 0. A couple zeros there already. We take those. It's 5. 15. 15,000. We take those. $15,000.
Don't want to do it. 75,000. Oh, look over here. Show him. Oh, how does that feel?
Yeah, brother.
You happy?
Here we go.
Good luck, my friend.
I don't want to see a 1.
No one?
No one there. Oh, 5.
75! What? Oh! Let's go! No one! No ones!
So again, you get yourself 2 outs. There's a little flap on the inside of the envelope. That's a 0. 100K! Let's go! Congratulations, my friends. Nice work. Congratulations. Won 100K down. First one of the day, and still with another bounty to pull.
All right, players are making their way back to the table. We just lost Felipe just before break commenced. Going out in 5th place for $56,065, Felipe Oliveri. And now there were 4. And then there were 4. Let's go around the table. We got Forrest in seat 1, Fit in seat 2, Johnny in seat 3, and Umberto in seat 4.
That's right, Jesse. We came in today with Johnny and Umberto mid-stacks, 4 million and 5 million respectively. Vid Zagar came in not only in 2nd place, but also as our one player at the table who had pulled a $100,000 bounty on the day prior. And Forrest Orali in seat 1 was sitting in 3rd place with 7.8 million. And sadly for him, our 5th place finisher, Felipe Oliveira from Argentina, came in with a commanding chip lead, but will be disappointed with a 5th place finish. It's always heartbreaking when you come in with that much of a commanding lead and aren't able to make it to at least the top 3. But for his troubles, he's still able to take home $56,000. For those of you just joining us for the Poker News Cup, I'm Nathan Gamble alongside Jesse Fullen. And the chips in play, we have 2 of them. The gray chips are worth $25,000 and the red chips are worth $100,000 each. You see Forrest there putting out his big blind, 2 full stacks. 1 million for the big blind, 1 million for the ante. So each of those gray chip stacks are worth $500,000, while the red chips are worth $2 million each. Vid here, King Jack offsuit under the gun, raises it up, $2 million to go. I see in chat Tetraco01 asking if it's the same year. Is it every year at the same time, same date? This is the 2nd year running for the Poker News Cup. Last year was the 1st year here at the Golden Nugget, and it was a normal no limit hold'em tournament, no bounty. So this year is the 1st year as a mystery bounty. We'll see what the Poker News team has in store for us next year. Speaking of the Poker News team, it is sponsored obviously by the Golden Nugget, Andy Rich being the poker director here on site. And it's also sponsored by GorillaGaming.net, building out these beautiful tables that you see in front of you. See the logo on the table, GorillaGaming.net. If you want a high-end table for either your pub or your house, play with friends, they do it all from top to bottom. House games, pub games, casinos, whatever you could want. Umberto here, Queen 10 offsuit on the button. Umberto came in today mid-stacked 5 million in chips, which was sub 20 big blinds, finds himself here tied for 1st place with Johnny Rockets. Raise it up, min raise, 2 million to go from Umberto. Forrest finding that fold, and Vid finding King Jack offsuit in the big blind. Vid, as previously mentioned, was the one player to pull a $100,000 bounty yesterday. 1st player to do so. The 2nd player later in the day was Michael Lowe. Both of those players pulled $100,000 simply for busting someone and getting a little bit lucky on the draw. raising it up out of the small or out of the big blind here, going with a 3-bet to 6.3 million. Applying the pressure back to Umberto with his queen 10 offsuit. Umberto reminiscent of a Portuguese Dan Smith, rocking that cowboy hat. Considering his options here, but will ultimately let it go. Queen 10 down, Vid picking up 2.5 million. Every pot is important at this point, as there's 2.5 million chips in play with every orbit. Only 69 million chips in play total. Umberto, not much to speak of here. 6-4 offsuit under the gun. That's right, typical Doyle's memory of the hat. Doyle sadly passed away at the start of the World Series a couple days beforehand. Just held a celebration of life ceremony for him at the World Series of Poker. And he actually gave Dan Smith a cowboy hat, one of the ones that Dan Smith still wears to this day. The Giggy Gig asking, is it open entry? It is open for anyone willing to post it to buy-in. The buy-in this year was $1,100. We had 3 starting flights, day 1A, B, and C. You're allowed to use multiple bullets across the board. So definitely open entry for anyone willing to post up the money. See lots of Johnny Rocket support out there, hailing from the UK, and his club is here in full force. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to all of you in chat on both YouTube and Twitch. Let us know who you're rooting for. Checks through on the flop. 5 of clubs on the turn, about as beautiful as you can get for Vid. Picking up that flush draw alongside pair of 5s. Soul Train saying the UK gang. Another beautiful card here for Vid. Rivering 3 5s. UK gang indeed, Soul Train. We got you out there. We got Cyril Lasorta, Rihanna Craig, Courtney Kelly, and so many more out there. So appreciate y'all showing up in full force. Vid here with his rivered trips, going ahead and making it 2 million into 3 million that's out there. Johnny's contemplating this with his king. Not much to speak of, however, it's still a very viable hand. Vid's going to have to make a lot of bets here with his 9 7s, 9 6s, etc. It does find the fold. Vid picking up a very nice pot there. Extra 2 million chips. We definitely have had a very nice and rowdy rail throughout this evening, both for the UK Johnny Rockets alongside Vid, our 5th place finisher Felipe. Had some loud and boisterous rails indeed. Forced under a gun, King 9 offsuit here, a 4-handed table, definitely playable. Sitting on one of the shorter stacks, 12 million. Looks like he will be raising it up.
All right. Sorry. I ran into like members of my family in the bathroom.
Oh, well, that got weird.
All right, back to it.
If you couldn't tell for a little bit there, then Jesse had left us. Apparently, he's meet and greeting in the bathroom. Not sure what that's all about, but we do have Johnny Rockets here. Downgrade from Rockets, upgrade to the ladies from the small blind. Imagine we'll see an all-in after Forrest raised. There it is. Johnny putting in the chips with the pocket ladies. Forrest here lets it go. It's a very huge pot for Johnny as it is. Very nice separation between himself and our short stack now. Forrest. Forrest is sitting on 10.5 big blinds. Yeah, you hear that rowdy rail coming on out. Over on Twitch, we got Tepraka saying Forrest might be in danger. He's definitely on the short stack here, but still has 10.5 big blind. So anything's on the table. Not much separates these gentlemen. You see two of our larger stacks here in Johnny, ace queen offsuit, sitting on 17.5 big blinds. Umberto, 18 big blinds. So there's not a lot of separation even between the top and the bottom stacks. So while he is in danger, that doesn't mean he's out the door. Johnny here with the ace queen, contemplating what to do on the button. Looks like 2 million is the announcement.
We've got Elvin in Twitch chat. JK, let's go. Just woke up here in the UK. I'm flying out to Vegas. Unfortunately, you'll be a little late.
Well, a little late to watch it live, but thankfully, Jesse, we're able to bring it to them live from the commentary booth. So may not be able to get a beer with the boys. You'll have to do that later on. That's right. Saying other one might be in danger for winning. That's true. You may either be in danger of busting out at any point or winning at any point. You see these chip stacks being built, towers upon towers for all of these players.
All right, we move on to the next hand. Queen 10 for Johnny into the gun.
Lots of queen 10s afoot. Suited for Johnny, offsuit for Umberto. Everyone in the bathroom doing okay, Jesse?
Yeah, as far as I know.
That's good. I know you have meet and greet there. I thought that was a little bit more promiscuous than I was okay with, but we'll welcome you back in with open arms.
In reality, Nathan, I just don't want to make you upset. I went down to Chick-fil-A.
I'm not even talking to you anymore.
I was very hungry, and I figured
now.
you could do this by yourself. I didn't really go to the bathroom at all. I went down and had a spicy chicken sandwich, no pickle, with a little bit of Chick-fil-A sauce on it. I'm so sorry.
I hope beyond everything in this world, all that is good and holy, that is not actually your order.
No, I had chicken strips.
No pickle?
No pickle, of course not.
No,
Why would anyone have a pickle on their sandwich?
I'm literally never going to share a meal with you. If you're taking the pickle off of a Chick-fil-A sandwich, I'm never sharing a meal with you.
I don't take the pickle off. I have them do it for me before they give it to me. Why would I waste their product?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been fun doing commentary with y'all, but I think I have to leave this booth before Forrest shoves all in
No,
here.
you're fine. Just settle down. Settle down, Nathan. Settle down.
That's the best part. The little
That's
sweet
the
and
best
sour.
part?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
In that case, you should go to a pickle shop instead, buddy.
No, it's all about the juiciness of the meat alongside the crispiness of and then the
I'm going to go
pickle
ahead and
ties
mute
all.
Nathan right there and just let him.
Do a Chick-fil-A
that's a power
commercial
play.
now. All
That's
right.
a power play right there.
So in reality, other than the fact that Jesse shouldn't be here, Johnny has raised Queen 10 suited.
So good.
Forrest in the small blind, pocket nines, contemplating what to do for his remaining 8 million chips. says all in. The words are issued.
Oh, mama. Oh, mama.
Oh, all right. So we saw a queen 10 folded.
And a
already.
queen here in Vid's possession right there as well.
That's right. So looks like Vid is out of there. Action back to Johnny. Contemplating the call. Would not blame him in the least. 6 big blinds more. Does make the call.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. JK putting some chips at risk here. Oh, look at Forrest. Look at Forrest. Does not like to see 2 overs. 1 over, okay. 2 overs, yikes. Forrest at risk.
Very decisive pot here. 19.3 million in there. Johnny will either be left as our short stack or our chip leader. Forrest, balanced hands with that 10 of spades coming in the window.
Wow. Wow. Oh, he's got a straight draw.
Queen on the turn, not what Johnny wanted to see. Opens up 8s, kings, and 9s for Forrest. Let's see what the river holds.
Oh, deuce into the river. Forrest. Wow.
Deuce of diamonds seals the fate for Forrest. The song is real. As Forrest Raleigh knocked out in 4th place for $75,000. Johnny Kelly from the UK taking a chip lead into final 3 players. There's the rail. Some of them barely able to stand after drinking all day long in support of their man.
You may have just seen me on camera, that's right. I was out there when it happened. Oh, mama.
And you see, not only does Johnny Rockets have a commanding chip lead now, but he also has just piles upon piles of chips in front of him.
Everyone's doing a little chip count, seeing exactly where everyone lies at this point in the game.
And it sounds like they're going to be discussing numbers, something that's completely allowed at this table. PokerNews not only allows it and supports it, but here we are at the Golden Nugget where they allow it as well. So our final 3 players are Vid Zagar, Johnny Kelly, and Umberto Galinda. Looks like they're going to talk some numbers between the top 3 places. You have 101,000 for 3rd, 154,000 for 2nd, and 218 for 1st. So over 100,000 separates 1st and 3rd place. Very understandable to cut that down a little bit and let them talk shop. So total in play, let me get this real fast, for 1954. So we have $473,000 in play for the final 3 spots.
21.2 million for Vid.
There we go.
Or was that
on
Umberto?
screen.
No, it was Vid. There you go. 30.6 million for Johnny. He has the commanding lead now. Wow, and that's how much Felipe started with this morning.
Yeah, that is
30 million.
absolutely disgusting.
How insane is that?
Felipe Oliveira was our chip lead today, and he had almost the exact number, which is now the chip leader with 3 players
Three-handed.
left.
Yeah, that's just insane right there. Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like our 3 remaining players are going to top numbers. $473,000 for the final 3 places when it's combined. There's over $117,000 separating 1st and 3rd place right now. I can't blame him, Jesse. This is a lot of money we're talking about.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So what I know is that they do take a while to discuss this ICM chop. They do make a deal. I don't know the exact numbers yet, but I can tell you they do make a deal. They're going to leave, I believe it's $10,000 up top and play for the trophy. I believe that's the exact. And I want to be transparent with you. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Poker News is all about making sure the numbers are out there. So we will get to some great YouTube content. It's from the Chad and Jesse Poker Show. I believe it's our Dan Negreanu episode where we got to interview Daniel. You'll get to see Calling the Clock. We're going to play that until it gets back in play. And I'll tell you, it's not a short ICM conversation. It goes for a little bit. But that said, we're going to come back. We're going to play this out three-handed till we have a winner with that trophy. So thanks for hanging out with us. Nathan and I are going to take a little siesta, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Cheers, everyone. We'll see you shortly.
It is time for Calling the Clock, and we have 8 new segments on the board, some exciting stuff. So let's just put 2 minutes on the clock and get right to it. Jesse, Jason Mercier is back. And not only is he back, he won a WSOP bracelet. This is pretty incredible. He hadn't won one in, what, 7 years?
Yeah. It is, and when he won last time, he won 2 bracelets, and it's wild. I mean, I didn't even recognize him without his beard.
Oh, I know. He shaved his head. He shaved his beard. Same thing.
Man.
It's a whole new look for him, and it's exciting. So Jason Mercier was one of the biggest names in poker. He's probably a future Hall of Famer. I think that's safe to say. Was a crusher for many years, traveling the world, playing the highest stakes, all these bracelet bets, and then settled down, got married, had some kids. I think maybe 3 now. I'm not 100% sure, but lives in South Florida. Doesn't really travel too much outside of that. Maybe plays at the Seminole Hard Rock down there, but comes to the WSOP this year, event number 60, $1,500, no limit, deuce to 7 single draw, and he wins it. Not only that, he tops a really stacked final table that had Eric Seidel ended up finishing in 5th place, John Turner in 4th, Brad Ruman in 3rd, and he gets heads up with Mike Watson again.
So sick. What? Like, how is that? How has that happened?
I don't know, like off the top of my head, all the tournaments in the past that these two have been heads up in, but they've been some big ones, and Mercier just seems to dominate them. I think he's won them all, right? Poor Mike Watson.
From my memory, absolutely, yeah, no joke, man. I mean, how does it feel to be Mike Watson seeing your heads up opponent and be like, again?
Yeah,
I know this time I'll get you. This time I'll get you. Not this time, unfortunately, Mike.
Mike Watson, runner up for $93,000. Jason Mercier taking it down for $151,000, and his 6th WSOP bracelet. Sean Deeb captured his 6th earlier in the series. These are 2 guys, both of them, that are going to be joining this backlog of Poker Hall of Fame nominations, unless we get some changes in that process, which, I'm sure Mr. Negreanu is going to advocate for.
Offhand, do you know how old Mercier is?
I really don't offhand.
Yeah, I don't think he's 40. I think he's a little under, but
yeah, I want to say like 35 to 40 range, man, in between.
Yeah, he's knocking on the door. It's got to be close.
And I think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer for what it's worth.
I mean, all right. So the ladies event kicked off yesterday, and how are we not surprised? Record-breaking numbers. I mean, this is the world we live in, Chad.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. 1,295 runners over a $1.1 million prize pool. I don't think any men this year tainted it by paying $10,000 to enter, right?
No, they're all in the ladies' bathroom. That's where those men are.
Yeah, right.
Oh, my goodness, this summer's been insane.
The security needs to lock that down a little
Please.
bit. It looks like as we're recording this, it is hand-for-hand play, so they're on the money bubble.
Let's go.
As we're recording this. And it's just exciting to see. I walked through the field yesterday, saw a bunch of, the Jamie Kerstetters, kind of England, a bunch of the females just having a good time. You've seen it on social media. It was a special event. I think the only complaint that I seen was that it was so large, it had to be split up between the Paris and the horseshoe side, whereas they would have loved it to be under one roof. Right. I think in the future, they'll probably make that change, because yesterday was just crazy between the massive turnout in the ladies event, but massive turnout in the $1,000 Super Turbo Bounty. WSOP had their hands full.
Yeah, no, I agree. Everything I've seen has been very positive, as it always is, though. Like, this is the event that so many ladies come out for, and they, it's WSOP is summer camp. The ladies event is their summer camp as well. And so with the special WPT cash game they had, the Mimosa meetup game, that was a big blast I heard about with the WPT people hosting it. I mean, it's just a great week. It always feels like it's just a more fun, relaxed celebration. And so very happy to see the record be broken with 1295.
There's some big names still left in there. I'm looking over the chip counts on PokerNews.com right now. Lisa Roberts, Karina Jett, Samantha Abernathy, all still there battling. And like I said, about 200 players left on the money bubble. This is going to be a good one. I don't know. Ruth Hall is still in there. We're both very familiar with Ruth Hall. She's a crusher.
Yeah.
Nancy Birnbaum, who is near and dear to my heart. Good luck to them all. And Katie Stone's there as well.
So get this. Greg Raymer has won 2 events this week. Not World Series of Poker events, but Greg Raymer is in the city of Sin, and he is making his way around town. He won an event on Tuesday night at the Resorts World. They're one of their dailies, I believe, or maybe it's a $200 buy-in. But he also picks up the Seniors Champion event yesterday at Golden Nugget. I mean, whoa, hey, pretty Greg Raymer.
He shows that he can still win. He won Robbie's Mixed Game Festival mixed tournament a year or two ago for a platinum pass.
Yeah,
I remember that. Greg Raymer, I got to give Greg credit. I've always liked Greg. I think he's been a great ambassador for the game. Next year will mark the 20th anniversary of his win.
Yeah.
Right. And he's just remained relevant. He's been around. He's always friendly with the fans. He's always taking pictures, signing autographs. He's playing
signing fossils.
Yep, signing his fossils.
Oh yeah,
playing stakes from, like you said, the dailies at the Resorts World to he's probably going to play the WSOP main event. I'm going to assume again.
Doubt, right? Yeah.
And so just credit to Greg Raymer there, and I do love to see him win. I love the photo here of him at the Golden Nugget because it's got the PokerNews Cup sign. We're going to talk about that in a minute, but he's down there doing his thing, and it's just always good, in my opinion, to see Greg win because while he might not have had a boom like Chris Moneymaker, he was part of that growth, that expansion, right? 2004 was the year after Moneymaker won, and we all remember Raymer defeating David Williams heads up in that whole final table.
And this year, Greg Raymer has had 8 cashes on his head of in 2023. Only 2 of those are WSOP cashes, and this doesn't include the 2 we just talked about. Resorts and Golden Nugget are not on there yet. He's won at the Win, or not won. He's cashed at the Win, cashed at the Gulf Coast Poker, Pearl River Poker Open, the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure, of course, and the Mid Atlantic Poker Open in Hanover. I mean, yeah, like you said, he's not shying away at all. He's definitely out there playing, and it's a lot of fun. I think it's great. So I'm happy to see him with the success, man.
Yeah, me too. Well, we mentioned the PokerNews Cup,
Speaking
Jesse.
of success. Holy
I
shit,
know.
dude.
You were
Holy
there.
Shit,
I haven't been there yet.
Oh my gosh.
Tell him about it.
Man alive. Okay, I guess it's just the mystery bounty is what we needed to do. So last year we hosted our first PokerNews Cup at Golden Nugget. $1,100 buy-in, just a no limit hold'em event with a day 2 and day 3 broadcast.
$1 million guarantee.
$1 million guarantee, yes. And then we hit, I think it was 1.2. It was what was cool. It was the largest prize pool ever for the Golden Nugget with its storied history. Very nice. Okay, 185 runners on day 1A. So this year our hope was to hit that, maybe a little bit more, but we kind of were worried. We were a little bit worried. There were some posters made that didn't say Mystery Bounty. It was a little like, oh, do they know? Do they know that's a Mystery Bounty? Yes, they did, because we had 500 entries yesterday.
That's crazy.
We nearly tripled our day 1A from last year. We have over 300 already just an hour after it started.
I just messaged we were talking, a reporter there, because he said it was 15 minutes ago, 369 so far. Okay. So it's got to be more than that.
So
we're knocking on the door 400 already.
We're more than likely going to hit, so we need 1,035, I think it is, to hit the guarantee. Right. It sounds like we're going to hit that today. So that means that tomorrow's day 1C is just gravy.
Yeah, which is
just
always
pouring gravy
going to be the biggest
that.
And best as it is.
Oh my goodness, this could hit 2 million, dude. How sick would that be?
Jesse and I are going to be down there almost daily, especially for day 2. You're going to do the envelope mystery bounty draws.
I'll be doing the bounty pools.
I'll do commentary on the final table.
We'll do final table. I'll be commentary with you on day 3.
Yeah, on day 2 I'll do feature tables, not final tables. Yeah, and then day 3. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
The best part that I keep trying to tell people about is this sweat cam whole idea that we're doing, where you have an overhead camera where you pull the envelope and a camera on your face. The stream's gonna be sick. If you can't make it out, please tune in with us and watch. I think we're gonna have it on YouTube and Twitch. That way it can live on YouTube forever. Right. Because we want that history. While Twitch, it kind of disappears after a few months. So make sure to tune in, hang out with us, talk to Chad. He'll be in the chat. We'd love to see you guys support the PokerNews Cup. It'll be a lot of fun.
Get down.
Come play.
Yeah. Golden Nugget, downtown. Only poker room downtown Vegas.
How about this Player of the Year race?
It's tight.
How
and it's
about
back and forth.
Dude, I mean, it's just nonstop psycho. Yeah. It's just psycho. So yeah, the numbers right now, which are not up to date because Matakis made a deep cash last night. But as of right now, Sean Deeb holds the lead by 20 points at 33.58. Ian Matakis is at 33.38.
But with points coming, as you said.
Okay. Chad, who the hell is Ian Matakis?
So Ian Matakis is a guy we've known about in the Midwest for a long, long time. He's from Minnesota. When I worked for the Mid-States Poker Tour, the MSPT, he was there, and he was kind of like the new young guy. He's going to be the next big thing, right? I think he might have got coaching or learned a little bit under Ku Vang, who is largely regarded as one of Minnesota's best poker players. He's an MSPT Hall of Famer, just won the largest poker tournament in Michigan history, the MSPT, Michigan State Championship, earlier this year. Ku Vang is a crusher, and Ian Matakis, I think, a little bit of a protege. And here he is making a name for himself at the 2023 WSOP. Primarily, he's not a mixed game guy. He's playing no limit events. He does online, he does it live, and he's going toe to toe with Sean Deeb, who plays everything, mixed games and what have you. It's just very rare for us to see a no limit hold'em specialist contending for WSOP Player of the Year.
He's got 15 caches.
Yeah.
And a bracelet. Okay, well, he is playing some PLO at least. Played the online PLO 8 max and finished in 17th. He played the what's the other PLO 8-handed 1K on made came in 282nd. Like so he doesn't do the crazy mix, right? The 2 to 7 triple draw, the stud, 8 or better. He doesn't do those, but man,
we want you to know him. I've tasked one of our writers, John Sofin, to write a feature article about Ian Matakis so the poker world can get to know him a little bit better. Maybe he'll be a feature guest on the show here, and we'll have to wait and see. But let's not cut out Chad Eveslej, who won 2 bracelets early on. We thought he was a favorite. He jumped up into 3rd place, 2,745 points after another deep run.
That's pretty wild. So we got Mike Massal making that 2nd place finish this past week. He makes another deep run, man. Another stud high-low 8 final table.
Yeah, just a few days later, which was pretty impressive. Obviously, 7-card stud high-low is one of his best tournaments. His last bracelet back in 2013 was in the $5,000 7-card stud high-low 8 or better. I was there for that one. It was pretty exciting. And here he is making 2 final tables in that variant. Welty's being nominated for the Poker Hall of Fame. That's good for his cause for sure.
Got to be good for his cause. Yeah. I know the way our show works is their interview with Daniel's gonna come after this, but we already had it. Just be transparent with you guys. And let's just go ahead and say it. Daniel does not think he's gonna make it in. And I mean, I guess Daniel has a better pulse of what's going on than I do. But man, I mean, it feels like Mike's really making this year as much as he can.
I think Mike, the only thing, nothing against Mike, like he's doing everything he can this year, right?
Sure.
It's just that Ryan Rast happened to win the 50K Poker Players Championship for the 3rd time and is nominated. It's going to be hard to overcome that, I think, is the gist of it. But it is good to see Matisel succeeding, and I understand that there's supposed to be a documentary coming out about him later this year too. So right now things are looking pretty good for Matisel, and he's, in my opinion, kind of staying out of the limelight for all the wrong reasons, which he doesn't always do.
Let me ask you, what would it take to get Mike Matisel in the Hall of Fame this year? What would have to happen to his resume?
I mean, we just talked about the main event and having a big name pro win that.
If Mike wins it or makes the final
table, I think would be great. Remember when he made the final table in 2005 was like one of his most iconic moments.
100%.
If he were to win a bracelet, I think that certainly could help, but it would be a tight race, I think, right now, because Rast is just so strong, as Negron will highlight. It just
how about 3 more final tables? How about 3 more deep runs? Is that enough?
I don't think so. No, not
4,
this year.
4, 5? No. Okay. Wow.
One bracelet worth all those.
Yikes. Yeah. Okay. High stakes duel for the rematch of Doug Polk and Dale Negreanu. Why?
Well, they got to right. All eyes are on the WSOP right now, and you got to look forward in the future when you're some companies like PokerNews or PokerGo, right? And you had the high stakes duel with Eric Persson and Daniel Negreanu before the WSOP. It is time for calling the clock, and we have 8 new segments on the board. Some exciting stuff. So let's just put 2 minutes on the clock and get right to it. Jesse, Jason Mercier is back, and not only is he back, he won a WSOP bracelet. This is pretty incredible. He hadn't won one in what, 7 years?
Yeah. It is. And when he won last time, he won 2 bracelets. And it's wild. I mean, I didn't even recognize him without his beard.
Oh, I know. He shaved his head. He shaved his beard. Same thing.
Man.
It's a whole new look for him, and it's exciting. So Jason Mercier was one of the biggest names in poker. He's probably a future Hall of Famer. I think that's safe to say. Was a crusher for many years. MSPT Hall of Famer, just won the largest poker tournament in Michigan history, the MSPT Michigan State Championship earlier this year. Kuvang is a crusher, and Ian Matakis, I think, a little bit of a protege. And it was like one of his most iconic moments.
100%.
If he were to win a bracelet, I think that certainly could help, but it would be a tight race, I think, right now, because Rast is just so strong, as Negron will highlight. It just
how about 3 more final tables? How about 3 more deep runs? Is that enough?
I don't think so. No, not
4,
this year.
4, 5?
No.
Okay. Wow.
One bracelet worth all those.
Yikes. Yeah. Okay. High stakes duel for the rematch of Doug Polk and Dale Negreanu. Why?
Well, they got to right. All eyes are on the WSOP right now, and you got to look forward in the future when you're some companies like PokerNews or PokerGo, right? And you had the high stakes duel with Eric Persson and Daniel Negreanu before the WSOP. and they were supposed to play 2 back-to-back, but then Person had something come up. He couldn't do it.
Right.
And so it was just kind of left on this low note. And I think, this is the Polk Negreanu grudge, if you will. There's not really a grudge anymore. They kind of buried the hatchet.
They're friends now, yeah.
Yeah, but it still should be fun. They're each putting up $100,000, so it'll be $200,000. I think what makes this a good match, though, is I would imagine whoever wins, or whoever loses, rather, will exercise the rematch option. So we have the opportunity to build a bigger pool than we might have seen in the past, with Helmuth. Helmuth ended up losing a $1.6 million match to Jason Kuhn. But I don't know. Like, it's not anything I'm super excited about. It's scheduled for August. I don't know if the official date hasn't been determined yet, but it'll be on PokerGo in August sometime. Yeah.
Okay. But my question to start this whole thing was why? Why, Chad? I mean, because we've seen it. We've seen them play live in Poker Studio to start their big match, their big heads-up duel. And then after that went online, Doug Polk just took Negreanu to the hospital, man. And he put him on life support. He just took all the money he had. And of course, it's Negreanu money. So there's never-ending supplies. But it's just like, I
think you got 2 guys with 2 huge followings.
Yes, of course.
We need the excitement back of the high stakes duel, because this is a great show. It is a great format. I think everybody who
love it. Absolutely love it.
We love it when we watch it. But it's just been so much time in between episodes. Like, all right, we need to get this going a little faster, a little bigger. And I think these are 2 good candidates to do that.
I hope it's good. All right, let's wrap this up with Helmuth and DNEG's updates. This is our 10th episode. That means this is week 5, a wrap up the week 5 of the World Series. There's only 2 weeks left, really. And we got main event as the big focus. No bracelet yet. No bracelet yet for either our guys, Negreanu or Helmuth.
No bracelet, no final tables for either of them.
I mean, man, this is a different year than what we expected when we first started.
What's funny is, based upon what I've seen on Daniel Negreanu's vlogs and even chatting with him as our guest today, and then what you see from Helmuth in his social media, both seem to be in good spirits despite not, making a final table. They both feel that they're playing very well. And I think that is probably pretty accurate, because they do have some results, just not the results that I think we expected.
And I mean, in all honesty, we all know poker has its variance, right?
Right.
Like, you can be on the top of your game, and because the way the cards go, it just doesn't come your way for multiple tournaments. These are MCTs. I mean, that's what this is. This isn't cash. This is just a quick session that you can jump in and out of. So what we've seen is back on June 26th, Helmuth made another run in the deuce to 7 low draw, the 1500, finishes in 29th for 4,200. Before that was the 10K horses, which I think we talked about last time, finishing in 11th place. Over on Daniel's page, what we got? We've got.
Well, he had his most recent one was when I thought he was really going to break through. That was the 10K 7-card stud high low.
That's right, yeah.
And he had the chip lead when there was like late 20s, 30 players left, something like that. And I'm like, ooh, I got a feeling this is going to be the one. He knows 7-card stud high low really well.
Chad's feeling was wrong. 17th place.
Yeah, it just kind of fizzled there. No, you're not wrong. It's that one was a little surprising to me, because I was watching on the vlog as he went. That final table is slated to play out today, so we don't know who the winner is. That was the one that Mike Mattisau also had a deep run in, finishing in 9th place. So I don't know. I feel like before the WSOP is out, we need to see at least one final table from one of them.
My fingers are freaking crossed, man. I wanted to see that in the last week. That'd be so good. So such a good way to end it.
The main event, either of them.
End it, just like we just ended Calling the Clock. How good is that? Man, lots of fun. Let's go ahead. Let's just bring him in, okay? Clap your hands. Start singing. We're bringing in Daniel Negreanu, Real Kid Poker. Come on in.
Chris, nice to meet you, mate. I'm Liam. Get your hands in there and figure out figure out which one's calling your name. All right, so if you pop it down here, there you go. Always a good start. That's 25,000. We take $25,000. Nice one, mate. Nice one. Congratulations, Chris. That's a 0. That's a 5. That's 50,000. We take those $50,000. Got 1 bounty for Bob. Which one's feeling lucky, Bob? That's a 0. A couple zeros there already. We take those. It's 5. 15. 15,000. We take those. $15,000.
That's the way to do it. 75,000. Oh, look over here. Show him. Oh, how does that feel?
Yeah, brother.
You happy?
Here we go.
Good luck, my friend.
I don't want to see a 1.
No one?
No 1 there. Oh, 5.
75! What? 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 Oh! Let's go! No one! No ones!
So again, you get yourself 2 out. There's a little flap on the inside of the envelope. That's a 0. 100K! Let's go! Congratulations, my friends. Nice work. Congratulations. 100K down. First one of the day, and still with another bounty to pull.
Hey, what's your name? Where are you from?
Michael Lowe from Los Angeles.
Michael from Los Angeles. Grab one, buddy. Oh! Four zeros. Come on. Oh! Yes! Let's go! Michael from Los Angeles.
All right, welcome back. Thank you for your patience, everybody. We are back on the final table of the PokerNews Cup Mystery Bounty at Golden Nugget. Let's go through some numbers here. 3 starting days saw 2,331 players. We're down to the final 3. The prize pool was $1 million guarantee. We hit $2,261,070. It was an $1,100 buy-in. Massive, huge, massive. All right, we're down to the final three. We took a long break because ICM chop questions and things. A deal has been made. They're still playing for the trophy and for some money on the side. But I can go ahead and tell you, the three players have reached a consensus and a deal has been agreed to. It's the biggest stack. John Kelly will take home, drum roll, $166,540. Let's let London appreciate that. 166. Those numbers are not right, you guys. Those numbers are not right.
Those are old numbers.
Those are old numbers. John Kelly's taking home $166,540. Vidzigar and Umberto will lock up $152,165 and $145,855 respectively. The trio now will play for $10,000, the title, and the trophy.
What I love is you look at these three players as they come back. There's smiles on their faces. They know all of them have locked up roundabouts of $150,000. And for John Kelly taking home 166, potentially a little bit more if he can take home the title. That's a lot of pounds, Jesse.
That's right, buddy. Massive, massive, massive. What a great tournament. What a great turnout. And here we go.
We're off with Umberto. Ace-8 offsuit on the button. Vid just jam it in there. Pocket eights. He already, I mean, he's the one that's the biggest impression on me. He seems a little bit looser, a little bit lighter. He seems happy. He locked up a massive, massive amount between the $150,000 that he's taking home right now, plus a $100,000 bounty that he pulled yesterday. Oh, wow. Here we are, first hand back. I think that deal loosened things up. Umberto making the call, ace-8 offsuit versus Vid, pocket eights. You hear Johnny saying it for the rail. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Umberto at risk, needing to hit an ace. Otherwise, we'll be heads up. Deuce, 3 of diamonds. Jack of hearts providing some backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight toss for Umberto. 4 diamonds on the turn. What a beauty that is, Jesse. 5 of diamonds out there now for a straight flush. Can he hit it? No. Jack of spades, and we're heads up. One hand.
That's it. That's all it took for Umberto.
I mean, look at that smile on his face. He's already happy, though.
And like that, we have a completely different chip leader. Hey, thanks for the raid, Accidental Grenade, over on Twitch. Appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. We just got a raiding party at 25. Come on in. Put your feet up. We are on the final table of the PokerNews Cup Mystery Bounty. Umberto taking off to his rail of other cowboys.
Riding off into the sunset.
That's right. The 3 amigos over there. All right.
Well, there we go. So in one hand, everything has changed, Jesse. We came back 3-handed. They worked through a deal, and Umberto Galinda from Portugal is going to be very happy with that deal as he's taking home $145,000. The numbers you see there on the screen are
That's
free
before
deal.
the ICM deal that was announced. We've got that in chat for you guys to read. Unfortunately, it's not in the graphics yet. We'll try to get that corrected soon. But I'll type it into chat again for the new people in the group. The 3 players have reached a consensus. The deal has been agreed to. John Kelly with the biggest stack takes home $166,540, while Vid Zigar takes home $152,000, and Umberto takes home $145,000. Boom. Now they're going to play for $10K in the trophy. Massive success.
Absolutely.
Umberto likes this deal a lot. He just took home an extra $44,000. And that's like a little bounty pull right there, buddy.
Oh, absolutely.
No mystery applied there. Just taking that money home to the bank.
I think it's interesting to note how deals impact the final table, because I don't think Umberto would be making that call with ace-8 normally. But when he's already locked at the money, the only way to get more money is to take home first place. And you see it right there, that beautiful PokerNews Cup trophy is by taking first place. So he said, let's gamble, let's put the chips on the line. And it's already playing out here as we are left with 2 players. Vid Zigar, the first player yesterday to draw down the $100,000 bounty, and Johnny Kelly, aka JK, aka Johnny Rockets from the UK, who's here with a very loud and very boisterous rail.
That's right, buddy. That's right. Okay. We got the trophy on the table. Off to the right, you can see that's the beautiful PokerNews Cup trophy. And here we go.
Vid starting us off. Ace deuce in the big blind. Johnny starting with pocket sevens. Some fun little hands to begin this heads up affair.
Raise.
Johnny raising it up. Vid here. Any ace heads up is, yeah, I mean, you're happy to see it. And here's something of note is before this final table happened, all of the players drew their remaining bounties, so they're only left with the bounties of the final table participants. So you can see at the back of Vid's stack there, he has about 5 or 6 bounties, and that is indicative of him knocking out several players at this final table. Coming in with a 3-bet here to 6.5 million with his ace deuce offsuit. Johnny sitting on approximately 29 big blinds, pocket sevens. If he can win this pot right here, right now, it's going to even things up to start this heads up affair. Looks like a gnat in the air potential. I see it flying there. Johnny really thinking through, is going to shove all in here. Takes the first hand, takes 6.5 million in chips from Vid Cigar, and evens us up straight from the bat. This is a hell of a way to come back, ladies and gentlemen. You come back three-handed. You think you're going to be seeing this affair last for quite some time, but instead, first hand, first knockout, and Vid Zakar took in a nice chip lead. That is already whittled away, and they're dead even in chips. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nathan Gamble, alongside Jesse Fullen for Poker News, as we bring you the commentary on the Poker News Cup. We're at the final table with 2 remaining players in Vid Zakar and Johnny Kelly. So thank you everyone on Twitch and YouTube for joining us today. Johnny with a slight lead here, 34 million compared to 33 million of Vid. Vid, however, with the superior holding on this particular hand.
All right, back to it.
Johnny will be making this call here. We'll see our first flop of the heads-up affair, 5-3 offsuit for Johnny, up against the 8-7 offsuit for Vid. Middle pair here on Vid's side against the gut shot of Johnny. No clubs working for either of our participants. Heads up typically plays a lot more aggressively as there's no ICM considerations. There's nothing left to consider except for getting the most chips out of your opponent and getting that victory. You'll see a lot weaker holdings pre-flop as you really can't afford to just fold and wait for the nuts. So here we go with Johnny in their 5-3 offsuit pre-flop, has the potential to get a little frisky post-flop, and we'll see how he reacts. I know, Jesse, that Doug Polk has been on record saying heads-up poker is the most pure form of poker.
Yeah, he knows he is the heads-up specialist by far. Ooh, Vid with a pair of sevens and the straight draw. Johnny, what are we doing here, buddy? I love how it's even in chips, man.
Yeah, the
That's
very
pretty
first
sick.
hand, we had that ace-deuce 3-bet by Vid, but Johnny wasn't having it and came over the top with pocket sevens, even us up, and here we are already, 8 million in the middle. Check back from Vid, I like it. Sees a 9 of clubs on the river, completing the flush draw, And Johnny here with the bottom of his range, so it'll be interesting to see what he decides to do. Can represent flushes, can represent 8-5s, 10-8s even, as well as 8-9s. So he has a wide variety of strong holdings, and he's sitting here with 5 high. So it really depends on if he wants to represent a lot stronger holding than he currently has. Reaching for chips.
That's right. Just 3 million. Ooh. Feels like value.
It goes with 1/3 pot. So issue here for Vid is he really only beats bluffs. And I don't think a 6 would bet like this. Any 7 that's potentially out there is going to be a chop. So unless it's a bluff, he's chopping or losing to the rest of Johnny's hands.
Right.
And then you look at this board run out, I think really the only hands that Johnny has as bluffs would probably be 5-3 and 5-4.
Oh my goodness, good bet. Johnny takes it down, pushes Vid out of his winning hand.
Beautiful bet there by
No
Johnny.
joke, man, no joke. All right, there are the big blind counts. Johnny taking a lead, 39 bigs to Vid's 30 bigs. We have a game here, boys and girls. We have a game.
Absolutely, and we have a loud rail out there. We've heard some chants going on. We've seen lots of drinking when we head out there on breaks.
That's right. You know what I'm worried about here is that PokerNews Cup is a little too close to Johnny.
I was more worried about the beer on his right-hand side.
Oh, maybe so. Maybe so.
Maybe that's...
I'm worried about that trophy being so close. That might be a little bad luck.
You're worried it's bad luck? And
Yeah.
not to, you think he's already claimed it?
Exactly what it feels like, yeah. Push that away. Don't get so close. That's just me. I'm a superstitious man, buddy.
I can tell. Johnny here, 10-4. Vid's going to be sad when he looks down at the ace-king offsuit that he's not able to play. Yeah, I will promise everyone out there this is not predetermined, not pre-selected. It's up to final 2 players on how they do. So maybe that Poker News Cup goes home with JK, maybe it goes home with Vid, but we will see what transpires.
Those payouts are not correct, guys. Sorry to show you that again. There was an ICM chop. We're fully aware of them. We've got that in the chat here. John Kelly took home $166,540. Umberto, who's already gone, took home $145,855. And Vid Zagar right there took home $152,165. They left $10,000 to play for with the trophy. So those are the numbers.
And that's also on top of any bounty that they played before this final table.
Which we know for a fact that Vid has a story.
Absolutely. I mean, what a wild ride that is. You enter a mystery bounty, you get the top pool, 100,000, and now you're heads up for the trophy for an extra 10K, and you've locked up over 150,000. So Vid Zakar has locked up over $250,000 off of this $1,100 Poker News Cup.
Good times, man. Not a bad event for Vid. Not a bad event.
Or Johnny.
That's
or
right.
really
Yeah.
any of
Or
our
anybody
final
here.
tablists.
Yeah, no kidding. My favorite one was Tim's story. We'll come back to that after this hand, though.
Yeah, the 2 players here are sharing mid-pair 5 on this King Deuce 5 board. Well, Johnny does have the superior kicker. That's going to be a chop pot. The vast majority of the pot, just due to their kickers being so low.
Right.
It does get checked down, and it'll be a split pot between our players. So great final table here between these two players. Really taking this heads-up match very seriously. Not sure what Johnny is sipping on there, but I guarantee you after his final table, the boys are going to be going out for a few pints. So Vid's here, king queen suited. Hasn't had any traction since they got heads up. First real hand of note for Vid. Johnny once again with the Negreanu raising up 10-7 off. One of the interesting things that I noted at this final table, Jesse, was if you look behind Vid's stack, he has a stack of about 5 or 6 bounty chips. And as we talked about previously, all the bounties were drawn pre-final table. So that means he has knocked out multiple players so far.
That's wild. That is wild.
Vid with the second 3-bet of the night. First one got snapped off by Johnny with pocket sevens. This one getting the win pre-flop.
So, we were talking about the, let's just go ahead and go over this event one more time. This was an $11 buy-in, Mystery Bounty Poker News Cup event here at the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, part of the Golden Nuggets Grand Poker Series that ran for the majority of the summer. But tonight is the last night of this poker series with our event as one of the closing pieces here. This tournament saw some big numbers show up, and to get those exact numbers, let me tell you, 3 starting days, 2,331 runners. We're down to the final 2. Big bounties were up for play. Vid got one of the biggest ones. Okay, so we're going to let you know that we hear some big rails. We're going to be muting a lot here, guys.
That's right. We don't want to give anything away, but on the whole, there's a lot of cheering, there's a lot of jeering, there's a lot of songs happening out there at the minute. So we just want to make sure to not spoil it for you or for us based off of what we're hearing.
All right, Queen 9-3, Vid gets there with the queen.
Yeah, beauty of a flop here for Vid. Top pair, backdoor flush draw. Johnny here with bottom pair. Really not a bad spot to be in for Johnny, though, if you think about it, because Vid's probably not going to be able to get away from his hand if Johnny catches up. And I don't imagine Johnny will be losing a whole lot unless he catches up. So really not a bad position for Johnny, not nearly as bad as it would seem.
Oh.
So this is the difference. Vid is obviously going to win the hand, has 100%, has it locked up. I don't think Johnny is going to lose a lot of chips on it. However, if that turn was a 7 or a 3, then Vid would be hard-pressed to get away from his hand.
Now, the only problem here is that Johnny may put him on no queens because of that queen on the turn. There's only 4 in the deck. How could he have one if 2 are here? He may put him on like a flush draw or something. I think his 3 is good. So let's see how Johnny reacts to this sizable bet from Vid.
Yeah, we're going with a 3.8 million chip bet into 5 million. So it is 3.7. Johnny is considering his options here. Yeah, as you mentioned, it is difficult to put him on a queen, but Johnny does find the correct fold here. Wall out on the rail earlier on some of these breaks. I'd say Johnny has a rail of about 20. Evened up once again. Chip stacks in play, 33 to 34 million. Hell of a turn here for Vid. Turning the wheel, Johnny with the deuce blocker and king. Vid coming back over the top here, raising 3 million. Rough spot here for Johnny as he has that deuce blocked alongside a king, which has a lot of playability. Interesting river here, pairing the board again. 3s and 4s out there, rendering Johnny's king useless. So Vid now considering his options, had the nut straight on the turn, still the nut straight on the river. However, on a double paired board, it's a lot scarier proposition. But looks like he is going to go with the block bet on the river, about 1.8 million if I'm not mistaken, which will put Johnny in a rough way because all he can hope for is to chop the pot. And he makes a very quick call, 1.7 for Vid. What a beautiful bet there from Vid on the river as he chips up to 42 million to the 28 million of Johnny Rockets. There it is on screen, 42 to 28 million. Umberto was our third place finisher. After a deal, he took home $145,000. So definitely better off than if they had not made that deal. It's loud, it's rambunctious here at the Golden Nugget. It feels sometimes like we're at a football match, both from Vid Zakar's side and Johnny Kelly's side. We got some active players out there. This rail is lively today, Jesse.
No joking, dude. No joking. Over here on Twitch chat, Tapraka says, bad deal for John. Maybe not. Now he sees John losing some chips here. John sitting around 26 mil, while Vid has a commanding 40, almost 41 million. It has shifted gears a little bit. We're absolutely right, buddy.
I mean, let's think about it from this perspective. The chip leader on today was Felipe Oliveira. It took him 31 million. into this final table, commanding chip leader, and he busted in 5th place. Action goes fast and furious when you're looking at high blinds and low amount of people left on the table. Nationalities, I see that question out in Twitch land. So Johnny Kelly is from the UK, Vidzagar is from Slovenia. Not much to speak of on this flop for either player. Johnny floating here on the flop. 10 of diamonds in his hand working after that 6 of diamonds on turn. Gives him a nice little flush draw against the 9 high of Vid. So Johnny here working with 84% equity with 10-3 offsuit, no pair. A lot better shape than you would imagine him in on this board texture.
That is a bet right there. 6 million, that's a big part of Johnny's stack if he wants to continue here with his diamond.
Yeah, that's a pretty gangster, really no equity bluff from Vid. You're typically going to see that more with a very draw-heavy hand or a very nutted hand. So for him to do this with just bottom of range, stone cold, nothing, gets it through. Johnny folding the 10.
Oh, man. This is Vid pulling far ahead. I say, look at that trophy. Look at that beautiful trophy.
PokerNews Cup presented by GorillaGaming.net, held at Golden Nugget, Las Vegas. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous trophy right there.
And I'm telling you, I think it's just a little too close to Johnny. I'm not a fan. This shouldn't be to his left. It should be out in the middle or somewhere.
I like it right in arm's reach. I want to take it.
So you're saying he's going to take it, and you're saying Vid has no shot because it's so far away. Uh-oh. All right, let's get back to the poker.
I don't think Vid's arms are that long. I don't think he can grab it.
I don't think so either.
Here's those chip counts, 43 million to 24.5. Vid is getting out to a nice lead here.
Just to remind you guys, once we got to three-handed play, we did pause the clock for about half an hour while chops were chatted. There is a little bit of a language barrier, so it took a little extra time to get everything communicated well. And once we got down to it, Humberto Lopez Galindo took home $145,855. He only played one more hand after they returned. He finished in 3rd place. Here, heads up, we had John Kelly with the pretty good chip lead going into that three-handed play. He took home $166,540, and then it was Vidzagar who took home $152,165. That's before any bounties or anything else were considered. And then we got $10K in the trophy left to play for. All right, Johnny. Johnny, take it down with 6 high. 6 high like a boss. Right there.
So these players are still playing, as you mentioned, Jesse, for $10,000 between them. So it's a very healthy heads-up match, but a far cry from what they're originally playing for, which would have been a $70,000 heads-up match. And I think that's absolutely fair. They've locked up a nice, healthy chunk of change, and they're playing now for $10,000 plus that beautiful PokerNews Cup.
And I mean, yeah, it's. All right. Yeah, it's a nice trophy. It's a nice bag of money for sure. The whole event's just been great, Nathan. I mean, this is so fantastic. I cannot wait for the next one, man. You know, we did another one of these at DTD with Rob Young at his shop overseas. This is our second one here at the Golden Nugget. I think we're going to see more of these hopefully pop up around the world. I mean, we're willing to go places. So if you have a poker room near you, a casino near you, and you want the PokerNews Cup to come out and maybe a shot at your venue, let them know. Let your poker room manager know, and my number is out there.
It definitely is. I mean, he gives it to just about anyone you'll see walking down the street. He's begging for people to call him. It's kind of desperate, Jesse, to be honest. But in fairness, I'll get desperate if you're going to be shilling Poker News and you're going to be talking about all the tournaments that are happening, I think you need an official Poker News commentator. I'm only a phone call away, and you have my number.
You know, you can send my resume to my my secretary. Send your resume to my secretary.
To Chad Holloway?
Oh,
At
yikes.
PokerNews.
Yeah. Secretary at PokerNews.com is the email address.
Secretary at PokerNews.com?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow, that's a hell of a title there.
I mean, that's what it is. All right, let's talk about this hand right here. Queen Jack for Johnny, Jack 5 for Vid. It does go check to the King of Hearts.
That's a little bit of a reassuring one for Johnny. Gives Johnny the opportunity to fire here with his open and straight draw and
That's right.
ability to represent that king very well. There's a fan base in the background cheering him on. So you'll hear his muter mics once in a while because the route does get loud. And honestly, we don't know if someone's won it or maybe Johnny just picked up a big blind. It's hard to tell anymore.
That's right. We have heard some songs sung over a single big blind. I think Johnny's rail has several cocktails this evening.
Yeah,
They're fired up.
Vids was out there as well.
Oh, yeah.
So we have several
Both
players.
of them have a decent little rail here for sure.
Absolutely. I'm sure some of you down at JK's club know what we're talking about. You're drinking, you're celebrating your boy here in second place, already locking up over 160,000. So I'm sure you can only imagine what it'd be like to be here on the rail with them, having some pints after this heads-up affair. Johnny here, starting to inch closer back to even, but this hand is not exactly going to set him up for success, as he is dominated versus the Queen Jack of Vid. Johnny Jack 7 clubs. They will take a flop though. Queen of clubs in the window gave Johnny a little bit of hope, but that board right there, Queen of diamonds, 3 of spades, exactly what Vid loves to see. Johnny checks it back, King of diamonds on the turn. Vid checks it on over, trying to get Johnny to put anything into this pot. Johnny, however, does check it back. 6 of clubs on the river, 2 clubs out there, not enough for Johnny to be able to win this hand. He'd need a favorable ocean, which I still don't think is allowed yet.
Yeah, no 6th Street in this version of Texas Hold'em yet, Nathan. But you know, things could change, just not this evening. The rules have been put into the books and distributed online. We have to stay with just 5 cards. Good question from Pampy Van Winkle 23 on Twitch. Wouldn't it make sense to color up those chip castles to a few chips and some high value plaques? Yes. Absolutely.
No. I think it's far better for...
No, it would make sense.
It makes sense.
We're not going to.
Yeah, that's fair.
We're here. This is the situation we're in. We're going to stick with these. But no, it would make sense.
Think about the picture at the end. Whoever wins this is going to have an absolute castle.
Yeah, they have a 50 million plaque. I mean, we could just put that in front of them. Like 3 chips extra. Yeah, but we're gonna go with this instead.
No, I think that's fair. I am one of the firm believers on giant chip castles. It's what made the World Series of Poker main event back in the day when Jamie Gold, for example, won it. So special. You just saw those mountains and mountains, and you said, maybe one day I can have that many $100 chips.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely, Pappy.
Pampy?
What's up, Pampers? Pappy Van Winkle, absolutely, buddy. No, in all reality, I think that what's going on is they've got a few other tournaments. Today's the very last day of this poker series that this event was part of, which is the Grand Poker Series at Golden Nugget. So I think that's been the focus, is to let one manager run this, and he can't go and get. Yeah, it's just we're just going to stick with how it is. Really, it's so late. Heads up. It would be good, but we're happy too. So I appreciate the question. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for Karen too. But don't worry, we still have some good poker to play here. Heads up action for the trophy.
Interesting spot here as Johnny has 4-9, pair of fours on board. That 9 interacting in a large way with Vid's holding, who has Queen 10 of diamonds for the open-ended straight draw. So if a 9 was to roll off, then we have a potential huge conflict on our hands as we give Johnny 2 pair and Vid the nut straight. 51% equity here for Vid after Johnny check raises. They're going to go to a turn. 3 of hearts changes nothing for either of these players. And although Johnny has the better hand, I really like Vid's opportunity on this flop just due to his holding, which enables him to go to river very easily, hit a nut hand, and or kind of be forced to bluff, which would be difficult for Johnny to call.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Vid with with those 2 overcards, with that straight draw, the Broadway draw, my goodness. But you know, Johnny
Johnny really thinking about here of how he wants to proceed. He check raised on the flop. Very innocuous 3 of hearts on the turn. And he does check it on over to Vid, which we'll see how he reacts.
I love that raise from Johnny on the flop, and then a check here. I mean, we know the 3 of hearts has not improved him. Oh, we do get a check back from Vid. How strong is that? Oh, man.
So this is a fun card because I think Johnny knows that a king would be bet by Vid the majority of the time on the turn. So a lot of his checkbacks are going to be something like a jack, but now this jack on the river pairs it up and reduces the chance that Vid has a jack. So it actually puts his 4 much more into a playable range of bluff catchers against something specifically like Vid has Queen 10, Queen 9, Ace High even. So if Vid does go ahead and bet this, Johnny has gone from a less than adequate holding to a very good bluff call candidate.
All right. Vid very unhappy with that check back. I think he could have probably bet Johnny off of it. But that check raise from Johnny on the flop was enough to keep Vid worried.
Well, you heard it from the rail. They love that for Johnny. Picks up a nice healthy pot. Draws these 2 players closer even. 32 million for Johnny, 37 million for Vid. There you go, 38 million. We'll call it 38. You okay with rounding up a little bit?
No.
37.95 million.
You. Yep, that's right. Yep, exactly. Those 2 grays are very important.
Well, I don't know about Jesse here, but I'm going to round up for y'all for simplicity's sake.
All right, well, we'll do it this one time only.
One time.
Yep, that's
Limited
right.
time affair.
That's right.
King 9 off for Johnny. Superior to the Queen 4 held by Vid.
By the way, if you do lose feed here, it's not happening on our end. I'm seeing everything fine on Twitch as well. So make sure just to refresh your window. Maybe just a little internet issue you're experiencing. So sorry about that, but yeah, our feed has been holding strong. We're live on Twitch and YouTube. My name is Jesse Fullen from PokerNews. With me is my buddy Nathan Gamble. He goes by, no, not Nathan, Gamble at Poker. I was going to say Nathan at Poker. Gamble at Poker on Twitter.
Don't worry, Jesse. It's Gamble on Poker, too.
Oh, it is?
Gamble on Poker.
Did I say at Poker?
Yeah.
Did I say Gamble in Poker? Gamble? Okay. It's one of those.
We're gambling on poker, ladies and gentlemen. Gamble on Poker.
I was gambling on your Twitter name, I guess.
Well, I'm still hoping once you say what you're going to do, you're expanding this PokerNews Cup over to the rest of the world, that you need an official commentator.
That's the hope, man. We did have, we did have, now that I think about it, I think we had actually 3 events over the last 12 months. I only went to 1. It was the one here in Vegas. So the other ones I had to hear about. I was very jealous. Jealous of my coworkers who were able to make a short train trip or drive over to those overseas adventures. But this has been obviously an amazing turnout, an amazing experience. We are beyond happy.
No, absolutely. This has blown every expectation out of the water. You put $1 million guarantee on it, blown to smithereens, 2.2 million up top. I mean, Vid Zakar here is going to be taking home a minimum of 250,000, 150,000 of that being prize pool, 100,000 of that being in the mystery bounty they pull. So you put $1 million guarantee, he's taking at minimum a quarter of that home personally. And we do see a fun little hand here. Ace deuce of hearts for Johnny versus ace 4 offsuit for Vid. Fairly even in chips, 998 board. So they're going to be chopping the vast majority of the time unless one of them can bet the other one out of the pot. Application of pressure is paramount when we're looking at heads-up play. Vid going with a fairly small bet here. Looks to be approximately 1.5 million, 30% pot. It is indeed 1.5, enough to get the fold from Johnny. And these two players are just battling back and forth, up and down. But you do see that wall of gray chips for Johnny. Quite impressive. Each one of those stacks is worth $500,000. Each of the red stacks worth $2 million.
Kyle Anderson in chat says the amount of gray chips are wild. Yes, buddy. 1,000,000%.
And the funny part about all those gray chips is the vast majority of them were in one player's stack to start today. That was chip leader Felipe Oliveira, who came in with over 100 big blinds with 31 million, which if you look at it, Johnny Kelly from the UK has 31 million as their heads up. That's how many chips Felipe Oliveira had, and he ended up busting in 5th place for 56,000. There's that beautiful Poker News Cup, obviously presented by Poker News, held at the Golden Nugget, and sponsored by our friends over at GorillaGaming.net, building out some of the most beautiful tables in the poker landscape. And Jesse, it looks like we have the first real hand confrontation coming up. We have King 10 offsuit for Johnny and Ace Queen for Vid.
Yeah, I mean, the chip stacks are pretty close here, too. 29 million behind for Johnny. After that raise, Vid's down to 36.9. Yeah, this is a fun time to see a big hand here.
Yeah, you can go a long time in heads-up poker without seeing two real hands meet.
Oh, here we go with a raise from Johnny with a King 10.
So Johnny's putting forth about a quarter of his chips. Start with 30 million, making it 7 million, 23 million behind. Vid is very interested with Ace Queen offsuit here.
No question.
Vid staring it down, thinking through his options. There he goes, all in.
Whoa, whoa. Oh my goodness, on a snap call? We're behind, but we're live, says Johnny.
For those of you that have been here since the start, you know Johnny provides all the info. King 10 versus Ace Queen. He is behind, but he is live.
That's right.
Let's see if he can catch up here, or Vid will take home first place. 3, 5, 7. Vid with the superior diamond. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Johnny can only win with a king or a 10
That's
on the
right.
river.
Must be
Anything
king or
else?
10. Oh my goodness!
10 of clubs.
Wow.
Down to 5 outs for Johnny Kelly, and he nails the 10 of clubs on the river to double up, take a 61 million chip pot to the 8 million of Vidzagar. This is going to take a minute to double check all the chip counts for our dealer and our 2 remaining players, but Vidzagar just had victory snatched from his grasp. You see Johnny Kelly's rail there, yelling and cheering for their man. They don't quite know if he's won or if he's just taking a commanding chip lead, but from what we're seeing, it is 61 million for Johnny Kelly up against the 8 million of Vidzagar with that 10 of clubs, massive, massive river for Johnny Rockets. Don't feel too bad for Vidzagar, even though he didn't win it right there. He's still alive, still has an opportunity, and he did grab a $100,000 bounty yesterday. So his winnings are over $250,000, even if he busts in second place.
That's right. What a hand. Did you see Johnny react to it by looking at the dealer and saying, nice one, nice one? He looks at nice one there on the river. It's like, my gosh, man. So good, so good. No kidding, nice rail, right, Pappy Van Winkle? Massive rail. Actually, both these guys have a huge rail, but yeah, Johnny's rail is, they're greased up, man. They've had a few cocktails, beers.
I think, honestly, a little bit of everything at this point.
Yeah, no joke. No joke.
And here we go, trying to count down those gray chips. Each stack is worth $500,000. So doubles is $1 million, so they're just going line item by line item and making sure they get this amount correct. Vidzagar sliding for that double up, slowly, slowly, slowly paying off his man. So Johnny Kelly started this final table in a big way. First, doubling up through Vidzagar. He had aces versus the pocket tens of Vid. Vid hit a 10 on the flop, which, as we knew, was actually the one remaining 10 in the deck. And then Johnny was able to find the lone ace remaining on the river. Next, he actually ran aces into 10s once again, and the 10s folded pre-flop for Johnny Kelly to take a nice pot. Later, he turned a flush, jamming all in against the mid pair of Vid, who was able to find a fold, and Johnny was off to a hot start at this final table. And now you see him doubling up with that 10 of clubs on the river and take a commanding lead in this heads-up match of approximately 61 million to the 8 million of Vidzagar. I think we can be honest, in the booth, we've heard a lot of rail cheering, yelling, and jeering over the last 30 minutes. We knew something big was on the horizon, but honestly, I could not have told you that little 10 of clubs was coming. That was such a beautiful one if you are a fan of Johnny Kelly.
No kidding, dude. No kidding.
We now have the King 10 offsuit once again for Johnny, up against the 5-4 of the micro stack Vid in the big blind. Johnny does put it in once again with the King 10. Vid folds it, leaving himself with 6.5 big blinds as Johnny Kelly is on the precipice of victory. Are you still thinking that PokerNews Cup is a little bit too close to him?
Maybe not so far. Maybe not so much at this point. Maybe, you know what? Okay. It might be it might be a good location for him.
But let's be fair to Vid. He's not out of this by any stretch of imagination. He still has chips. He has 6.5 big blinds, approximately 10% of the chips in play. double up here or there, and he'll be right back in. And here we go. Ace-6 of diamonds for Vid. Ace-deuce of spades for Johnny. We will have an all-in confrontation, no question about it. Once Johnny looks down at those, takes a peek. Ace-6 of diamonds. There you hear it. Johnny saying it's going to be a chop pot. Let's see if he's correct.
Oh, man.
He's been right on everything so far today. Ace in the window, 5-7 following it. Pretty good opportunity for them to chop it up.
There is a opportunity here.
9 of spades on the turn. Only a deuce, 3, 4, or 6 will change that.
Whoa! John Kelly is our winner. Oh, that's not an angle. That's real. Oh, look, there's me. Oh, look.
Well, Norman Chad always said a deuce on the river never changes anything. He was proven false when Johnson won the World Series of Poker main event with a deuce on the river, and he's been proven wrong once again with a deuce on the river here, crowning Johnny Kelly as our champion of the Poker News Cup.
Man, what an insane finish there.
Vidzikar tosses him his bounty chip.
That's great.
Worth
Here you go.
an extra $1,000 for Johnny Kelly.
My goodness, man.
Gives a fist bump to the dealer. You
So
hear the
good.
real cheering. You hear them getting drunk and lively. You know they're going for some pints.
Look at that.
afterwards.
Look at all that support he's got there. Massive rail. Everyone's so happy for him. They've been here all day, dude. They've been here all day.
Absolutely. I thought it was going to be a chop pot. We were heading that direction. Only a deuce on the river was going to win it for Johnny Kelly. A 3 or 4 would have been a chop. A 6 or an 8 would have won it for Vid and would have been right back in this. But instead, Johnny Kelly from the UK, with his myriad of supporters, has won the 2023 Poker News Cup held by the Golden Nugget.
That's right, man. Let's just enjoy this celebration with his rail for a minute. Oh, where it's back to us already. Okay, it's time for us to recap this event. Let's go through some numbers here. Nathan, do you have the numbers offhand by any chance? The exact 23-31 type of stuff?
Absolutely. We had
Beautiful.
31 players that entered this, generating a prize pool of just over $2.2 million. And we had several large bounties in play, $200,000 ones. One was won by a final tableist here.
Yeah, Vid right there. He took home
Vid
that 100K
Zakar.
bounty, that's right. Yeah, this had 3 starting days, and I mean, the numbers just blew everything away. Just insanity. But let's go to this final table day. We came back with 9 players after going, let's see, day 2 started with 292, and just it was a long day that we ground down to 9 players, and those were Forrest Rally, Vid Zagar, Johnny Kelly, Umberto Galindo, Eduardo Silva, Kyle Gross, Tim Garles, Felipe Oliveri, and Kunal Patney. And I'm telling you, this result is just mind-blowing.
Absolutely.
Mind-blowing. I mean, fantastic. To tell you just how crazy it is, Johnny Kelly started the day with 4 million chips, 14 bigs. Our chip leader started the day with 103 bigs. That was Felipe Oliveri. And the way this went, man, every all-in was a double up for the first, 2 hours?
Absolutely.
It
We've
was
been going
insane.
at it now for over 7 hours. We expect it to be a very fast, furious final table.
Yeah.
And now here we are 7 hours later with Johnny Kelly as the champion.
That's right. And just to remind you, the payouts here. Let me pull up the payouts. Okay. So the way it went was 9th place was Eduardo Silva, finishing for $21,920. 8th was Tim Garles, finishing for $27,850. 7th was Kyle Gross. He had started our day as our shortest stack with, I think, 6 bigs. He climbed the ladder twice to $35K payout. Kunal finished in 6th for $44,945. Felipe, our chip leader to start the day with over 100 bigs, unfortunately finished in 5th, taking home $56,065. And then when it was four-handed, Our last American Forest Rally finished, taking home $75,140. Then there was a pause. The players discussed a chop and made a deal, and the way it worked out was, let's see, Umberto Galindo took home $145,855. Vid Zagar took him $152K, and then John Kelly took him $166. And they played for $10K in the bounty, or sorry, $10K in the trophy. And there we go. Johnny Kelly is our winner. Let's now go ahead and send it over to Aaron to interview John Kelly, our winner. Thanks so much for watching. Stay tuned for our interview, and we'll see you guys next time.
Take care, everyone.
Hello, Poker News. I'm here with Johnny Kelly, who just won first place in the Poker News Cup. So, Johnny, I can hear your rail. They've been chanting for you all day. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
They're mad, but brilliant, and I couldn't have done it without their support, really. Every time we had a break, they was giving me loads of advice. There's much more experienced players there than me. Watsy, Gary Miller, Ray Bay, they'll just give me loads of like positive vibes and give me information on hands I played differently, or should have played differently. I couldn't have won it without them. Impossible.
What is the rail saying? They're singing almost like a Christmas carol, but a take on your name.
I think it's like a football chant, and they're just including me. And hopefully it's not a Spurs one from our mate Ray, but hopefully it's just a general football chant. But yeah, it's been brilliant. I actually enjoyed the whole day, and I got very lucky in the end, and Vid was really, really unlucky. But yeah, I took some advice and just played aggressively towards the end, and it worked out well.
Well, so you even said earlier, so this was your biggest tournament cash to date. You actually started as a tournament director for the first ever WSOP Europe. What is it like making that transition, and kind of how does it feel to actually be taking home a cash like this?
Well, it's life-changing. I wasn't actually a tournament director. I was actually a dealer for the World Series of Poker Europe, and then a card room manager eventually at the Empire Caesars back in London. But yeah, I finished there 2 years ago, and I've been playing poker a lot, and I've been listening to all my friends and taking all the advice on board, and really, really enjoying the journey. And now I can actually say I've got a trophy. I've never had a trophy, and I've always wanted one, and it's a brilliant one to win.
So to my understanding, you actually have an entire poker room back home in London watching you. Do you have anything you want to say to the room right now?
I didn't know until earlier, but the card room that I used to manage in Leicester Square, the Empire, apparently they've got it on the screens, they've been watching it, and another club in Eltham, ETC, they've been watching it on the screens, and all the poker players there have been cheering me on. So thanks to all them as well for their support, and I know everyone's been sending messages and stuff, and I turned my phone off like half an hour before this started, and I don't think I'm going to turn it on today because there'll be too many messages there. There's lots of friends sending me loads of support, and I've really enjoyed it, and it's felt good, but also like there's a little bit of pressure there as well, so it's been straining, but I'm exhausted. I'm looking forward to going and have a few Bacardis with the boys and relax tomorrow, and then play the main event on Wednesday.
Well, good luck in the main event. I'm sure we'll all be watching you as well as the boys. And without further ado, I'll let you get to those Bacardis with the boys. Congratulations again, Johnny. Thank you.
Chris, nice to meet you, mate. I'm Liam. Get your hands in there and figure out which one's calling your name. All right, so if you pop it down here, there you go. Always a good start. That's 25,000. We take $25,000. Nice one, mate. Nice one. Congratulations, Chris. That's a 0. That's a 5. That's 50,000. We take those $50,000. Got one bounty for Bob. Which one's feeling lucky, Bob? That's a 0, a couple of zeros there already. We take those. It's 5, 15. 15,000. We take those. $15,000.
That's the way to do it. 75,000. Oh, look over here. Show him. Oh, how does that feel?
Yeah, brother.
You happy?
Here we go.
Good luck, my friend.
I don't want to see a 1.
No one?
No 1 there. Oh, 5.
75! What? 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 Oh! Let's go! No one! No ones!
So again, you get yourself 2 out. There's a little flap on the inside of the envelope. That's a 0. 100K! Let's go! Congratulations, my friends. Nice work. Congratulations. Won 100K down. First one of the day, and still with another bounty to pull.
Hey, what's your name? Where are you from?
Michael Lowe from Los Angeles.
Michael from Los Angeles. Grab one, buddy. Oh! Four zeros. Come on. Oh! Yes! Let's go! Michael from Los Angeles